Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of Michigan versus Christopher Schurr. We are into day 4, and the state rested yesterday. The defense has put on a few witnesses. We heard from Captain David Civer yesterday. We heard from Robert McFarland, Timothy Johnston, Sam Mott, and Nicholas Kaladi. Actually, 4 of the 5 witnesses were law enforcement, and Robert McFarland was a forensic video analyst. So I'm not quite sure what we're going to hear today. We are still in cross of Captain Civer. Civer, I should say. So it'll be interesting to see. Because Mr. Becker came hard at Captain yesterday. So we'll see. We'll see what today holds for us. So let's see who is joining us today. Who was first in chat? Looks like Baca, you were first in chat. Alice, good morning to you. Brett, how are you doing? Kathy Davis and Sherry M, good morning to you guys. Hazel, Baca. Fala, hello to you. Morning, chatty chat. How are you doing? Selena K, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Cleverly Twisted, prosecution is continuing with cross of Captain Civer. Yes, they are. MEG, good to see you. And Julie, thank you for joining us. Only Fan, good to see you. All right, hola. Thank you for popping in. Fanny Pack, how are you? Drunky the Bear, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, Kitten RN, good to see you. How did I get the name Squeegee? Well, it's an interesting story, I guess. Well, when I get out of the shower, I like to do this, and squeegee myself, if you will. And when Erin and I first met, and I was doing that, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I'm wiping off the water, because here in Florida, when you dry yourself with a towel and then you hang it up, if you don't have the proper air conditioning, things tend to get moldy, right? If a wet towel sticks around, all day." So I was trying to get off as much water as possible. So she then coined the name squeegee, right? You're squeegeeing myself off, right? So then that kind of became this running joke, and we told some friends, and it just kind of became this silly running joke. So when we started our channel, and I was thinking of handles for myself, I love of justice, something justice. So that's where I came up with Squeegee of Justice. So I like to keep a clean stream. I like to keep the chat clean, and I like to keep things clean. So I hope that satisfied your question. My pal Sal, how are you? Grand Rapids, Michigan. Hello. How are things in Grand Rapids? Elizabeth G, good morning to you. All right. Hazel, hello to all the newbies I haven't met before. I've not followed this trial. All right. Let me see here. I've got to, let's see. The feed is up. They are a half hour behind, as we know. Let's see here. Have they actually started? Let's see if they've actually started. 8:39 they started, so that's going to be about 9:10 for us. And Captain Civer is back on the stand. 8:36, sorry. Judge Mims called 8:36. So that's about, about 5 after for us. So we got about 10 minutes or so to chat. Yes, only fan. Clean, y'all. Absolutely. Kitten RN, it's hot and humid season in East Tennessee. And it's not even May. Oh, no, it is May. Hey, it's May 1st. It's May Day. Tammy in KS, good morning. No KR today, so you're here for the day. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate that. For all the people coming in from Karen Reed, appreciate you guys. Let us know if you have any questions. We have our description going on. So if you want to catch up on the trial, just look at our description. I'll also pull this up for you guys. So just as a brief recap here, the date of this incident was April 4th of 2022. Officer Schurr, who is on the bottom there, he had come to work around 5 o'clock. He was a half hour early in the morning, and he was just doing his regular patrolling around. He saw a car that didn't have the license plates, didn't match the make of the car. So he followed them. They turned right twice. So to him, that's kind of a sign, as we're understanding, of possible somebody trying to flee. Although Patrick Lyoya and his passenger Ami were not trying to flee. They were. Ami said that there was a noise coming out of the car. That's why he said they pulled over. He didn't even realize that they had gotten pulled over. And then what turned into just a routine traffic stop, Patrick got out of the car. Officer Schurr told him to get back into the car. Patrick started to resist arrest, broke free, ran away. Officer Schurr tackled him. A struggle ensued for about 2 minutes or so. Officer Schurr tried to taser Patrick twice. Did not work. And ultimately, Officer Schurr shot Patrick Lyoya in the back of the head. So it's sad. There's 4 videos. We've watched all 4 of them. They've shown all 4 of them in the trial. We've seen them synchronized. There's body cam. There's car cam. There's ring across from the neighbor from across the street. And then Patrick's friend and passenger, Ami, also took cell phone footage. So there's 4 videos. We've watched them all. And that's where we stand. So, Hipster Doofus, good morning to you. Good to see you. Bertie B, nice to see you. Yes, hola, hit the like button, please and thank you. I have to do the same. We have our quarterly pest control is here right now, and Superball was growling at him earlier. He's walking around, and Superball was like growling at him. I was hoping you could hear her growl, but she's already taken off upstairs. So, Iowa Backyard, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for joining us. And yes, Baka show definitely ensued. So we ask that you, this has become divisive, so we ask that you in the chat be respectful to each other and courteous. If you have opinions, please put IMO or in my opinion before. So that, and don't, if you do have a really strong reaction to what's going on, we ask that you just, take a breath and think before you post, because it is divisive. It's unfortunately is happening in an area that has had unrest before. So also we ask, don't put past experiences, or I should say trials or events. We're just focusing on this trial and the events of this trial. Chris Wallace, there is always video, thank goodness. How did we solve any crimes before? Yeah. Good morning, Fala. Iowa Backyard, you tend to lurk? Yeah, that's no problem. We like lurkers. Tammy and KS, yes, Super Bowl is the protector. Yeah, she was like, she was doing this low guttural sound. It was sweet. It was sweet. So, yes, there you go, Ola. In your opinion, hello. Ola, hola. Hazel, in your opinion, this will be the first day I've watched this trial. All right. Hey, Shore Life. Good morning to you. Lynn Golf. Good morning to you. Yeah, so just rely on those that have been with us from the beginning of this trial. Shore Life, certainly all of our mods. They will help guide you through this. It's sad. It's a sad. We unfortunately there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas, and if then, if only in this, if only Patrick had not done this, if only Officer Schurr had done this, if only. So we played that game this entire trial. It's not going to solve anything. It's not going to bring anybody back. It's not going to help anything, other than just us kind of try to wrap our heads around this. That's the only thing I can say. That's why we're doing it. So it is a sad. Oh my goodness! You're not going to go out yet, buddy. So it is sad, but we will get through it together, and we appreciate you guys' cooperation. All right, I'm going to let's see. Let me get over here. Put myself on camera here. Hey, Melissa, how are you? Thank you for joining us. And Selena, yeah, it is sad, 100% sad. All right, let me pull up the feed here. So let's see. Oh my goodness, Rafa. You're not going out, buddy. Did you guys hear him? Here's Rafa. Yeah, what's up, buddy? You want to go out? I know you want to, but you got to wait just a few minutes. Or should I let him out now? No? All right. Can't go out just yet.
Yeah, Dave's still.
We got our pest guy walking around. So that's Rafa. For those that don't know, that's little Rafa. Little Rafa right there. Oh, there goes Dave. Yeah, you don't want to go out there yet. Yep. See, I told you, you'd be afraid. It's okay. Got Dave the bug guy. Here's our bug guy. Dave the bug guy. Say hi to Dave the bug guy. Yes, Rafa is loud this morning. Well, let's see. Terry H. I say no because we literally have our pest control spraying our quarterly spray. Yes, run, Rafa. Rafa no like Dave.
Super Bowl usually hisses at him.
Yeah, or growls at him. Tammy's saying, "What's up, Dave?" Dave's not here. That's right. What's that? Cheech and Chong. All right. Oh, Pammy. Pammy's saying hi, Dave. Ola saying hello.
Nice.
All right. How are you, Pammy? Good to see you. All right. Let me get you back here. Let's see. We got the talking heads talking. Let's see. When did they start? 8:36. Let's see. A half hour would be 9:06. So we got about another 5 minutes before. Dave the bug guy. He's pretty cool. I know, Kathy, right? Don't they? Cats sound like babies crying. It's amazing how much cats and humans sound alike. It freaks me out sometimes. Golden Girl. I hope the prosecutor doesn't come in hot this morning. Probably will. That's Mr. Becker. What's his first name? Let me find his first name. Chris. Oh, I should remember his name. Chris Becker. Prosecutor Chris Becker. Yeah, he. It's really funny because Captain has testified before, probably mostly for the prosecution. So it's probably really awkward for him to be being cross-examined by the prosecution. Baka, Bammy Sammy. Yeah, appreciate you guys coming and watching with us. I know Miss Reed is off today for whatever reason she's off for, so I appreciate you guys coming in and checking us out. And if you have any questions, just ask. We have a description going on. I think Officer Schurr was he 34? I got to put that in the description, you guys. I forgot to do that. Let's see. I think he's either 32 or 34, and Patrick was 26. For those that don't know. All right. He's 34 now. Yeah. Thank you, Julie. I'm going to put that into our description. So he's 34 now. All right. So let's see. Christopher Schurr. Christopher Schurr, 34. Okay. So I changed that in our description. So. Okay. All right. They're going to start in like a minute, Ola, so I will show them at another point in time. Good point, good idea, but court's going to start in like a minute, so I am not, we will not play it. All right. Oh, Kathy, your late cat would answer you with no sound. Oh, wait. Answer me with no and sounded like mom. Oh, nice. Got an itchy nose. All right. Just keeping an eye on the court. They should be kicking in momentarily. Got an itchy nose. I think Super Ball's fur. She's been shedding up a storm. Shore Life. Does Shore Life need more coffee? Trial TV Live. Bot. Trial TV bot. Ask your mom. Let's see. They should be starting like literally any minute. But just keeping an eye on the feed here, because when they kick in, they kick in. They don't give you much of a warning. Yeah, Judge Mims called court into session at 8:36, so that should be like now. Come on, talking heads, get off the screen. And then Captain Civer is going to be first up. Hey, Tracy. I just gave an update. So if you want to rewind to the beginning, you can check it out there. Court is going to start any second, so I'm not going to do anything other than just keep an eye on it, because they were scheduled to start at any second. So I don't want to get involved in something and then have to stop in mid-sentence. So that's why I'm not saying much right now. I'm just waiting for live court to kick in. So, hey, Brenda, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Bite me, good to see you. Tracy, no worries. If you want to rewind just to the very top, I gave a very brief synopsis. But again, live court is going to be kicking in any second, so I don't want to start something and have to cut myself off. Because they came in at 8:36, so we're a half hour delayed, so that should be like right now. I don't know why they're not playing it. They're just sitting here talking. So, just waiting. They should be kicking in any minute. We got our three talking heads talking. So once they show the court, we will get ready to go. All right, just keeping an eye on the feed here. Oh, I hope they don't make us wait until, well, so it was only 3 minutes once Civer, Captain Civer got on the stand. Ah, hey Zach, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Appreciate the $2. Thank you, Zach.
I think he just said he's done. Hey, now I can set something. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Virginia, thank you. Stop by to like and say hi. Not watching this trial. Yep, a lot of people are not. Hey, Lacey, good to see you. Yep, Tom Petty. Waiting is the hardest part.
Sweetest boy. It's okay, little man. It's okay.
Bite me, you're going to the lab to count dead mosquitoes, but you will be listening. Nice. Nothing better than a dead mosquito. All right, Zach, you're going to be working and lurking? Sounds good. All right, come on, feed, kick in. I know they're court. I know they're live. So let's go. All right, just hang tight. I am waiting for the court to kick in. I know they've started already. Come on, feed. Don't show us your website. Show us the court. Ugh, this is so annoying. Because I don't want to be in the middle of saying something. Let's see. All right. Let's see here. Don't do that. I don't know why they're not showing this. We're going to go over here to this other feed. And you know, as soon as I go over to this other feed, they're going to kick in. You know that. So, but we'll go here. Let's go here instead, because these guys are just annoying me right now. All right. Just bear with us for a second, guys. All right, here we go. All right, day 4.
All parties are present and witnesses back on the stand, we just kept them silent, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we all set for the witnesses? I'll ask Mr. Becker to put the order on the cross.
Correct, Your Honor.
All set for the jury? Mr. Gordon?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll come in. Let's see, everyone made it back again safely this morning, and you may be seated. Mr. Becker, you may continue with your presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Kind of picked up where I left off a little bit yesterday. One of the things you testified in front of this jury was basically somebody disarms the officer of a weapon, that's deadly force. That's essentially what you said.
Yes.
Once again, you met with Detective Tubergen back on April 3rd, 2025, correct?
Correct.
April 3rd, 2025, you knew he kind of said, hey, I need to talk to you, you're a listed witness, so what are you going to testify to, correct?
He asked me a few questions, yes.
And one of those questions was, does GRPD have any policy or training that directly addressed being disarmed of one's taser or being confronted with a taser? And you said no.
Yes, it did.
Okay. And once again, this thing that you signed that was provided by the defense, you talk about close quarter deployment of the taser, you talk about drive stun of the taser. There's nothing in the statement that you put about being disarmed of a taser is considered deadly force, correct?
Correct.
I guess, did you know what this was for?
I did.
What was your understanding this was for?
The areas that I would be asked to testify about.
So that skipped your mind with it, or you didn't say, hey, I was going to testify about how being disarmed with a taser is deadly force. You just left it out?
I wasn't asked, it wasn't provided, and that.
You didn't read it? mean,
I read it, yes, I signed it, I read it.
Well, you knew at that, because this was last Monday. We're starting jury selection. You finally filed something last Monday.
Objection, Your Honor. This was in response to his expert.
I'm sorry, what's the legal basis?
This is not relevant. This affidavit was attached to our motion to exclude his expert for certain reasons.
This is the only report we got from him, so I think what he's, if he's, it's a statement.
Well, I mean, this
is a summary of his testimony, and it was in rebuttal to the prosecution's experts.
So you're saying it's not relevant?
Not relevant to this. This is not, we provided Mr. Becker with a summary of what his testimony would be at trial as required under the court rules. He's not required to provide an expert report, and the investigator had a chance to talk with Mr. Civer.
Okay, so I'm not sure how it's not relevant. So
it's taken out of context. This is not saying this is what
I will definitely allow you to flesh all of that out in redirect, but I don't believe that it's not relevant. So you can certainly flesh it out more, but if he authored an affidavit, and also his response could also clarify that. So, and I don't know what the whole question was going to be.
Well, and there's nothing in that statement. You wrote, it was provided to us on Monday. The day we started jury selection, we get this. That's the first time we had anything in writing from you. You don't say anything about it.
That is not true.
And you're testifying, so.
I have a right to lead the witness, Your Honor.
Right, but you can't, you're making a statement of fact, and so.
Okay. You've never written anything down about this, have you?
About this incident?
Yes.
Yes, I completed a police incident report.
Where is it?
In our system, I'm assuming you have it with the trooper's investigative report?
It was never provided to us. Do you know why? We did a search warrant.
That's not my purview or responsibility, sir.
But in terms of you didn't do an expert report.
I did a police incident report,
But
yes.
you didn't do an expert report.
No.
And you, at no point in time in your incident report, did you ever talk about tasers, deadly force if it's taken away from you?
No.
So at least, and then you didn't tell the officer, or excuse me, the trooper, when he showed up at your Grand Rapids Police Department to talk to you about it. You never told him about that.
No.
Just skipped your mind?
It didn't seem, I didn't talk about it.
He asked you specifically, do you have any policies about the assembly of a taser? And you said no.
We don't have a specific policy about it, no.
But that would be a big thing. We don't have a specific policy or training. He said policy or training, and your response was no, how does that not seem to be a legitimate response?
It didn't seem to be.
Okay. Tasers are different. You didn't say specifically a taser yesterday, you said a disarmable weapon.
Correct.
Okay. Is an OC spray a weapon?
Potentially, yes.
So if a person's disarmed of OC spray, if a person disarms an officer of OC spray, that's deadly force.
No.
Well, isn't a taser and OC spray the same thing under Grand Rapids policy?
It is not.
I'd like to go to Exhibit 32, Your Honor. Can you put it up on the board, please? Excuse me, 30. This is Exhibit 30. So you have a policy. You have a separate policy for firearms, correct?
We do.
It's its kind of own entity, so you have a firearm, that's kind of the highest. You agree that firearms are deadly force, right?
Yes.
No question.
Yes.
So then you have intermediate control weapons. That would be the next step down, if you will.
Yes.
And then you have compliance control devices, correct?
We do.
That's kind of a three-tiered thing. Is that a fair assessment?
I would consider OC spray a lesser than that tier, but yes.
OC spray lesser than what tier?
Then a taser or compliance, less lethal tactical weapons, specialty munitions.
Okay, clearly, okay, let's go impact weapon use. So we got impact weapon. Right?
You said Exhibit 32, but it says Exhibit 30.
I said, I corrected myself, I thought.
Oh, okay.
Exhibit 30, Your Honor.
And this is page.
This is the first page. This would be under 9.1, excuse me, 9.3.1.
Thank you.
So impact weapon use. The purpose of an impact weapon is to provide officers an effective control option when confronted by potentially violent subjects. So impact weapons provide control of subjects by creating temporary motor dysfunction in impacted muscle groups. So an impact weapon would be your ASP.
Yes.
Could be a flashlight. I think that causes a flashlight, something you can hit somebody with.
Correct.
So that's an impact weapon, and you use it in situations where it's kind of a confronted by potentially violent subject. It's a little bit more higher level, if you will, because they're potentially violent. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Gonna go to 9.34, then you have aerosol restraints. That would be pepper spray, right?
Correct.
The definition of ASR is to provide members, being the police, safe and effective control option. Temporary control subjects will provide a degree of safety for both the officer and the subject. That's under Section E, correct?
Yes.
Right underneath that is electronic control devices, your taser.
Yes.
It's the exact same definitions as a OC spray, isn't it?
Yes.
So in your mind, you think it's different, but under Grand Rapids policy, OC spray and tasers are the exact same thing under definition.
In a definition, not in the use of force policy or under a force understanding.
Under what force understanding? This is your policy that gives the same definitions.
This is a definition policy that gives an example, not our use of force policy.
Okay. So where in the use of force policy is it differentiated, I guess?
In the levels of force options that are available to officers.
So you're talking about the active aggression, active...
In that area, yes.
In that area. So in the policy, so let's go look at that then. Policy too. Okay, is this what you're talking about now, or Exhibit 32 now, Your Honor?
That is a old use force policy, sir. That's, the bottom right date says 2017 on it.
Yep.
What Officer Schurr would have been expected to adhere to is 2021's policy revision.
But this is the one that was provided to us under, these are the training records provided to us. Exhibit 32 is the training records provided by GRPD for Officer Schurr. So you're saying we weren't provided the full records?
That's a training record, sir, not the policy. The updated policy should have been available to you. I don't have that.
So
That's not my purview.
You're the policy, you're the training person, you're the training.
Right, but that's not my responsibility for record release, I mean.
So there's some other policy out there that says, that'll say, tasers can be used in deadly force, that will be able, the defense can put up on the thing.
I'm sorry, what?
There'll be another policy that the defense can put up there then, that says tasers are considered deadly force, like Grand Rapids Police policy.
No, sir, I was just pointing out that's a 2017 policy, 2021 is the latest that Officer Schurr would have been expected to adhere to.
Now we'll stay right here. We're going to talk about this 9-1.5. You brought this up in your testimony yesterday.
Yes.
This is one of the considerations, the totality of the circumstances that Grand Rapids Police consider.
Yes, some of them, yes.
Some of them. Well, when you're looking at it, and when you're looking at the totality of the circumstances, your opinion was it was okay for the defendant to chase after Patrick that day.
Yes.
Because this is, use of force. When you talk about totality of use of force, it's all uses of force. It's not just deadly force. It's force at the beginning, force at the end, force in between, right?
Correct.
And it's got to be objectively reasonable for the entire time, right?
For the use of force duration, yes.
Okay. So that use of force, in terms of considering that it was a good idea to chase, let's look at right off the bat, the moment to chase. Patrick's bigger than him, right?
Yes.
There's two people. There's one in the car and Patrick.
Correct.
Relative strength, we already know, this is before the chase is taken off, Patrick's stronger than him because as you throw in your testimony, he lifted him off the ground.
He did.
So he's bigger, stronger, there's more than one purpose, and may have an access to a weapon, right?
Correct.
So on the first four things, the first top four things, if you will, all of them count against the defendant chasing after Patrick, correct?
His factors, yes.
They're factors. So what are the good factors, I guess, in there that would allow for a chase?
It's also a compressed time constraint, his decision-making of deciding to pursue and then actually trying to physically restrain or arrest. Those are all happening in split-second decisions, not long drawn-out, working through them.
Sure, but a reasonable officer at the time, you train officers to take all these things. I mean, you just don't have that up there for no reason. You don't have a policy for no reason, right?
Correct.
They're trained to take these into consideration.
They are.
And so part of the training would be say, hey, somebody's bigger, stronger, you got more people, it may not be the best idea to go after somebody in those situations, right?
Potentially.
I'm going to say, like, we can't put this on the board because we're still trying to keep off the actual training stuff for the media. The jury will get this. Stay with Exhibit 32. This would be use of force policy changes from 2020. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And one of the policy changes was, well, maybe not a policy change, because it was a warning before shooting. That's one of the things that's listed there, correct?
Yeah, under number 3, it says require a warning before shooting. Then our MOP, which is our manual procedures, whenever reasonably possible, officers should provide verbal directives before deadly force is used.
And verbal directives before deadly force is used. You kind of said yesterday, well, that covers anything, like stop, or it doesn't have to be stop or I'll shoot. Stop is sufficient under your view.
We don't define exactly what a directive is, no, but stop could be construed, I would say can be construed as a directive, yes.
What's number 4 there?
Require that all alternatives be exhausted before shooting.
Okay.
Already, and then underneath it says, already in Manual Procedures 9-1 under escalation and de-escalation of force.
So it says it's a kind of a change, but that's, according to that, you already had that, you're supposed to exhaust all alternatives before shooting, correct?
It says that as a use of force policy change, recommend yes.
So, under policy, you're supposed to try and exhaust all alternatives, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I get it. Yesterday you said if somebody walks up, pulls a gun out, you don't have to try and do anything else. You got to respond with deadly force if you're met with immediate deadly force, right?
Yes.
But Grand Rapids Police teaches a number of different things in terms of use of force continuum, don't they?
I would say in use of force, we don't necessarily have a continuum, but yes.
But in terms of use of force, pressure points, right?
Correct.
I'm going to go through them. We have the mandibular angle. Okay, that would be the kind of right between the neck here. This is a pressure point, if you will.
Yes.
So you train on these, they're on both sides, pressure points. You can get somebody like right here, correct?
Potentially, yes.
You jam it in, and that's a pain compliance guy. Is that a, please tell.
It's semantics the way you're describing it, but yes, it's more of a, you have to control the head, or so that way the person doesn't move away from your pressure. But yes, it's
There's that.
pressure in and towards the top of their head, yes.
You have the hypoglossal?
Correct.
This is bad, I get.
Hypoglossal.
The hypoglossal is kind of grabbing them underneath the chin, like right underneath here, the jawline. Is that a fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you can grab them, manipulate them that way. That's a pressure point that you teach.
Yes.
You have infraorbital. I'm not going to do this to you, but that's kind of getting somebody from, you get them up under the nose and yank back on the nose.
Correct.
You have a jugular knot. Oh, excuse me. You have a combination of the hypoglossal and infraorbital, right?
Yes.
You have the two. You have a under the nose and under the chin to yank somebody backwards, right?
Correct.
You have the jugular notch. That's right here. Is this correct right here?
Yes, in that region. Correct.
Because you got like a little, when you feel your bone comes together, you got a hole right there. That's taut.
Yes.
You have the brachial plexus. There's a muscle, it's your shoulder muscles. That's a pressure point right along the neck. In this area, you can jam down on it, grab it.
Yeah, and it kind of feeds up to the side of your neck. Yes.
So that's a pressure point that once again, is that a pain compliance or does that?
It can cause both, like a motor dysfunction or pain compliance.
Okay, but that's something you teach.
Yes.
The clavicle notch. Okay, that would be right in here. Is that like between you as a collarbone? Right?
Mostly, yeah, roughly where your collarbone meets.
So
By your
there's
shoulder.
like a hole between where it's kind of there's a almost like a hole. You can press down on that, right? You can press down here. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So those are all pressure points that are taught.
Correct.
On top of that, then you have the takedown strikes and stuns, right?
Yes.
You have a brachial stun. It's like, okay, the brachial here, it's like a karate chop to the neck.
Can't chop.
Okay.
It's got to be a flat surface.
I'm sorry?
Can't. If a chop or a punch would be considered a deadly force option because of the risk of injury. It's a flat surface striking the side of your neck.
So like that, more of that?
Or back of your hand or inside of your forearm, something like that.
Actually, chop, people can collapse, get knocked out kind of from that, right?
It's potentially, yes.
Do you teach that at all? I mean, in desperate situations, that like a chop is okay, or is it always flat?
I mean, potentially it could be an option if that's what, but we don't specifically train people to strike in the side of the neck as a deadly force option, no.
So we have a forearm strike. That's, I think we saw them on the training video. I don't know if you're in here, the forearm strike where you're punching with your forearms, right?
Right.
So that, I think, in this instance, did you see, I don't know, did the defendant do that in this instance? I was more open hands. Did he do any forearms?
Didn't appear so, no.
You have your palm heel strike. That's a punch with the heel, right? That?
Yes, the meaty part of your palm.
Right. Then you have a straight punch, which is just your normal punch, straight punch, right?
Correct.
You have a combo, the palm heel strike and straight punch.
Yes.
So you do like a punch, heel, punch, you kind of alternate. Is that the ideal?
Different arms, like using your body momentum, yes.
There's an angle kick. What's an angle kick?
Striking one of the outside of the leg, there's nerve points there with your bony part of your shin, more or less like a kick across somebody.
Okay. What's a shin kick? Would be a kick specifically right to the shins, right?
Yeah, it's more of a, if you think about stubbing your shin on something, that pain kind of down by your top of your shoe or boot, yes.
And there's a knee strike. So we definitely saw him do a knee strike.
Correct.
So we did one of those things.
He did.
All right. What's a straight arm bar takedown?
It's a takedown option that we teach and train, where you extend somebody's arm down, and the officer would be in this area, and you use body momentum and mechanics to bring them down.
How about iron wrist takedown?
That would be if a handcuff is applied or partially applied, you use the body mechanics of your wrist bent and the mechanical advantage of the handcuff to pull somebody down.
So definitely that one wouldn't apply because it wasn't handcuffed. That's only used in handcuffs.
That's the iron part of it, yes.
What's a 4-finger wrist lock?
That would be more or less just bending the wrist and kind of an arm weave to bring somebody down.
How about a rear sentry takedown? Because this is a big one, because the rear sentry takedown under your training, what I've seen, is designed for even if somebody's bigger from you, you can kind of pull them down from behind. Is that a...
Yeah, if somebody, the size difference, obviously you'd have to break down their height disadvantage, because it's again, body mechanic dependent.
The final one's jaw control. Is this, you kind of grab somebody with the face and push them back?
It's more of a cheek hold, and you have to, again, counterbalance, just like all of the pressure points, because the pressure, if you're not counterbalancing it, they're going to be able to escape that.
Okay. Now, do you have your ASP on you?
I do.
Can you bring it out and show it to the jury?
I can. I carry mine behind my firearm, and it's an expandable baton.
Okay, can you expand it, please?
I can. So it would expand to, I don't know, 20 inches or so, 21 inches.
So this would be the impact, that would be an impact weapon that we talked about earlier.
Correct.
Okay. It's not just, okay, they got this, swing away, right? You teach them on specific things on how to use that, right?
Yes.
One of those things is open mode to common perineal. What exactly is that?
So, as the officer opens that baton or expands it, striking the peroneal nerve runs on the outside of your thigh, kind of, if you think of the seam of your pants, for gentlemen anyway, that's the area, kind of above your knee, below your hip.
What's a femoral strike with the axe?
The femoral nerve runs on the inside of your thigh, obviously large artery too, so that would be the target area.
And then you have a radial medial strike?
Nerves on the top of your forearm and the bottom of your forearm.
So you're trained specifically to strike with your ASP on the top or bottom of the arm?
Correct.
And then we talked about it, OC spray is part of it?
Yes.
And there's a reason why the OC spray may be effective, but that's another option?
Yes.
We talked about a little bit, when those are kind of your traditional normal ones. Flashlight is kind of a trained thing. If things are going really bad, you let your officers use a flashlight to strike.
It could be used as an impact weapon as opposed to the baton, yes.
Now, you talk all these training records, I kind of put them in front of you. These are all taught basically at the academy, right? Or not the academy, through your training program.
Correct.
When they're recruits. And so these training records, use of force, you're recertified each year, right?
Yes.
So these training records we have, the defendant was recertified every year on all these pressure points, ass strikes, whatever, any training that we just went over. He was recertified every year on that.
Correct.
And in fact, he was recertified on February 22nd, maybe a month and a half before this incident.
Yeah, I believe so.
One of the things you also talked about was action versus reaction. That's something you train.
Correct.
So action versus reaction, I want to be clear on this. So hypothetically, you're an expert, so hypothetically, you're responding to a domestic violence call. That's something common for Darren's police, right?
Yes.
So you respond to a domestic violence call, they say, it went out the back. You go out the back. I'm standing there with a gun. You can't shoot me, can you?
You're standing there with a gun?
Just standing there, right like this, gun at my side.
There's a lot of other factors to it, but it would depend.
Well, what other factors?
Depends on kind of how you're moving, distance of us.
Just said I'm standing. I'm standing here right there. I am standing, gun pointed, and looking at you.
No, I wouldn't shoot in that situation.
Why not?
Because you're pointing at the ground.
Okay? Not posing a threat to you right now, am I?
No, you're a threat.
I'm a threat, but I haven't done anything well, if I'm a threat, why can't you shoot me then?
Because I would have you at high ready, my gun pointed at you, giving you loud verbal commands.
Okay? Wonder if I'm running away.
I would be giving you loud verbal commands. So if you have a firearm in your hand, you're running from me, I would still have my gun up and giving you verbal commands that I give chase.
But action beats reaction. I can quick shoot,
Yes.
right? That's what you're trained.
Yes,
But even in this circumstance, this wasn't a gun, this was a taser, right?
it was.
Taser doesn't do the same thing as a gun. You would agree with me on that, wouldn't you?
Does not function like a firearm, no.
So the one big concern of the tasers is going to disable somebody to have somebody access their gun. That's one of the biggest concerns, right?
Yes.
Part of this, did you know that you knew the defendant before all this happened, correct?
Correct. He worked for me when I was on midnight as a watch commander.
So he was one of your staff, if you will.
Yes,
And were you part of his training as well?
I have been over the years, yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes. Could we switch the computer to the defense, please? Morning, Captain Civer. All right, I have a few questions for you. You were asked by Mr. Becker about your status as an expert for the defense, right?
Yes.
And were you ever asked by Mr. Becker to provide information about this case?
Only when Detective Sergeant Tubergen asked to meet with me, whatever, last week or 2 weeks ago.
And when he asked to meet with you a few weeks ago, did you meet with him?
I did voluntarily meet with him, yes.
And are you aware of anyone at the Grand Rapids Police Department that was asked for their opinion by Mr. Becker about this case?
I am not.
Are you aware that the prosecutor has had GRPD's policies and training since this incident occurred in 2022?
Yes.
Are you aware if anyone at GRPD was asked about the training and policies?
Just because it's redirect, it's not a cross-exam.
I'm clarifying the information that Mr. Becker has put out there.
And you can clarify without asking leading questions, so, because you are being unsustained as to that. You can just rephrase.
Has Mr. Becker ever asked you about GRPD training or policies prior to a few weeks ago?
Before yesterday, no.
And how much are you getting paid to be an expert for the defense?
I am not.
Were you ever asked to provide a written report like the paid experts in this case prepared?
I have not.
And you met with Detective Tubergen. Did you meet with Detective Tubergen before this case?
No, the day of the incident, I don't believe Detective Tubergen was present for the round count. I believe it was one of his colleagues.
Sorry, did you meet with Detective Tubergen before the trial?
No. I'm sorry, the 23rd, I think the date we sat down in my office for an interview, or whatever that date was, recently.
And when you talked to him, did you discuss the nature of your testimony with him?
No.
When you met with Detective Tubergen on April 3rd or whatever it was, did you discuss some of the GRPD policies and training with him?
Just the specific questions he asked in regard to if we had a foot pursuit policy, and then the taser-related, I forget the verbiage in the report there, but about the taser disarming or whatever.
And you provided answers to all of the questions he asked you, right?
I did.
And you were asked some questions about GRPD's policies and trainings about foot pursuits.
I was.
And you helped identify some of the mandatory trainings that GRPD has about foot pursuits, right?
Correct.
And they included the different training scenarios that you train Grand Rapids police officers about foot pursuits,
Yes.
okay? And those are all within the records provided to the prosecution, right?
I would assume. I'm not the records management area of the department, but I would assume so, yes.
Your Honor, do I have permission to approach?
Yes, and with
This is what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit II. Captain Civer, do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
And is this a summary of the GRPD policies and training?
Yes, it is. It's a policies and mandatory training summary chart.
And there are quite a few mandatory trainings that have been provided at this point, right?
Yes, it chronologically starts from when Officer Schurr was hired in 2015, and then chronologically through 2022.
And this, and I guess if we need to bring all of it up, but is it fair to say that this is Exhibit F? This includes some of the pages from that mandatory training, but there are binders worth of training that
Yes.
received, right?
Yes.
And Your Honor, the defense would move to admit Defendant's Exhibit II at this time.
Is this something that's part of GRPD policies?
This is a summary of policies.
That's what I mean. The summary is not in the GRPD policies, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question, sir.
This is, like, when you go into your policy manual, this is not a document created by GRPD, is it?
This is not a document created by GRPD, no.
Who created this document?
I don't know.
You don't know who created this document, so how do you know what it is or where it came from?
I just said I don't know where it came from. I understand the verbiage and the exact quotations that are taken from several of these mandatory training files.
So, but this is not something that's part of the actual policy, and you don't know where it came from, so I don't believe it's admissible, Your Honor. There's not a sufficient foundation.
Your Honor, if you'd like, I will go through the mandatory trainings then. Mr.
Sorry, but, so, you
I mean, we-
withdrawing your move to admit, or are you going to have something else you'd like to state?
We'll withdraw the summary chart,
Okay.
and at this time, we'll,
Refer to the training, like you held up a book, was that Exhibit F?
yeah, that was Exhibit E and F, but
But then.
I was referencing Exhibit F, yes, that, which is already,
1 through 18?
Yes.
So that's already been admitted.
yes. And I guess, Bob, if you can actually, before you publish it on the screen, can you please pull up the People's Exhibit 31 and go to page 15? Or just go straight to 15? And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing Captain Civer with what's been previously marked and admitted as the People's Exhibit 31. And Bob, can you go to,
Your Honor, can we approach real quick?
Since the nature of what will be displayed on the screen, I'm instructing the media to not shoot the screen. And the witness is okay, testimony is okay, but showing what's on the screen would need to be, will not happen. So, okay. And go ahead, Ms. Hamilton, your question about page 15, and you handed him page 15, right?
believe it was, actually, it might be page 14. Unless he just, what is your exhibit video? Is it 1901? What's your exhibit video?
Sorry, 129.
All right, sorry, Bob. I don't know exactly what page this is in the People's Exhibit, but this is the same as Defendant's Exhibit F5. Can you pull that one up, please? And then it'll be on the first page of that.
F5,
Yes. Which has already been admitted.
and is that what you handed the witness?
It's the same, yeah, it's the same. I just don't know in the People's Exhibit which page it is. And I just used the relevant pages in ours. Okay. And directing your attention to the scenario 1, discussing the foot pursuit. And as part of your, can you explain what this type of scenario is and what it includes?
Yes, so oftentimes in our mandatory training cycles, we have specific objectives or training goals. So, for example, this is 1901, meaning it was 2019, it was the first training cycle of the year. So, CEW, ECD, Taser, we're trying to accomplish a specific objective with scenario 1. So many times we build out scenarios that are very scripted, so we could try to limit for safety reasons and to get the response we want, I guess, in short. So this scenario 1 was we set up that the officer is responding to a foot pursuit that another officer called out, and when they arrive, they find the role player, which is acting as the assailant or the suspect, is on top of the officer. So to get a close probe deployment, meaning firing the taser from a close distance with a follow-up, touching the taser to a different point in that body to achieve the electrical circuit or NMI.
And that involved an officer who was also in a solo foot pursuit?
Correct.
And you trained Grand Rapids police officers, including Officer Schurr, on solo foot pursuits, is that correct?
Correct.
Bob, can you please pull up Exhibit F17? Your Honor, do I have permission to approach?
Yes. Just say what you're approaching with.
I am approaching with Defendant's Exhibit F16, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm now handing Captain Civer a copy of their unknown risk traffic stop training. And you were asked some questions about unknown risk traffic stops. And Mr. Becker had questioned you about an officer's ability to leave the vehicle. Can you talk about some of the factors that you train officers to look for, which are reflected on page 2 of the PowerPoint? There.
Yes, sorry. So, as the jury can see, just working through things to think about, things to be aware of. What's the nature of the offense? As in, why are you stopping the vehicle? We have what we refer to, the only two variations, unknown risk and high-risk traffic stops. High risk would be a known violent crime has been committed. It's a vehicle that matches the description. There's specific intent, or specific information that leads you down that path, and you have time and resources and all that. Unknown risk is what this incident would be classified as. So understanding why you stopped the vehicle, environmental hazards, meaning, where do you stop the vehicle as geographically or location, any intelligence that's available, type of vehicle, obviously like large vans and certain things like that are more dangerous because you can't see inside of them, or if windows are completely tinted and those kind of factors.
And is that all sorry,
Yes, that was it, sir.
okay. And is this all based on, is this part of the officer's discretion to
Yes.
determine? And is it usually, do you usually train officers to look for these threat assessments and analyze the person that's directly potentially posing a threat?
Correct. Kind of a concept we talk about is handling one problem at a time, meaning an individual that's out of the car is your first priority. Right? You've got to address that right away. And then work to occupants in the vehicle if be. We specifically train our people to do a quick assessment if they're running by a car where they'll glance or look and obvious signs of danger. But yes, they have to process all that information.
And in this case, who is the person that was presenting the most risk to Officer Schurr at the time of the stop?
At the time of the stop, the driver was.
Why?
Because he was already out of the vehicle. He had separated from the vehicle. Officer Schurr is still trying to get his radio traffic out, put the vehicle in park, undo his seatbelt if he had it on, and get out of the vehicle.
Bob, could you please go to page 14? Oh, and the middle slide, and scroll. And one of the things that we talked about a little bit yesterday is how you train officers to assess people's risks, or the risk that someone poses, is that
Yes.
correct? And what are one of those concepts that you train them?
I think we said it yesterday, but if it didn't, historically, most foot pursuits end with a tackle or they give up. It doesn't usually lead down a long, drawn-out, extended struggle or fight with the suspect. So the concept you see on the slide, failure to comply, ask yourself why. What am I missing? What do I not know? Why is this person fighting so hard to not be put in handcuffs or be arrested? So you, again, the action versus reaction, I don't know why. I can't be in their mind. I don't know what they did. I don't know. I obviously know I had an arrest, or specifically if I have an arrest, and why they're fleeing and why they're fighting me so hard.
Bob, can we pull up Defendant's Exhibit E1, please? And this is the GRPD use of force policy that we spoke about yesterday and that you were asking questions about.
Yes.
And you, Mr. Becker was asking you some questions about OC spray. And Bob, can you go to 9-1.3, so page 3? And then 2B. And what is OC spray considered?
Under our policy, it's under 2, subparagraph B, compliance controls, which lists out soft empty hand techniques, meaning joint locks, wrist locks, pressure points, and then compliance control devices, meaning handcuffs. ASR stands for aerial, it's OC spray. Yeah.
And that's, OC spray is similar to pressure points?
Correct. It's one of our lower levels of force options available.
And Bob, if you could go to the next page, which is 9-1.4, D. What is a taser considered?
That would be an intermediate level of force, along with impact weapon, the baton, those type of things.
And that's is that a higher level of force than OC spray?
Yes.
And once a person tries to disarm an officer of his taser, and they have been fighting over it for over 2.5 minutes, and once the officer makes a decision or is in fear of serious bodily injury, is he entitled to use deadly force?
If the situation is there, yes.
And once the officer makes the decision to use deadly force, is he required to go back down and try every lower level of force?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not reasonable. We keep saying that term, reasonable. It's not reasonable to expect, if I've exhausted other options of force in my escalation and they've been unsuccessful, how could we possibly expect them to go back down that ladder and try again? They've demonstrated that it's been ineffective for a myriad of reasons, but it's been ineffective. Why can't they go, why should they have to go back to lower levels of force?
Are you aware of the Kent County Prosecutor's Office ever charging a defendant with resisting and obstructing after a foot chase?
I am, yes.
And did the office take the position that the defendant should be let go because the officer created a dangerous situation?
No.
Are you aware of the Kent County Prosecutor's Office deeming that running away...
I'm going to have to object. This is what the relevance is on every other case that we've charged. We charge thousands of these, and so I don't see what the relevance is on what our decisions are in some unknown cases.
Your Honor, that's a position that this office has taken, that
Which office?
that the Kent County Prosecutor's Office has taken previously. They've charged people for resisting and obstructing for foot pursuits, and the officers have engaged in foot pursuits to catch the person.
The other cases. So I'll sustain based on relevance, and it's outside the scope of the process as well, so.
He was asking about the foot pursuit policy and whether it's permitted, or if there is one.
But you're asking about a different policy of a different office.
Well, I'm asking if it's a crime to run away from the police, and if...
Is that what you're asking?
I mean, no, but I'm asking if it's
Yeah, so I'm sustaining the objection on the basis of what other cases, because we're not here about those cases. They're not relevant here.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. All right, no further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And I do see a couple of hands raised on the board, so I'll have my clerk coming back with those questions for you. We can approach.
All right, we got some jury questions coming in. Judge has asked for the state and defense to approach. Camera is zooming in on his watch and fingernails. Pretty good cuticles. Looks like he doesn't bite his fingernails. Good job, Captain. And they're not dirty, so it looks like he cleaned his nails for today's court. What kind of watch is that? I wonder. All right, camera person, where are you going to take us now? Oh, we're going to go up to his badge and extreme close-up. How do his pores look? Does he exfoliate? Hey, Krista J., good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Jury question, how much can you bench, sir? Asking for a friend. Yes, Terry H., this camera person. We've been having fun with the camera person. Curvial. No nose hairs, so he plucked. Dimple watch. see the black ring, the black wedding ring. Camera person is checking out the cop. Oh, he's going back to the paper clip. It's fidget spinner. Oh, let's check out that watch again. Black wedding ring, fidget spinner. Paper clip time. Cleaning off some dust. All right, yep. The paper clip is the new fidget spinner. You can make a killing if you sell those as a stress reducer. And high. Oh, wow, let's get really zoomed in there. All right. There we go. Awesome. He's wrestling that paper clip. Who's going to win? Yeah, Pinky Lemonade, I don't know. Black wedding rings. It seems like a lot of people are wearing black wedding rings these days.
Are the training simulations from start to finish in real time?
In like the average training scenario, I'm
I
assuming?
guess the context is that we saw the graduation video, for example, that showed a clip.
Yeah, so for...
But how long is the actual training simulation?
Yes, Your Honor. So the example, that graduation video that had Officer Schurr's, a snippet of his time, those OC, where we expose them and have them do drills, that's probably roughly a minute and a half to 2 minutes by the time they work through. There'll be usually multiple dummies or stations or areas they have to complete exercises at. So, for example, that one's probably 2 minutes.
And the next is how often are those simulations required during training?
So the exposure happens while they're new hires, right? Sometimes historically, if you go to become an instructor in that area, you get exposed or sprayed again or multiple times, or if you recertify in that. But for the average officer that isn't an instructor, that just participates in our training cycle, they don't get exposed to Taser and pepper spray, but they do reality-based scenarios multiple times through the year on a yearly basis.
And next is, in your opinion, since we're in Grand Rapids, are the GRPD GRPD policies and procedures meant to supersede the generally accepted police policies and procedures?
So that term, I know you've heard it a lot. It can be construed some ways. So our policies and procedures, our training calendars, the training calendar isn't published publicly, but our policies are publicly published. We are CALIA certified. CALIA is an international organization that accredits agencies. So they do a full review from top to bottom, training, policies, equipment, and I have to submit yearly reports based upon reviews. So they're a 5-year cycle that you're certified for the accreditation. We've been accredited since 2017, which puts us in the top 5% of all agencies in the United States, at least, for that. And then we've also had 2017, I believe it was, the 21st Century Policing. They came in, they did multiple work group meetings with community members and all that, department members, all that, and reviewed our policies. I think Mr. Becker brought up the exhibit had something from that 21st Century Policing recommendations. So we've had multiple reviews by accredited national agencies or international accreditation agencies.
Okay, so sounds like you're saying they're not meant to supersede. But
correct, and I think my point with that is those accreditation agencies wouldn't accredit you if your policies were out of norm. So, and again, policies that may, for example, say the Los Angeles Police Department may have a policy, may have a foot pursuit policy. What happens in Los Angeles doesn't equate to Grand Rapids, or doesn't make sense. So we pay attention to regional things much closer than on the national stage, because use of force laws are different in the state of Florida or South Carolina. practices are different, right? Weather dependent, all these factors. So we have a ton of outside reviews. We've been accredited and reviewed and appraised by these organizations for our willingness to do that and open the doors, more or less.
Lieutenant, do you have any follow-up from those responses?
Just a few, Madam. So just to clarify, I think what you're saying here is that GRPD, even though some of those things are factors that are sometimes considered, GRPD policies supersede the national generally accepted police practices as far as what your officers...
Actually, it's leading him, that is not what he said.
If you could, I'm going to sustain that because it's not what his response is. And if you could just rephrase your question.
Can you clarify what governs how you evaluate GRPD's police officers' use of force? Whose
By
policies and
our policies.
procedures?
And I would offer our policies do coincide with generally accepted police practices.
And when you say that term, can you define what you mean by that? I mean, that's a very broad term, so what do you mean by that?
Yes, I would point back to the reviews we have by the CALIA, for example, the international organization. They would not offer accreditation to agencies that policies were outside of the norm or generally accepted police practices.
Right. I guess what standards are you evaluating GRPD's officers by? When you're conducting like a use of force evaluation, what do you look at within
One
GRPD?
policy, the training, is it consistent with training? Obviously, state and federal law, which our policies are derived from.
And it's GRPD's policies that are governing what the officer, or how you're evaluating a GRPD officer's conduct, right?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
I just want to follow up on the other question in terms of the length of your training. And you talked about the training with the exposure to the OC spray that we saw in the recruit. I guess generally, how long are your dynamic training situations when you do those after they become officers?
Sure. Just an average scenario could be anywhere from 30 seconds to several minutes. It depends on what the intent of the scenario is. But it's also, I want to clarify, it's difficult to recreate physically exhausting scenarios for the risk of injury to the officer and role players.
Yep, thank you.
And I think you touched on this a little yesterday. When you're doing the scenario-based training, like the videos you talked about, when the officers are actually fighting with another person, how long are those scenarios?
Those we specifically designed for, depending on the officer's physical ability or fitness level, 30 seconds to a minute and a half, depending on, because the risk of injury skyrockets when people are exhausted and that. So usually we can accomplish what we need to demonstrate that, usually within 30 seconds to a minute and a half.
Yes.
Mr. Becker, any other questions? And I do see one hand on the jury, so I'll ask my clerk to come and get that question from you. You can approach the
So another juror question. So yeah, cleverly twisted. When they talk about environmental, think about Arizona, New Mexico, if you're in foot pursuit and it's 110 degrees, or if you're in Miami or, Fort Lauderdale or Orlando, and you're in a foot pursuit and it's, 90 degrees out and the humidity is 10,000%, yeah, it's going to be a lot different than wrestling somebody with...
Can you clarify, in your opinion, is deadly force appropriate in situations of active resistance or only in situations of active aggression? You can describe GRPD's policy.
Yes. Active resistance, you can't say always, but would most likely not lead to a deadly force incident. Becomes, that it's a fine line between resistance and aggression. So, for example, grabbing at a taser would be an aggressive act, and that would raise the level of force greatly. So, hopefully that answers that.
Okay, so is there a policy or training with respect to the appropriateness of deadly force in active resistance or active aggression?
Yes, in our reality-based scenarios, we'll create that position so there's different force options, and they understand the difference of active resistance versus active aggression, and that's the whole purpose of why we train the way we do, so they have a conditioned response to those.
Thank you. Any follow-up to that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Deputy?
No further questions, Your Honor.
And I don't see any other hands raised. May this witness be excused?
No, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry. Please remind me.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Captain.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And please make call your next witness.
Now we would call Chad Mccersie.
Good morning.
And before you take your seat, will you please raise your right hand? My clerk will swear you in.
Do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Miller.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Chad Mccersie. My last name is spelled Mckersie.
And sir, how are you employed?
I am a police captain with the Grand Rapids Police Department.
All right, so Captain Mccersie, correct?
Captain Mccersie, correct.
All right, and how long have you been employed with the Grand Rapids Police Department?
I have been employed as a police officer since January of 2000, so over 25 years now.
And could you just give me a brief synopsis of your experiences and positions over the years, please?
Certainly. I first started as an intern at the Grand Rapids Police Department in mid-90s, and then I got my college education, returned, and was hired as a patrol officer in January of 2000. I worked the road patrol for about 3 years, mainly in the South Service area. I then joined what we call the SRT, the Special Response Team, or the SWAT team. As a police officer, I did that for approximately 6 years. I left the SWAT team, went back to the road. I was chosen to become a community police officer. Joined the community policing team for about a year, and then I was promoted to sergeant. After I was a sergeant, I went back to night shift patrol as a night shift sergeant on the road. Did that for just a few months before I returned back into the SRT as a sergeant and team leader in the SWAT team. Did that for approximately 2.5, 3 years. In that time, I left and went into the detective unit. I became a detective sergeant overseeing our general case team for about a year, and then moved into our family services team as a sergeant and ran that. Family services handles domestic violence, sex crimes, things of those nature. After that, I did a couple years there. I was promoted to lieutenant, and what we then joined, went back to the road as the watch commander. Our watch commanders or lieutenants run our road patrol shifts for the night and for the day during that. Was there for about a year and a half, then moved into our internal affairs unit. Was the commander of our internal affairs for 16, 17 months for the department, and then an opening became available in the training unit. At that time, the training unit was commanded by a lieutenant. I was at that rank. I took that position and ran our training unit for about 2.5 years. From there, I was then promoted to captain, and I moved to the West Service area as the captain of that team for a year and a half again, and then another opening came in support services. I moved into support services. Support services captain handles a lot of the admin work, a lot of the IT, buying the equipment, getting the fleet, the cars, and a lot of paperwork just to get all the stuff that supports our officers out on the street with the equipment that they need. From there, I then, last September, moved to be the commander of our North Service area in Grand Rapids. It was an honor to be the North Service area captain because that's where I grew up. I'm from Grand Rapids, so it's a privilege to be the commander of the patrol teams over the North Service area, and that's where I currently sit.
Need a drink of water?
Thank you.
So appreciate that, and that's sounds like you've had quite a few duties over the years. Now, have you also had, and you may have mentioned this in there, I apologize, I looked down at my notes a couple of times, but have you had duties as a master taser instructor?
I have several other additional duties throughout those years, what we call an additional duty. I was a taser instructor, firearms instructor, defensive tactics instructor, and then I became a master taser instructor when I was in the training unit.
And just to touch on historically, you've been with GRPD since what year?
January 2000.
All right, and has the taser been within Grand Rapids Police Department for quite a few years?
Yeah, it was introduced while I was on the SWAT team as an officer, so probably 2005, 6, I don't know exact dates, but it's been a tool for our officers for almost 20 years, maybe.
Now, as a master taser instructor, how many master and taser instructors does the department have at one time?
Typically one. At times we have two. We try to get someone certified as a master taser instructor and then have someone go the next year, so we have an overlap because the master taser certification only lasts 2 years, so we want to have a master taser instructor in-house so that certification doesn't lapse at that time.
How do you obtain this classification as master taser instructor? What were the requirements to earn that role?
To become a master taser instructor, you have to attend the training through Axon. Axon's the company that designs and created the taser. So you go to a 40-week, 5-day class, wherever it's held. Mine was held in Los Angeles. You go to that facility, go through the training for its classroom, a test, a lot of practical exercises, designing stuff. They also teach you how to become a better instructor while you're there when you're doing it.
And upon conclusion of that course and in earning the role as master taser instructor, what do you do then when you go back to your department with that training?
With that classification inside the Grand Rapids Police Department, I train taser instructors for the department. And then those taser instructors instruct the officers in the classroom environment how to properly use the weapon on their belt.
Now, sir, did you mention you've also been, was it commander of the Internal Affairs Division for a year or two?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a significant amount of familiarity with GRPD training and in overall use of force policies and practices that were in place on or prior to April 4 of 2022?
I do.
And do you have a significant amount of familiarity with GRPD Taser instruction and practices on and prior to April 4, 2022?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to have Captain Mccersie recognized as an expert in a couple of things. GRPD training, policies, practices with regards to the Taser device, and training, policies, and practices of GRPD related to use of force.
No objection.
All right, so he shall be considered an expert in those fields.
And when I say use of force, in just the general overall policies of GRPD related.
Yes, sir.
To the general duties as far as automobile stops and the basic performance and policies involving those matters.
Yes, sir.
So, but he's an expert in training policies and practices regarding Taser.
Use of force, and then also just general overall police duties, police functions within the Grand Rapids Police Department. I apologize for making that.
Duties and functions.
Correct.
Any objection to that additional area of expertise?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so then he shall be considered an expert in those three areas.
So I'd like to ask you some questions related in particular to Taser. We had another witness who testified about several topics. I'm going to try not to go into a lot of the same things all over again, okay? But just to get into a few areas in particular related to Taser, and then ultimately get to some specific questions about the case here. Now, sir, the defense is calling you in this case to testify, is that right?
That is correct.
And has the defense talked to you several times over the last 3 years?
Yes.
And has the defense asked you a significant amount of questions about GRPD policies, trainings, and just the general practices of GRPD?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you also testify on matters related to this case about 2.5 years ago?
Yeah, I testified in the original preliminary examination for this case.
Okay, and were you under oath at that preliminary examination?
I was.
Now, have you ever prepared a report, you know, a final conclusion report or anything for either party?
I have not.
Were you ever asked to?
No.
You testified 2.5 years ago, and was the prosecutor present for that?
Yes.
And has the prosecutor or detective on this case ever reached out to you and asked you for more explanation on any training policies or just general overall practices of GRPD?
No.
If they would you have been happy to talk to them?
Yes.
Your office is about a block away from their office, is that fair to say?
That is correct.
Now, going to the Taser, what model of Taser did GRPD use on April 4, 2022?
At that time, we were using the model Taser 7, the T7.
And where would an officer on duty on that date, where would they carry that device?
We mandate they carry it on the opposite side as their firearm, so you have to do a cross draw to pull that, access that weapon off of their belt at that time. The main reason for that is we don't want ever under stress to think you're pulling your Taser and you actually pull your firearm. Firearm's on your dominant side if you're right-handed or left-handed, and so we mandate it's on the opposite side, so you have to make a distinct motion to go get that device to use it at that time.
Now, besides the Taser on that belt, what else is an officer wearing when they go out on a shift for GRPD for the most part?
On their utility belt, if you will, what they wear is, obviously you have your handgun, that's in a holster, You have 2 extra mags of ammunition on your belt. You have OC or pepper spray on your belt. There's an ASP baton, 1 or if not 2 sets of handcuffs on your belt, your radio, as well as your taser device.
And then how about, and you may have mentioned this, vest, do you wear a vest?
Yeah, every officer on the road is mandated to wear their bulletproof vest underneath their uniform. In today's world, you see a lot of exterior vests. This is the uniform that Officer Schurr was wearing was like this. So that is how we're equipped.
When you add up all of that equipment, approximately what weight, if you know off the top?
It's roughly around 20 pounds, 25 pounds. Obviously, my vest and belt might be bigger than skinnier people, but so.
All right. Now, we talked about going back to the Taser 7. The manufacturer, Axon, they make other models as well. Is that fair to say?
That is.
And, sir, did you have the opportunity to sit through the testimony of prosecution's expert, Mr. Bloomfield?
Half of it.
Okay. And did you sit through the testimony of the prosecution's expert witness, the law professor?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you hear some of their opinions related to this case?
I have.
Did you have an opportunity to read their report?
I have.
Sir, does it appear that they may have been referring to an older Taser model than the Taser 7 in some of their opinions?
Yeah, it was testified to as well as in the report of, in one portion they considered the optimal distance of 7 feet standoff. It was documented in the report between 7 and 15 feet, and that is the rule that was in place for older model tasers, not the Taser 7.
And we'll get into some, but were there some differences, the Taser 7 that Officer Schurr was carrying compared to the older models?
Yes.
Okay. So going forward in the testimony, Officer Schurr had a Taser 7. If I refer to Taser, can we just agree we're talking about the Taser 7 unless I say something different?
Understood.
Now, under the GRPD use of force policies, what level of force would the Taser 7, would the Taser be within?
It is considered an intermediate weapon, so that's where it falls in our use of force.
And how about OC or pepper spray? Where is that located?
That is a lower level of force. The OC, that is used for verbal noncompliance, active, passive resistance, lower levels of resistance that officers would observe.
Does GRPD, do they consider the Taser a less lethal form of force?
Yes, we do.
Now, is that consideration in the hands of a trained police officer?
That is correct.
In the hands of an untrained officer, would GRPD classify it as a less lethal form of force?
If an untrained police officer, they wouldn't be allowed to carry it.
Well, let's just go into that, because I think Detective Tubergen touched on this a little bit in his testimony, but an unlicensed person, as far as what are you required to have in order for any old citizen to carry a Taser?
In the state of Michigan, if you were to obtain a Taser, you need the licensing, like a concealed permit, as well as the training and certification form for that device.
And is that whether the battery's in it, no probes, no anything within the device? Are you still required to have that licensing to even touch the device by law?
Yeah.
And what's the classification of an offense if the person does not have that licensing?
That would be a felony in the state of Michigan.
Now I'm going to ask you, I'd like to get into some of the Taser training, but just backing up a little bit, okay, because I can't recall how much this was discussed, but just to give the jury a little bit of context as far as training goes. When an officer is hired into Grand Rapids Police Department, what's their initial endeavor, or what do they first get involved with?
Right. We either send people to the academy to get their state certification, or they put themselves through the state certification. So then they are considered a certifiable police officer.
I don't mean to cut you off there, but what's their state certification?
State certification is a 15 to 17 week course, or sometimes in some colleges it's spread out over 2 years, but it is the certification through MCOLS, the Michigan Commission of Law Enforcement Standards.
And what is MCOLS just in general? Does MCOLS also have standards that every police department is required to follow or abide by?
Yes, MCOLS sets the standards, the basic standards of what a police officer needs to be certified and to hold the status of a police officer.
And is GRPD certified or accredited, or do they follow MCOLS standards?
Yes.
What do you say what MCOLS stands for?
Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards.
I'm going to ask you to say the whole thing every time. No more MCOLS.
I apologize.
No, I'm just joking. Let's stick with MCOLS. Now, once cut you off, after the person goes to an MCOLS certified academy, and then what?
When we hire that individual, we put them through either a 6-week or an 8-week orientation. Sometimes we shorten it if it's a small class. If it's a bigger class, it's typically an 8-week class. Inside there, we now train them how the Grand Rapids Police Department does our policies, procedures, manual of conduct, and our use of force. We certify them in the Taser. Obviously, we certify them with our firearms. We certify them with every tool that they have in their belt, certify them with their pepper spray. We go over how to do traffic stops. We go over how to do contact and cover. We go over, how to police a burglary report, how to police a CSC, how to police domestic violence. And then after the 8 weeks, we swear them in as an officer for the Grand Rapids Police Department. After the swearing in ceremony, they go into our field training program. It's a 16-week program at minimum that they go into, and it's divided up into 4 steps. Each step, the trainee is always partnered with a field training officer. And on each step, their level of work that they're supposed to do gets bigger. It starts off at like 25%, then it's 55%, then it's almost 100%, and then like the last 4 weeks is they're like shadowed by their FTO to see if they can do the job appropriately. And during that time, that's documented, their mistakes, their successes, and what training was needed to improve skill sets here and there to make sure that they are good and on a solid basis to move on and go on to solo patrol.
Okay. Now, just going back to Taser training, where is the officer initially trained on Taser usage?
During our 8-week orientation.
Okay. And then how about after they're done with the 8-week? Is there continued?
We have annual recertification of the Taser device every year built into our training programs.
And is that just only the department that requires that, or does the manufacturer? I can't recall.
I believe it's the manufacturer's policy to recertify every device or every officer with that device.
Now, when you instruct the officer going all the way back to the 8-week in-house, does the manufacturer provide the department with materials that the department then uses to train the officer?
Yes, we are mandated by the manufacturer to use the most up-to-date version or PowerPoint that they provide to us to go over the slides and educate the individual on how the device works, basic understanding of electricity. I believe you heard from Brian Childs from Axon explain some of that stuff. We go over all that in detail, and then we go through the practical exercises, practice just pulling it out of the holster, arming it, aiming it, how it works, the laser, the light, the nomenclature of the device. And then we put them through real life scenarios. Well, simulated real-life scenarios, with role players. Role players wear protective suits, and they have certain training cartridges that we can use that are safe to do so you're not getting tased during them. It would just be for the target location on an individual in certain environments. When to use a taser, when not to use a taser, those things.
Now, are the officers then tested to assure their understanding of the taser?
Yes, there is a written test as a part of their initial certification.
Now, are they? We heard from Mr. Childs already, but just to confirm, are the on the topic of warnings that's given by the manufacturer, are those warnings forwarded on to the actual officer who's going to use the device?
Yeah, they are presented with the same warnings that are in the PowerPoint, and they're gone over in that training.
And just in general, what are officers taught about the taser device and its capabilities?
They are taught, and it's clearly stated in the PowerPoint, that the taser device is a serious weapon and should be treated as such at all times.
At all times?
At all times.
And are there any warnings as far as the capability of the device to cause injury or death?
Yes, there are a few throughout the PowerPoint that claim that this device can cause serious injury or death.
Try not to go over everything that Mr. Childs already explained, but just in general, this Taser 7 device, how many cartridges could that hold?
It was equipped with 2 cartridges.
And can you give us just one more snapshot of deploying a cartridge and what that does?
Yeah, the device is equipped with 2 cartridges at that time. And there is a close quarters cartridge and a standoff cartridges. We went with one of each, so the close quarter cartridge is in bay 1 and the standoff cartridge is in bay 2. Bay 1 means if you pull the trigger, that's the first probes that are going to go out. Close quarters has a 12-degree spread, so if I use my fingers, the top one is straight like Mr. Childs says, the bottom one's at a 12-degree angle down. It's designed for that close range deployment to get that optimal 12-inch spread for potential neuromuscular incapacitation at that time. The second cartridge is called a standoff cartridge that has a 3.5-degree spread. So obviously the spread is minimized. So you can do it from a further distance of that individual and still try to obtain that 12-inch spread if the probes hit that individual.
And if I could just approach the witness, Your Honor, with People's Exhibit number 23. Sometimes it's a little easier to have the device in your hand.
No problem. Thank you.
We've already admitted that. Does that appear to be a Taser 7?
Yes, it does.
Without the battery in it or any probes?
There is no battery. There are 2 cartridges in here, but no probes in it.
Okay. So that actually has the cartridges on there.
Yeah, if you push this top button, they come out, and you can see the difference. One clearly states 12 on it, the other one's 3.5. They also have it designed by color, so you know which one you're putting in the proper location.
Now, does Axon warn, and then you in turn warn the officers that you should avoid using the taser on certain parts of the body?
Yes.
And are the trainees taught that if you administer the device on sensitive areas of the body, that in and of itself could cause serious injury or perhaps even death?
Correct.
Can you just list I'm not going to ask you in depth since Mr. Childs went through quite a bit, but just in general, what are those areas that officers are trained to avoid?
Yeah, obviously, and you saw in the pictures of the green little dummy or whatever, the yellow area of the head, the neck, and the chest, the heart to dart thing. So the preferred areas are the green, so the extremities, the large muscle groups of your legs, your entire back. But we want you to avoid the head because of the eyes. We're sending a probe that has a straightened out fish hook. We're avoiding the neck area of the individuals, as well as trying to avoid directly over top of the heart, as well as the genitals. I don't want to forget that.
All right. And even after both cartridges are deployed, okay, and the probes are out there, the 5 seconds passes, does that device have the ability to re-energize the probes and even the wires?
Yeah, if both probes are deployed into the field, the arena, or whatever you want to call it, that you could re-pull the trigger and activate all 4 probes as well as the wires, or you could hit the arc switch on either side, it's ambidextrous, which has been pointed out.
And sir, I was going to go through the voluntary, our officers provided the opportunity to have a voluntary tasing, or recruits actually, back during the 8-week.
Yes, they are.
And we already had a witness testify and go through some of the video on that, so I don't want to necessarily go through it all over again, but is that required, or that the trainee take that on?
It is not required, it's encouraged. We want them to understand the capabilities of this device and feel what neuromuscular incapacitation is. We also want them experience that when you are experiencing NMI, if I can use the shorter version,
please,
that you can still hear commands from the person that is tasing you. So they know when the ride is over that they understand what the officer wants them to do at that time.
And is the setting for this voluntary, is it a fairly controlled setting?
It's a very controlled setting. It's a very sterile environment. Everyone is required to wear eye protection. We offset everybody, behind where the probes are going down range, so there isn't an errant probe that accidentally strikes somebody. We have spotters there, so a lot of the risks of a taser is the uncontrolled fall that could create a lot of injury as well. And so there's spotters, or we'll start them on their knees or even laying down to avoid that fall risk. You can still accomplish the same goal and experience NMI during that time from a laying down position as well as standing.
And we went through the video yesterday, and have you had the opportunity to review the voluntary tasing of Christopher Schurr here back in his academy? And if you recall, and I can pull it back up, but approximately how far was the device from Officer Schurr when the probes were deployed?
In the video that was displayed, Officer Schurr was laying down. The instructor that tased Officer Schurr was probably 1 foot or 2 foot. It's not super clear, just I think the spotter's in the way, but you can tell the proximity was very close, and I believe it was to the lower portion, to his legs.
Even at that closer distance, does it appear as though Officer Schurr still felt the effects of the device?
Yeah, you definitely can tell by his reaction, the immense pain that he's experiencing. And in my opinion, it was a lower extremity, lower hemisphere. You heard that term from Mr. Childs, exposure. So you can see him kind of crawling still because it didn't get that full above and below lockup, but he definitely couldn't use that leg, or if it was in both legs at that time.
It appears as though he did not have the ability to really control his whole body during that experience.
Correct.
And what model was that back in 2015?
2015, we were using the X2. It is the 2 generations below the Taser 7.
Did the X2 have something different than this Taser 7, particularly with its ability in those close range situations?
Yeah, the X2 was equipped with different cartridges. They were designed at a 7-degree spread, and that's was designed, again, trying to get that optimal 12 inches, and that's why they changed, or they continue evolving their product. But at that time, the X2 had a 7-inch spread, not the 12-degree like the close quarters or the 3.5 standout.
So if we had the video with Officer Schurr, similar distance with the Taser 7 device, with the first cartridge that's deployed, what might be expected as far as where it may...
If you did the voluntary exposure with the Taser 7 with the close quarters at that distance, they would get a bigger spread, more likelihood of experiencing full NMI lockup at that time.
So So going back to the academy, was Officer Schurr trained going all the way back to the academy, I call it the academy, the 8-week, that it's acceptable to use the device within closer distance? Would that be fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
And it appears that even at a closer distance, even with the older device, it still had a pretty significant effect on Officer Schurr. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
Now, when the probes connected with Officer Schurr, I think Mr. Childs mentioned this, do you all sometimes refer to that as taking the ride?
Yes, we do.
And how long does the ride last?
It is designed to last 5 seconds.
What happens if the person continues to hold or they repeat the ride after 5 seconds?
It depends on the configuration of the device, the software, the computer of the device. If in older models, if you just held the trigger down, it would keep going for as long as you went until you actually let go of the trigger. In the Taser 7, they have that automatic shut-off that will stop the device after 5 seconds. But it can be re-energized at any time. Any other trigger pull would send a second cartridge, or if you hit the arc switch, you re-energize the one set of probes that are downrange.
Does Axon warn against repeated or continuous deployments or
Yes.
ignitions? And I apologize if I'm using the wrong terminology on this, but now are officers therefore trained not to have continuous or necessarily repeated applications, to have some limit on that?
Yes, officers are trained, if you're not getting the desired behavior change, try a different tactic. You don't want to keep using one thing over. It's more dangerous with the Taser because you're putting that much energy into an individual and I'm not a medical person, but from my training, is repeated exposure to extreme amount of pain. The body's either, adrenaline's going to go really, really high or dump, and that could be dangerous at that time.
Sorry, I'm just trying not to ask you some of the same topics, but just moving on, and I believe this was covered with Mr. Childs, but both cartridges already deployed, and then subsequently an individual has contact, even just contact with the probes or perhaps even the wires, the triggers pulled. Why don't you explain, can those probes and wires be re-energized?
Yeah, the probes and the wires can be energized once they're outside of the device and either in a person, on the ground, or wherever they're at. So anytime you reactivate this device by, again, pulling the trigger or pushing the button intentionally or unintentionally, it's going to cycle again for another 5 seconds. So the energy is out there.
Now, even if both cartridges are deployed, I know we've talked about this, but does the device still have a drive stun capability?
Yes, it does.
And are GRPD officers trained on how to administer that?
Yes, they are.
And are the materials from Axons, as far as warnings about drive stun, are those forwarded on to the trainee or the
Yes,
officer?
they are discussed.
And is it warned to officers that drive stun alone to sensitive areas can cause serious injury or death?
Yes, it's the material, and we go over it.
Now, sir, were you able to listen to the testimony of the prosecution's expert, the law professor?
Yes, I was.
Mr. Stoughton? And he characterized, did you hear him characterize a drive stun to a thumb?
I did hear that.
Do you have kids?
I do.
You let their kids play with their thumbs in their hands, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you let your kids, untrained in particular, play with a drive stun?
Well, first off, it would be illegal for me to do that. But no, I would not. Absolutely not.
You mentioned continuous pain and how the person may dump. Now, what if somebody, as far as the drive stun function, somebody who's depleted, exhausted, a continuous drive stun, could that have some type of effect on them in this dump?
Yes, it could be. If a person is exhausted, that a level of pain would be dangerous.
Have you been drive stunned before?
I have.
And is there anything that you characterize the pain to, or other folks that have
Yeah,
had
it's
it before?
commonly perceived as a blowtorch. It is extreme amount of pain. It's localized pain, but it is unbelievably painful. Yeah, so if you were to press a blowtorch against your skin, you'd want to get away from it as fast as you could.
Grand Rapids Police Department officer, and we'll stick with the drive stun function. When is a Grand Rapids police officer trained to use the drive stun? How?
The drive stun capabilities are primarily used for a third point of contact, to close the circuit of, if you deploy 2 probes and one misses, you can touch them with the device activated in another spot on their body to close the loop, close the circuit, so the energy goes through the top probe, through the person, and then to the end of the device, and then that could create the neuromuscular incapacitation.
I'm gonna stop here and take a break for about 15 minutes. So, jurors, so we'll come back at 10:35. Meanwhile, jurors, please leave your notes upside down in your chairs, and remember to not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Also, please all continue to avoid access to news reports about this case in the media or in social media. We'll see you back in 15. I wanted to state for the record that I did notice one of the jurors raised their hand to ask, kind of like, wanted a break, so it was about the time I was going to break anyhow. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record, because I did kind of motion like, yes, we'll take a break. So with that, we will be in recess until 10:35.
Before we get, did you want to put that one question on the record that you didn't ask?
Yes, I'll do that at this time. So the one juror had a question of the witness before this witness of Captain Civer. The question was, would GRPD policies be the governing policy to deem an individual a reasonable officer in this incident and how it played out? I did not ask the question because I did not believe it appropriate for that particular witness to answer that question. In addition, I will instruct the jury on what policy/law they are to use to deem the defendant reasonable or not. So I will instruct them. I didn't believe it was appropriate for the witness to answer the question, and I also didn't believe him to be in a position to be able to anyway. So I don't know if there's any additional information you'd like to place on the record in that regard.
Nothing beyond.
And Ms. Hamilton, because Ms. Hamilton was on that.
Oh, that's question.
But go ahead.
We have nothing.
Whoever. Okay. All right, so we'll see you back at 10:35.
All right, while they take their break, we will go through what we've heard already. Let's see. So Captain David Civer. Let's see here. Let's see. Jury selection started last week, and you only produced a 2-page report. There was an objection straight away. Relevance. The defense said, we provided a summary of his testimony, and it's taken out of context. Judge said you can redirect. He was asked, did you write anything down? He said he has completed a report, but it wasn't provided to the state. Then there's a separate policy for firearms. They talk about an impact weapon being could be a flashlight. You could use it if the suspect is violent. He talks about pepper spray and the taser are in GRPD policy and are under the same definition. It's not the same as use of force policy, however. Now, 2021 is the one that Schurr would have been using. So that's the policy training manual. That's the one that Schurr had been using. So they didn't receive, so then now state's like, so we didn't receive the correct records? And Civer, Captain Civer, comes back and says, it's not my responsibility, right? So then they talk about the training record. So defense can put up another policy, and Civer says, no, Schurr would have adhered to the 2021 policy. So then they talk about Patrick is bigger, and there are two people, correct? Patrick is bigger, stronger, and more than one person. So they're talking about this policy, right? So the first 4 items in the policy say don't pursue. Right, so what's going on here? So law enforcement are trained to take these into consideration. So GRPD's policy, and the first policy is if somebody's bigger than you, stronger than you, and there's more than one person, don't pursue. I thought that was pretty big. Then in 2020, there was a policy change. They have a warning before shooting. So number 3 states require a warning before shooting whenever possible. Use a verbal warning. And then Captain says, we don't define a directive, but stop could be considered a directive. Number 4, exhaust all options before shooting. I'm not sure. That's up to the jury to determine if Officer Schurr exhausted all options before shooting. We'll see. Then they talk about pressure points, and here's where I wish I go down the I wish, if then, woulda, coulda, shoulda path all the time. But here's a perfect example. They talk about all the pressure points. They talk about striking with your hand. They talk about the jugular. They talk about the back of the neck, forearm punch or forearm strike. Straight punch, palm, heel, angle. All of these things. And he says it doesn't appear that Schurr did that. The only thing he did was the knee to Patrick's rib cage. He did it twice, I think. So I wish that he had done something more, like even like a choke, but then he would have been considered police brutality. I mean, again, I just feel like it just was going to be a bad situation no matter what. You get recertified a month and a half. He was recertified a month and a half before the incident. You're a threat, but I wouldn't. Okay, so then the state, Mr. Becker's like, well, am I considered a threat if I'm standing in front of you with a gun? He's like, well, if the gun is down, no, but you're a threat, but I wouldn't shoot you. I'd be giving you strong verbal commands. And then at the end, he has been a part of Schurr's training, and he has worked directly with Officer Schurr. Then redirect comes up. So status as an expert for defense. He was only asked by the state to meet with Turbigan. Now that's the detective that we heard from in. When did we hear from him? So day 1, we heard from Detective Aaron Turbigan. He's the lead detective. So the state only asked to meet with him last week. No one at GRPD was asked to testify, which is interesting. Oh, on the state side. Which is true. That is true. They didn't ask a single officer. The state didn't ask a single officer. The state hasn't asked for any kind of report. He's not getting paid, or asked to prepare a report like the other experts. He didn't talk to Turbigan about his testimony. Now they talk about this foot pursuit policy and taser disarming. He did not. He did talk to Turbigan about that. He's like, I don't manage the record, so I can't tell you anything about that. They hand him a summary of the policy and training manual. And he's reading through it, and this is Schurr's mandatory training chart. So it goes from the time he was hired, which was 2015, up until 2022. And then state objects, is this GRPD policy? No, it's just a summary. So when you go into your policy, it's not in GRPD policy. And he's like, I don't know where that came from. State, it's not admissible. So this is them arguing in front of the jury, right? So the state, judge, defense, everybody's arguing, right? So the state's like, well, then it's not admissible then. And the defense is like, well, I'll go through it if you want. Then ultimately the defense withdraws the summary chart. Then the judge asks, she's going to show another chart, and she asks the media not to show that screen. So then they talk about solo foot pursuit, scenario number 1. which is in 2019 training. So the suspect is in contact with law enforcement and close probe deployment. So they talk about that and how that's appropriate. Then they talk about an unknown traffic stop training. So what do law enforcement look for? Well, they look for things to be aware of. Why did you stop the vehicle in the first place? What specific info will lead you down the path of a known risk? So unknowns are, the environment. Is it raining? Is it is it cold? What type of vehicle is it? Is it a large vehicle? Is it tinted windows? Things like that. So they're taught to handle one problem at a time. If somebody's out of the car, that's your first thing you got to deal with. You do a quick assessment as you're running by the car. So that's him saying, well, I guess he knew that there was just one person in the car. I don't know. I always go back to, how do you know what was in that glove compartment? How do you know if Ami he could have had anything? He could have come out with a tire iron. He could have jumped on Officer Schurr just with his bare knuckles, Tackle usually doesn't end up with a long, drawn-out conflict. So I guess he's saying this is once in a. Well, this is the only time he's had this happen in his career, which is really interesting. You have to ask, why are they fleeing? Why are they fighting so hard? So you shouldn't have to go back to lower levels of force as it's escalated. So he was asked, why couldn't while he's in the middle of this, why couldn't he use his baton? Why couldn't he have used his flashlight? Why couldn't he have used a chokehold? Why couldn't he have used his arms, hands, to subdue Patrick? Why did he use his gun? Well, it was appropriate. Ultimately, that's what this captain is saying, is that this was appropriate. Then the jury question, are there training simulations in real time? How long are they? And then he talks about the graduation video. It's only a minute and a half to 2 minutes long. How often are these simulations required before training? New hires, and if you're an instructor, you get exposed over and over again, but new hires don't get exposed to taser or pepper spray, but it is a yearly basis that they go through it again. In your opinion, does the GRPD policies meant to supersede others? Well, policies are publicly published and are accredited and have to submit yearly reports for that. They've been accredited since 2017 with top agencies. And there's multiple reviews by national agencies. So I thought that was good because that counteracted what Stoughton and Bloomfield said about, basically best practices and policies, national standards, if you will, that Michigan, Grand Rapids, they seem to be in the top level of what they do in their policies. So I thought that was interesting. All right, then Captain Chad Mccersie is up. He's been around. He's been in law enforcement since 2000. He goes through his career. He was in SWAT, patrol. He was a detective sergeant. He was a lieutenant. Now he's a captain. He is a major master taser instructor. So basically, Civer was for the foot pursuit and policies, and now Captain Mccersie is going to be for all the taser, stuff. Taser testimony, if you will. He did not prepare a report. He was not asked. And they don't want to step on what, or reiterate what Brian Childs said, because he is from Axon and he is the taser expert. But basically, he's pretty much saying the same thing. Taser is considered an intermediate weapon. He talks about the spread, don't shoot for the head, eyes, neck, heart to dart. They've done away with that. Don't shoot for the genitals. Basically get him in the back if you can. So that to me is somebody running away. Obviously, shoot for the legs. He talks about, I thought this was interesting. He talks about, where is it? Oh, the whole repulling of the trigger. I may have missed this with Childs, and I'm sure he said, but once the probes are expanded, so you have two cartridges, right? You've got one that is for close contact, and then one that's for standoff, as he was saying. and he pulls out the cartridges. So once you shoot it, those probes are still active. So it's 5 seconds, right? So once you shoot it and you shoot out the probes, they're active for 5 seconds. Then they go away. But as soon as you release that trigger and pull back again, and/or there's a on either side there's I guess a toggle switch or something, you can reactivate those again. So in theory, if Patrick had gotten his hands on that, he could have pulled that trigger again and reactivated those probes. Granted, those probes are on the ground, so there's really no chance of Officer Schurr getting zapped again unless he's laying on those probes, I suppose. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough one for the jury, that's for sure. There was one juror question that was asked, but wasn't appropriate for the witness. So that's where we stand. All right, what are you guys talking about? Let's see. Father, I still wonder if he legitimately meant to hit him where he hit him. I'm assuming you're talking about the probe, or where? Hey, Charmaine, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Ken's my solo advocate. Thank you for that, Ken. I appreciate it. Thank you for paying attention. And Joe is with us, Joe Schmo. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. And if you guys are not familiar with Joe Schmo, he has a channel, Joe Schmo 88, also on Twitter, JS_media. Joe was at the Lori Daybell trial with Charles Vallow, and will be going to the Brandon Boudreau trial as well. So we are very happy that Joe is in our chat, and definitely go check him out. We did daily recaps with Joe at the Lori Daybell trial, so please go give him some love if you have not already, if you're not familiar with him. Sure Life says, if Schurr takes the stand, a lot of those questions might be answered. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Kathy says, there have been a case where cops reach for a razor but grab a gun instead. Taser, I guess. Yeah. Thank you, Baka. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's why they talked about cross draw. The latest Captain Mccersie, he talked about cross draw, where now you have to, because if it's on the same side, hold on.
Sorry about that.
So we're going to go back on the record and all parties are present. Are we all set for the jurors, Mr. Dodge?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Becker?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll come back in.
Sounds like I'm over or something.
Something we have working. Makes it that way.
may be seated. You guys may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McFarland, could you please pull up Exhibit K? Make it J, please, I believe. That's it, thank you. Now, sir, I think where we left off, you were talking about the training to a Grand Rapids Police Department officer on using this drive stun function. And just to synopsize, and correct me if I'm wrong, and that GRPD trains to use the drive stun along with the probes to create greater spread. So a third point of contact, you sometimes refer to it. Is that right?
That is correct.
And let's just say, you say third, but if there's even one probe even on an individual and then the drive stun, that's not 3 points, right?
That is correct. It's designed because sometimes a probe, depending on the clothing, or I mean, it still could be in contact with that individual. Maybe it's in their wallet or in the belt or in a large puffy coat, so it's not close enough to the skin. But one probe is actually in the skin. So that's the differentiation of, a third point of contact to close the circuit.
Now, if we could just play this video here, Mr. McFarland. Does that appear to be a training video? I know you sat through some of the trial. It's Officer Schurr.
Yes, that is a training video designed scenario to do a third point of contact.
And the music and all, it's part of like a training montage for the officers and their families.
At the end of the orientation, we take snippet videos like you've seen in there and provide it to the officer and their family for their swearing-in program. It's a big day to get sworn in and become a Grand Rapids police officer or police officer anyway. So it's a montage of videos just to kind of remember the training they went through.
I heard you picked the music for those? Is that right?
I do not.
Okay. Now, if we can just play it again, I just want to, when Officer Schurr initially goes to pull the device out of his holster, can you just back? All right. If we could just watch this moment here, please. You explained that the taser's on the opposite side of his dominant hand. Is that right?
That is correct.
And did you see him attempting to get the device out of the holster?
I did.
And is there some type of action it takes to get the device out?
Yeah, the holster that's designed for the taser is a retention holster, is to keep it secured on our person so we don't get it taken away from us. But it takes some practice because there's retention methods on it. This one, I believe, has a two-step. It has a thumb snap as well as a hood. So you got to break the snap and then roll the hood and pull the device out. And even pulling the device out, if you're pulling the device out at a weird angle, it can get hung up inside the holster. It's very similar training because this looks like a gun. It's very similar to our guns. Our guns have retention holsters. And if you break all the retention methods but still pull it out on a weird angle, it can get stuck. And you can see officers kind of doing that jerky motion.
And is the model on that 2015, was that the Taser X2 model?
Yes.
And the device, the Taser 7, did that have a holster of its own?
Yes, it has, because the device is obviously molded different, and these holsters are molded to fit the tight around the weapon, so it's a different holster for the Taser 7.
Okay. Could you just play the probe deployment here if it hasn't already gone? How far was the device from that dummy when Officer Schurr deployed the probes?
I would estimate about 6 inches, maybe 8 inches, right around there.
Was Officer Schurr trained that that's an appropriate distance to use that device?
Yes.
Because we're talking somehow, this trial's turned a lot into different policies. Okay, there's a lot of different policies and theories around the country. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And the acronyms go on forever, right? As far as all these different bodies throughout the country on police practices.
Yes.
And Police Magazine and all sorts of other literature out there on police practices.
That is correct.
Now, to this officer right here, is he trained on every different policy in every magazine around the country?
No, he is trained to our Grand Rapids standards.
So if some magazine or some other entity around the country, some other department in New Mexico or South Carolina says, you shouldn't do this, is he expected to know that?
He is not.
Is he expected to know what he's trained?
He's expected to perform to our training standards that we give him.
In your policies?
In our policies.
In your common practices?
Yes.
Not every common practice is written in all these policies. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So even if there's not policy on certain, whether you can or cannot do this, there's just a lot of generally accepted practices within your department.
Yeah.
And can some of those generally accepted practices on the mind of Officer Schurr differ from all these other bodies out there?
Correct.
Now, just concluding somewhat here, okay, on the Taser topics. But Taser acts on warrants. I think you've already acknowledged the Taser is a serious weapon, should be treated as such at all times.
At all times, yes.
And can that be even after both cartridges are deployed?
Yes.
Because I believe, as Mr. Childs discussed as well, does the device have the ability to re-energize?
Yes.
Does it still have the drive stun function?
Yes.
Can the person still experience NMI?
Yes.
Now, there's been some discussion as far is weapon retention a common topic?
Yes.
But Officer Schurr is also trained, is it true that Officer Schurr is also trained that he can use a device like the Taser within arm's length of an individual?
Yes. And to clarify that video, the reason we're looking and designed that video that way, or that training scenario, is if you are up close to that individual that you have to use the Taser on, we know it's going to be a close probe deployment, so it's not going to get that NMI. So then he moves to a different part of the body to get a bigger circuit, because it's smart enough to know that these two probes happen to be 1 inch or 2 inches apart, but then there's another spot on the body. It creates a bigger circuit, getting the large muscle groups and potentially creating NMI.
And is that something that officers are able to achieve out in the field?
Yes.
As far as close probe follow-up with the drive stun, that's something that officers do out in the field?
Correct.
Are you aware of whether prior to April 4 of 2022, whether this officer was successful in a similar close probe with follow-up?
I am not aware of that, but I know it happens.
Okay. We'll get that with a different witness perhaps, so thank you. Now I want to get to the topic of April 4 and the encounter here. Now, have you had the opportunity to review the videos from this case?
Yes, I have.
How many times approximately?
A few dozen.
Do you feel comfortable, familiar enough with the content of those videos to answer some questions? And I don't even think I necessarily need to pull up the video at this point, but do you feel confident enough, have enough knowledge to answer some questions on that?
I do.
When you go back to do an evaluation of an officer, their decision to use force or handle a certain situation, how do you gauge that? How do you judge assessing an officer's actions?
Obviously, we need to review all the videos that are attached to that incident. We got to review the police reports, the use of force reports, going along with that information. And we have to view it in real time, at that time, not information. I know you've heard this before. Not hindsight, as I sit in my office on a Monday morning looking at, what happened over the weekend. I have to put myself in that lens of what's going on at that moment. What information do I know that they know at that time? The totality of the circumstances of what's going on. The individuals, I believe you were presented earlier, a whole list of totality of circumstances, what to, that could have a benefit or could have an explanation of why they went this way and why they went that way. Anywhere from the size differential of the officer to the person, the weather, the type of resistance, all of those things all combined. And then we do a review of, was it within policy, was it within following training at that time?
Does the officer always have to use the best tactic or make the best decision in that moment to still be deemed reasonable?
No.
Does it depend on the circumstances? Is that what you're explaining?
Yeah, it is a very dynamic, evolving event, so there's a lot of things that go into that factor. We have to weigh that stuff in judging the reasonableness of that action.
Now, since we've been focused for the most part on Taser, I just want to ask you about the Taser usage in this incident on April 4th with Officer Schurr. Was it reasonable for Officer Schurr to move on to a Taser device in the situation he was in?
Yes, when Officer Schurr decided to pull his Taser out to attempt to use it in this situation, it was reasonable. He's already tried lower levels of force that were unsuccessful, and we're training him to, again, if it doesn't work, move on to the next, try something else. Ultimately, we're trying to change behavior, get compliance. And at that time, he introduced the Taser in that situation.
Anything else about Officer Schurr? At the time he pulled out his Taser, just looking back and watching this, the length of the fight, does the length of the fight mean anything to you?
Yeah, it's a very big deal. I mean, we go from driving around the city in a very calm but alert manner to 0 to 100, in seconds. So in my review of the videos, you could already tell, he was become to a higher level of alertness when the driver popped out of the car and things, he's not complying and he's trying to figure things out. And then obviously he got assaulted. They run around the car and he's trying lower levels of force. He tried to tackle him. He's trying to control him and he's not gaining anything. It's not working. So then he introduced the Taser at that time in attempts to use another level of force, use another tool on his belt to gain compliance, change behavior, and get compliance to control this situation.
In the Taser, was that a reasonable device for him to turn to in that situation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as watching the video, he's in close quarters with Mr. Lyoya, is that right?
That is correct.
And it appears as though he attempted a close quarter deployment, is that right?
That is correct. It appears they're still in contact. Officer Schurr has a hand out trying to still gain control of Mr. Lyoya at that time as he's using the cross draw to introduce the Taser and attempt to use that so within arm's length.
As we all know, the driver grabbed onto the device, is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's clearly evident.
Now, after that point, as far as somebody attempting to take a weapon from an officer, is that a pretty serious situation in training?
That's a very dangerous situation. Why are we taking this weapon away from me? Why? What is going on at that time? It's easy. If you and I are fighting and you take my wallet, you're taking my wallet to spend my money or use my credit card. So that's an assumption. But it's not just to take it away from me, So, I mean, as an officer, you're taking away a tool, a very serious and dangerous tool off my belt. It's a very scary situation.
So when the matter gets to a point where, does it appear at some point that the driver is able to have exclusive control of the device?
Yes.
And going back to your analysis there, in the eyes of an officer, after a couple of minute fight, would it be reasonable for an officer to fear that the individual may use the device on them?
Yes, that is reasonable.
And based on your review of the video, no hindsight, was Officer Schurr reasonable to resort to deadly force in this situation?
Yes, I believe, in my opinion, he was in fear that this device was going to be used against him. He would be incapacitated. He's already exhausted at that moment.
Aaron, I guess we're going to object. He can't testify to what Officer Schurr believed. That's what we've gone over numerous times in this trial, and that's inappropriate for an expert to opine on.
Yeah, I can back it up, a reasonable officer.
So I'll strike the answers with respect to the defendant because this witness can't possibly know what was in his head at the time. So I'll strike any evidence or any testimony with respect to what was going on in the defendant's head or mind or how he was feeling at the time.
Thank you. Sir, if I could just rephrase that. Based on your knowledge, experience, the proper rules to judge, no hindsight, would it be reasonable for an officer, when an individual has disarmed them like that, to fear that the individual may use the weapon on them?
Yes.
And is there anything noteworthy in that video that takes place just prior to Officer Schurr drawing his weapon?
At that time, the suspect in this incident had complete control of the taser and had switched it from his left hand to his right hand.
And how about the positioning of these two persons just prior to the firearm coming out?
It appeared in my review that Mr. Lyoya was getting back up and turning towards Officer Schurr at that moment.
Okay. Would an officer, with the training that Officer Schurr had, would it be reasonable for that officer to be in fear that the individual may use the device on them, under the totality of the circumstances?
Yes, based on the totality of circumstances, that everything that's portrayed so far at that moment, there would be a reasonable fear of another officer at that time of great bodily harm or death.
And if an officer reasonably fears serious injury or death, are they required to wait for the individual to actually aim the device at them?
No.
Because what happens when somebody aims a device at you?
Action's faster than reaction, so we don't have to wait for someone to hurt us to do something.
If there's reasonable fear, serious injury or death, what level of force is the officer authorized to move on to?
Deadly force.
Okay. Just one moment, please.
That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
So I go over one of the things you talked about earlier with Mr. Dodge. These questions on the defendant doesn't have to go by South Carolina policy, Florida policy. You are certified under CLIA, right?
Yes.
Once again, what is CLIA?
It is the gold standard of policing. It's to set the police standards across the nation of policies and procedures in place.
And the gold standard means that you actually have other departments from across the country come in and look at your policies.
Correct. It's quite a lengthy process. They review through all of our materials, and we obtained our accreditation saying I think it was 2019, only like 5% of the agencies in the country were accredited, and we were one of them.
So if your policies are outside generally accepted police practices, you won't be certified by CLIA, will you?
Correct.
So
Can you say what CLIA is?
you just did. I thought he just did. I asked him that.
I don't know the exact acronym of CLIA.
What are the letters?
You don't know exactly what CLEA?
I wouldn't want to guess right now. I understand what it is.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to listen, but I thought Commission on Law Enforcement Standard. Well, whatever. The point is, CLIA is the gold standard. Grand Rapids Police has policies that are generally accepted by the police practices because you got CLIA certification.
Correct.
So we're not asking them to do by Florida policy, it's under generally accepted police practices, which your policies reflect.
Our policies have been reviewed and to give us that accreditation, but we hold Officer Schurr to our standards.
Just going into it, the Taser we've talked about, the Taser is considered an intermediate weapon under Grammars Police Policy, right?
Correct.
And it's a less than lethal use of force.
Yes.
And even, talked a little bit, switch off over to my PowerPoint, or my computer, please. This is Exhibit 24. You've had an opportunity, were you in here for the child's presentation?
Yes, I was.
And you recognize this slide?
I do.
This is the slide for the Taser 7. Presentation that you give is an instructor.
Yeah, I would have to see the version number, but yes, it is.
Okay. But this is one of the slides that's on there. You recognize that?
I do.
Now, studies show that CWs are effects comparable to less than fighting or fleeing. And that's, you tell these officers that.
The exertion of the device is like you're fighting or fleeing. Yes, that's what it causes after you experience NMI.
Now we've talked a lot about, and go back to, they're not risk-free though, right?
Correct.
Now one of the things you do talk about, sorry. I had it and I lost it. There we go. This is one of the slides still. This is kind of the main warning slide, if you will, right?
Yes.
Now, they just don't give you the slides and tell you to talk about them. They give you kind of a script, a thing to tell the officers, right?
Yeah, there's notes attached.
One of the notes, and particularly this side, on this slide, is the National Institute of Justice. And the 5-year study found that Taser energy weapon deployment has a margin of safety or error greater than most alternatives. That's one of the things you tell them, right?
We just, not that specific.
What do you mean, not, you don't follow, so they give you the stuff and you don't follow, you don't say it?
We read the slide and go through it, and we don't go into the minutia of who did the study on that.
But you say the basic part of it is that the significantly lower risk of injury than physical force.
Yes.
Okay. So you tell the part about agencies who use Taser decrease suspect injuries requiring medical attention by 45%, and officer injury requiring medical attention by 80%. You say that? Yeah,
we go over the reasons. The Taser was designed to reduce a lot of things. Baton strikes for one. They're ugly. They're nasty. It looks horrible to hit someone with a metal rod. This reduces the injuries because it's designed to not go hands-on if you don't have to, if it's safe to do so, and then it's designed to reduce the injuries to the officers as well as the suspects.
Okay. And part of it's not go hands-on, so you have that distance. Part of it is distance, is having the ability to use distance between you and the subject you're trying to apprehend, correct?
Yeah, it's designed that way, correct.
Go to Exhibit 32 now, Your Honor. I'm trying to make that a little bit bigger. Once again, we've gone over use of force policy. This is 9.9-1.3. This is the use of force that's kind of in place for Grand Rapids Police use of force policies, right?
Yes.
And you recognize this potential subject actions or level of resistance.
Correct.
You testified before, you testified back in April, or back in 2022, whenever the first prelim that you talked about.
Yes, sir.
You testified that Patrick was demonstrating active aggression, correct?
I believe so. I would need my transcript to confirm that.
Would that help you? You want to refresh your recollection? You want to take a look at that?
Yeah, please.
Referring to the preliminary exam transcript, page 33, to be day 2. Just starting on line 24, kind of going over into page 34.
Yeah. I mean, it was contextually, I don't think we were talking about this case, we were just talking about use of force.
So active aggression, that's what Patrick was doing. Active aggression in this situation. Your answer, correct.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that bottom line, but yes, correct.
Okay. So Patrick was engaged in active aggression. There's a distinction there between active aggression and deadly force assault, correct?
There is.
Just because somebody's in active aggression doesn't mean an officer can use deadly force, right?
In that context, correct.
What do you mean in that context? What do you mean by that?
It's not a black and white answer in questions. So, I mean, strictly the way you worded it, yes.
Well, you can't use deadly force for somebody challenging an officer, right?
Right.
You can't use deadly force for somebody punching an officer.
Correct.
You can't use that deadly force for somebody kicking an officer.
Again, contextually, how many times have they kicked me? How many times have they punched me? Am I about to lose consciousness?
All right. All right, and that's fair. I mean, but it's like a continuum. So
Correct.
it's under, if a 10-year-old's reportedly kicking you, you're not going to be able to use deadly force, right?
No, sir.
But if it's a middle linebacker with the Detroit Lions and they're pummeling you till you're about to pass out, that's a whole different thing.
Correct.
So the whole idea is the reasonableness, like we talked about, on the continuum.
Yes, sir.
So how reasonable was it given all the facts and circumstances?
Yes.
Now, once again, going to this taser thing we talked about, all of a sudden we're getting this, the taser's taken away, that's deadly force. That justifies deadly force. Where is the policy for that? Where is that?
Again, you're looking for the black and white answer. It's the gray area. It's the totality of the circumstances at that time. So part of the reason we do voluntary exposures is to know how this device affects you. And so the level of pain, the level of exhaustion. Add that to the totality of circumstances of extreme exhaustion after a 2.5-minute fight, and it's not written down. It's the totality, and that's what we're going over.
And that's what I'm going for. So it's not, there is no, hey, taser's gone, you get to shoot him, right?
Right.
It's based on, you got to take a look at all the context, looking at the whole situation, right?
Correct.
And then you make that judgment call, not on the basis of hindsight, but what would a reasonable officer know at that point in time?
At that time.
Now, one of the things, the question came up earlier, I mean, you were part of the training unit, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think were you in charge of the training unit at the time this all happened?
No, I was a captain at that time. Yeah.
You just kind of left. It was
Correct.
Transition. One of the things that was talked about, you do scenario training.
Yes, we do.
And some of that scenario training goes for a long time, right?
Yeah.
It's not for just a couple minutes. You go for longer than that, right? Depending on the facts and circumstances.
In the training environment?
Correct.
Yeah, we try to experience, in the police academy when I went through, they had us go into a boxing ring and do a full round of boxing to see how tired and exhausted you are fighting another individual, to show that we are not trained professionals that can go 10 rounds.
Sure. But that's part of the training because you don't know what's going to happen out there on the street.
Correct.
Things don't happen in 10 seconds, 20 seconds. You may be struggling for a long time.
There's potential for that. Yes, it's a very risky job.
You remember your testimony back in there. You said sometimes some of them are long, drawn-out physical altercations on a wrestling mat.
Yeah, we do that during the orientation to show them, what their capabilities are at that time, and to show them, if someone is a more advanced fighter and wrestler or whatever, they could disarm you of all your stuff during this long, drawn-out event, in a safe, secure training environment.
And one of the things you talked about is going through this training is you have to have the ability to maybe transition, if you will, from different tactics.
Yes.
Right? So in this one, what we saw, the transition, we saw a knee kick.
Yeah, a knee strike.
Knee strikes, we saw a few of them, right?
Correct.
We saw a taser.
Correct.
And we saw a gun.
We also saw a tackle. We saw...
Is a tackle a trained thing?
It's an untrained thing, but it happens. Very common in police practices.
Sure.
We also saw, he attempted arm bar controls of trying to grab his wrists and pulling them back, trying to get him into an advantageous position early on, to get your arms behind your back, like we would handcuff somebody. And so, yeah, we had, soft, empty hand techniques of, grabbing the arms and the wrists and trying to pull them behind the back, the tackle, a strike, a few knee strikes, and then the taser.
Okay. That's all you saw in this incident?
Yeah.
And anything further, Your Honor?
Mr. Brown, you do it.
Thank you. Just as far as this topic of try different things. Chris, Officer Schurr here tried several different means of what level would his force have been in that situation? As far as the knee strikes, and what are those referred to on the level of force?
Those are hard, empty hand techniques. A kick and a strike is where we would put that at that level.
And he tried several of those?
He did.
And at times, perhaps, let's say an individual's extremely intoxicated. Okay, can those be ineffective?
Yes.
And if you add exhaustion into the equation, would that affect the officer's ability to continue to try the same level of strikes?
Correct. Yeah, exhaustion would be less effective because now, the human performance, you don't have as much power 1 minute into a fight than you did the first minute of the fight. You're getting tired. Your muscles are losing their strength.
And just in general, to some of these strike tactics, can they be ineffective on certain people, such as intoxicated persons?
Yes.
And can that include even the asp or the baton?
Yeah, it can include anything, yes.
Because what is the asp or the baton? Is that striking the individual?
That would be, yeah, striking the individual with the baton.
So if other strike mechanisms were ineffective on an individual, would the officer need to keep going through all of those same types of force to try everything possible?
No. Long ago, they used to have a 1+1. They do this, we can go to this, one do this. And then it's been decided through the courts, that's not necessary. You have to know what this level of force, in that officer's belief, would not be effective at that time.
Okay. And really, but you don't necessarily have an immediate escalation. If you try this, go to this, go to that, you can always stay one ahead of the next, the step prior, right? Or the resistance or the aggression of the individual.
Yeah, the ultimate goal is to gain compliance and to try to get that done as quickly as possible so you don't have to be exhausted, but it wasn't working.
Okay. But if an officer's tried a level of force, strikes, lower physical controls, and they're not effective, is the officer trained that they can then move on up to a next level of force?
Yes.
And if that level of force is ineffective, can they continue to go up the spectrum there?
Yes.
They don't have to try every other possible means below to move on up. Talk some about these this disarming of a taser. If an individual disarms an officer of their weapon, can it be deadly force?
Yes.
Under the totality of the circumstances, correct?
Correct.
There was some mention of active aggression. You don't necessarily use deadly force against active aggression, correct? It doesn't have to be your first resort.
That is correct.
Can it escalate to deadly force pretty quickly?
Yes, it could.
So, for instance here, if the driver started out with those functions, but once a weapon gets thrown into the mix, can that change the equation pretty quickly?
Yes, it could.
Question. Just one moment, please, Your Honor. That's all, thank you.
Do some follow-up, go into this, somebody disarms you with a taser, so if I grab your taser and I stand there, can you shoot me?
I don't have to wait for you to tase me.
Sure, I'm not saying that, but can you shoot me? I grab it, I stand here.
Again, contextual. It has to be the totality of the circumstances. But could it be reasonable that I fear that you're going to use it against me? Yes.
Okay, if I turn, I'm away from you, can you tase me?
Tase you?
Or shoot me, excuse me.
Again, action's faster than reaction. You have to base it on the whole entire situation. We can't just have a black and white answer here.
So the fact that he took the taser doesn't allow you to shoot him. It's based on the totality of the circumstances, right?
Say that one more time.
The fact that somebody takes a taser doesn't mean you can shoot him. It depends on all the facts and circumstances. You gotta take a look at the whole incident.
Correct. You have to take a look at the whole incident.
And I guess going to that, since you're the taser expert, has a Grand Rapids police officer ever been disarmed with a taser and shot?
A Grand Rapids police officer? No. They've been disarmed with tasers.
They've been disarmed with tasers, but disarmed and shot?
No.
How many times have they actually been disarmed with tasers?
I can remember a couple times, but there were multiple officers there at that time.
And nothing happened?
Yeah, due to the fact there were multiple officers there.
You said tase and then shot. You mean with the taser, right?
In terms of
Disarmed with the taser and shot. That was the question that you asked.
Correct.
He answered, but I'm just asking, when you say shot, you mean with the taser?
Shot with a gun or shot with a taser? Either.
Yeah, the answer's still no.
Thank you.
Just in follow-up, was this gentleman right here trained that the taser is a serious weapon capable of causing serious injury or death?
Yes.
And to have some fear for the device?
Yes.
And the prosecutor brought up if somebody disarms him, you said those other occasions there were other officers around?
Correct.
And is it different when the officer's on their own?
Yeah, it changes the totality of the circumstances and the reasonable fear.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But the officer has, they're trained that they can use that taser when they're by themselves?
Yes.
Okay. That's all, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I do see a couple of hands raised on the jury, so Michael will come and grab those questions.
All right, we have taser, we have jury questions coming in. So jury questions coming in for Mr. Captain Chad Mccersie. Let's see what the jury questions are. If they are appropriate, then there's that. Seems like the jury's been having a lot of questions for these captains. We went through a couple days of no jury questions, and now all of a sudden we're having multiple juror questions. At least the camera operator is calmed down. No longer doing a Blair Witch college project. And we appreciate that. Thank you. Long break. Follow. Serious question. Does the fact that the last two captions have said that it depends on the situation and they don't have to go through a checklist of options before making a decision? And nor do they have to go back. Yeah, or backwards after it has been escalated. For sure, Captain Civer said, nope. Once you don't have to go back down that ladder. Once you're up, you're up. You don't have to go back down. I would think unless the person. Oh wait.
First, would there be more energy, less energy, or the same omitted if you touched energized wires from the taser compared to having the prongs in you?
It would depend. If the insulated wire was intact, it would be pretty self-correcting, like touching a electrical fence on a farm. But if there was any break in that insulation, that would potentially create that full circuit of energy going into your body. It would, like he said, like Mr. Child said, the energy jumps through the air. It could jump through that and into the skin at that time.
And can you reload the wires, or do you have to use new cartridges on Exhibit 23?
No, we would get a new cartridge put in place. So every device is going out on the street has a brand new cartridge inside of it.
So you can't reload the wires?
You cannot reload them, no.
And are officers required to take implicit bias classes or some type of mental health or psychology class, or classes in cultural competency?
When you mean class, we have instruction on those topics, yes.
I guess it would be trainings. Like
Correct.
Trained in implicit bias. So I guess I'll break it up. Are they trained in implicit bias?
Yes.
Do they also receive training regarding mental health or psychology?
Mental health, yes.
And do they receive training in cultural competency?
Yes.
And Mr. Dodge, any follow-up from either or any of those questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Becker?
Just in terms of you watched the incident, did you see any indication anybody was suffering from NMI or there's any reaction from the wires?
No.
Thank you.
And if you see another question from the jury, so we'll retrieve that. If you can approach,
Another juror question. Don't forget, there's like 4 jurors that are in the in the healthcare industry. Don't forget that, you guys. There's 3 nurses, a physician's assistant, a pharmacy technician.
there have to be another point of contact, or can the wire alone deliver the effect?
No, if you were just touching one wire and the electricity's going through it, it'd be self-correcting, but it wouldn't create NMI. You need that, close the circuit with that second point of contact. You either stepping on the probe or have the drive stun going off. You need that second point of contact, if that answers the question.
Any follow-up to that, Mr. Dodge?
So one wire, let's say it's perhaps exposed wire, but if you're in contact with 2 points of exposed wire, could that create a second one?
Yes, the electricity is flowing from the device to its end point. So it's either the probe, or if the wire snapped in half, to the end of the wire. And if you were touching that and a probe, or that and the end of the device, it could create NMI.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I don't see any other hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused, Mr. Dodge?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you. Does Taser, do you want back?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Thanks for calling next witness.
Jason Gady, G-A-D-Y.
Good morning. And sir, before you take your seat, if you can please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Jason Gady, last name Gady.
Sir, how are you employed?
Grand Rapids Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with Grand Rapids Police Department?
Since September of 2000, so 24, almost 5 years, yeah.
Just going back a moment, prior to joining the department, did you attend college?
Yes.
And what degree did you attain?
From Grand Valley State University, a Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice.
Did you ultimately attend a police academy?
Yes, in Grand Valley State University, Police Academy.
Now, going to your career here with GRPD, can you take us through some of the different positions that you've had?
I worked a number of years night shift road patrol, and then I worked in the training unit first time as a use of force instructor and also as a departmental recruiter. And I went back and worked in a community officer capacity, and then most recently went back to the training unit to work full-time as a use of force instructor with the primary focus of coordinating the firearms training program.
And it's been a while since I looked at your resume, but do you train only within Grand Rapids Police Department? Or do you train other departments as well?
No, I'm solely a Grand Rapids Police Department instructor.
That's what I thought. All right. And as a trainer in firearms and use of force, are you well-versed in GRPD policies?
Yes.
On firearms in particular?
Yes.
And your full-time duties currently are firearms training at GRPD? Is that
Yes.
right? All right, I would move to have Officer Gady admitted as an expert in the field of Grand Rapids Police Department firearms training, policies, and practices.
Any objection?
No objection.
I think he will be considered an expert in that field.
We've had some witnesses go over a considerable amount of time and evidence about other training policies and all those topics, but I'd just like to focus on firearms with you if I could, and some of the training that Grand Rapids Police Department officers have on firearms. Can you give just a general overview of approximately how much firearm training an officer obtains going back to that 8-week in-house?
For the 8-week in-house, it's pretty substantial. It's anywhere from 60 to 70 hours of live firearms training, and that's not taking into account all the scenario-based training that incorporate deadly force decision-making with simunitions. On top of that, annual trainings and qualifications, it's anywhere from 4 to 6 times a year, several hours. So.
And I'm sure you could spend hours explaining every aspect of the training, but just in general, is the firearm training, is it purely shooting stationary targets, or does it also involve simulations and whatnot?
No, there's quite a bit of decision-making training built into either the live fire component and also scenario-based training.
Because reality out in the field, it's not always as simple as a stationary situations.
No.
Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Are GRPD personnel trained to use various firearms?
Yes. We have different firearms platforms that we have to train and certify on every year.
Now, I'd like to move forward now to April 4, 2022, while Christopher Schurr was on patrol in the city. Did he carry a pistol?
Yes.
And as an officer within GRPD, are they required to train with the gun that they carry on the job?
Yes.
And an officer such as Officer Schurr here on road patrol, are they required to carry that gun on their person during their shift?
Yes.
Why is that?
In the event that they have to utilize that.
And where on their person, very law enforcement term, but where on their person is the officer required to carry the firearm?
Particularly for rope patrol assignment, on their dominant side or their strong side hip on their assigned duty belt.
As they carry that pistol, does the pistol need to be loaded with ammunition?
Yes.
Why?
So in the event that an immediate response to a deadly force threat is addressed, it's ready to be utilized without any hesitation.
And are police trained that they may need to draw and fire that gun as fast as possible?
With accurate...
Can you speak loud?
I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor. Absolutely, with an accuracy component, yes.
Can threats come quickly at an officer?
Absolutely.
Can it go from perhaps a no force, low level of force situation to deadly force pretty quickly?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just a little bit, not about firearm deployment or use, but just weapon drawing, a firearm drawing. When out in the field, and I'm not talking about training at the range, but when actually out on patrol, when are GRPD personnel trained that they should unholster and draw their pistol?
They can unholster and draw their pistol when there's a fear for safety.
Okay. And later on, does the officer then need to be able to articulate why they felt it was necessary to draw the pistol?
A lot of times it's articulated in their incident report. There is one. There's not a mandated reporting requirement, but a lot of times it does go into the incident report, yes.
And now, so it doesn't necessarily need to be a deadly force situation, just to simply draw the weapon.
Correct.
And is it fairly common that GRPD officers draw their firearms for various reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to firearm deployment, actually firing the gun, that's different than merely drawing the gun as far as the standards. And under policies in place back April 2022, when was an officer trained to deploy their firearm?
In response to a deadly force threat? Is that what you're...
Yes.
Yes, when there is a reasonable threat of death or serious bodily injury to the officer or another person.
And firing their gun upon someone, what level of force would that be under policy?
Deadly force.
According to the use of force training and policies, if the officer believes deadly force is necessary, what is their objective when they deploy that firearm?
To stop these subjects' actions as quickly as possible.
If it's deemed a deadly force situation, is a firearm the only way that they resort to deadly force, or can they basically use other means of force too to have deadly force?
They could use other means that would reasonably result in death or serious bodily injury to the suspect to meet that deadly force threat.
But if it's an imminent threat and the officer has a pistol, they're justified to use their pistol? Is that correct? I'm sorry, sir. It's been a full morning. I'm trying not to ask you the same questions that we've already went over with some folks. Now, when it comes to this decision to use deadly force, use your firearm, does GRPD have policies that may lay out, some of the circumstances that may be reasonable for an officer to move up to a different level of force?
Yes, it's based on reasonableness. It's based on what we say totality of the circumstances, all the circumstances present at the time the officer had to make that decision.
And is one of the circumstances that's often talked about in firearms training in particular reaction times?
Reaction time is something that we recognize in training, make the officers aware of, and also we try to minimize.
Now, we've already heard this topic brought up several times, but are officers warned and trained that they may be killed or injured when they don't react or act soon enough to a threat?
Yes, that's a possibility.
And in regards to firearm use of deadly force, I want to move on to the topic of targets, okay? And we're already moving along here, not too much to go. But if an officer decides to use their firearm against a deadly force threat, where are they trained that they may need to target?
Available target areas with the intent of stopping the suspect's actions as quickly as possible.
And not very pleasant topics, okay, to talk about, but you're a firearms trainer. Are headshots acceptable?
Yes.
And is that actually a target that's trained upon at times?
Yes.
Is an officer trained, if the officer perceives they might be in a deadly force situation, are they trained that they should fire warning shots?
No.
To see if perhaps that may help their situation?
Absolutely not.
Is that allowed? If you can just elaborate, is that allowed?
No, no, it is not allowed or advocated.
If an officer may be in fear of imminent, serious bodily harm or injury, are they trained that they should perhaps try shooting to extremities or other parts of the body to see if perhaps that may alleviate the situation?
No. No.
Are they actually advised not to do that?
Yes, for several reasons.
But what's one of the main reasons? If you have an imminent threat and you
trying to, again, stop the subject's actions as quickly as possible.
With recruits and officers, is it a common topic that's discussed as far as even after an individual, say if they're wounded, that the threat can still be there?
Absolutely, yes.
Just going back to some general firearms, you mentioned the officer must carry their firearm with them at all times on road patrol, is that right?
Correct.
Now, moving on to the case here, you're obviously familiar with the case that we're all here on today.
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review the body cam, the in-dash cam, and the cell phone video from this matter?
I have.
Several times?
Yes.
Is that fair to say? I just want to talk about proximity. Does GRPD train officers on firearm use that they may need to use their firearm in close proximity to the subject?
We do, yes.
What is that sometimes referred to as?
Close quarters engagements, close quarters manipulation.
Now, if an officer, going to firearms training, okay, if an officer is in a physical struggle with a subject who's a deadly force threat, what sometimes is trained to the officer on simply backing away or disengaging from the subject?
There is times that we do train inside those close proximities to have to deploy your firearm because, first of all, they may be in a position with the subject, either they're on the ground, pinned, tangled up in a manner that the officer cannot engage physically. But if a deadly force threat presents itself, they still have to be able to meet that potentially with a handgun and be able to draw it, manipulate it, keep it in battery, and effectively utilize it, right? Another reason may be simply due to entanglement with a subject, due to physical exhaustion or physical limitations. The officer may not simply be able to quickly and effectively get up and disengage, right? So in that scenario, again, a deadly force threat presents itself. They may have to utilize, again, their handgun inside that close proximity. So those would be two big reasons why we train inside those close distances.
Okay. Just going to the case here, we've already exhausted several of these topics, but as you review the case here, if an officer in Officer Schurr's position is in reasonable fear of serious injury or death, was there anything inappropriate about or unreasonable about the way that Officer Schurr drew and fired his pistol?
No.
If I could just have one moment here. Just in follow-up to that last point, okay?
Yes.
Obviously, one aspect of this case is the fact that a bullet hit Mr. Lyoya in the back of the head. Is there anything about the fact that it was a headshot like this that's unreasonable in a deadly force situation?
Unreasonable? No.
That's all, thank you.
It's Officer Day, right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you refuse to meet with Detective Sergeant Tubergen about your testimony?
At this point, due to proximity to the case, I just didn't feel it was necessary.
He was going to ask you about what your testimony was, right? You knew that it was about the case, so we wanted to know what you're going to testify to, right?
Yes, sir.
And you just, on yourself, decided it's not necessary.
Correct.
Why, how could it not be necessary? Isn't it important to have, give information so people can know what you're going to say and be able to share in open court?
I guess I didn't know the full context of the meeting, or...
You don't know the full context. You didn't reach out to him. You had to go through your sergeant, or your captain, right?
That's who contacted me, yes.
So
I guess I would object to relevance here.
I think it goes to bias, Your Honor. Why would we refuse to meet with an officer on the opposing side? Under no obligation to you.
Relevance.
Right, so relevance as to why he wouldn't, Mr. Becker,
I think it goes to bias, Your Honor.
or credibility, I'll allow it. I'll overrule that objection.
So what, is it common practice for you just to not take it upon yourself not to meet with opposing counsel when you're called in other cases?
Haven't been contacted like that in any cases prior in any of my experience.
So the one time you are, you just say, you blow it off and say, I'm not going to do it.
Blow off was probably not the right term, but...
Oops. Fix that. For the record, reflecting showing opposing counsel, we marked to Exhibit 37. No.
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm just not familiar with this. I'm just taking a quick look here.
That's a deal with 35. You did it, eh? This is for the training. Oh, so you're not going to mark it. That's what I'm showing. Oh, there's foundation. So it's legal. You got it, discovered. Yeah. Crew class. I just accidentally. This is the one I really want. No. Let the record reflect that I'm showing the witness will be marked as People's Exhibit 37 for identification purposes. Sure, you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It appears to be a training outline from the recruit class that Officer Schurr was part of.
And the recruit class, can you tell how you tell that What are you referring to?
I see RC dash or 1501 at the top.
And your name's on that?
Yes,
What does that indicate to you?
that I was part of the training that day.
Let the record, could I move for admission of Appeals Exhibit 37, Your Honor?
Objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 37 is not admitted.
So now, in terms of that, part of that was guns and vehicles, right?
Yes,
And that was the gist of this training, is how to deal with guns being in vehicles.
that's what it indicates.
And is this the only time you would have trained a defendant?
The only time I would have trained,
Yeah. I mean, if there's
Officer
one,
Schurr.
we got one record of training. Have you trained him in other situations?
I would have helped out through different trainings throughout that recruit class orientation.
So are you assigned as part of the recruit class? I mean, is that, let me figure out. Are you, as a training officer, do different training officers get assigned to a specific class, and then you're not a part of a class, or is it all the time you're
There's
training?
quite a few of us, so we will plug in with certain components, trainings of that class throughout the 8 weeks.
So you plugged in for the firearms training regarding that class?
Some of the firearms training, yes.
Did you work with us, the defendant?
Yes.
After he-
Yes.
Like, how so?
Through mandatory trainings, annual qualifications, those assigned trainings throughout the years that Officer Schurr was employed with us.
So how many times since 2015 have you been involved with some sort of training with him?
With Officer Schurr?
Correct.
I can't throw a number on it, but there would have been a good handful. Yeah.
Good handful, is that 10, is that?
Without going back on all the detailed training records, because we have hundreds of trainings throughout the year that we put, all of our sworn officers through several times a year, so.
Have you worked with him then on just a day-to-day basis too?
Had I worked with him, I didn't never work the road patrol assignment with him.
Like that, so just purely training?
Purely training.
Thank you, I'm
Sir, this case is from April of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
You've been with the firearms training department since then, for the most part?
Yes, I've been a firearms instructor since then.
Over the 3 years or so, did anybody from the prosecutor's office or the detective here ever reach out to you or anyone else from the training department to perhaps ask for some more explanation, clarification, or any questions about this
You're not
case?
going to object. The training department, we did work with the training department, so it's kind of a broad question.
I mean, I guess you could be more, I mean, if you're saying it's a broad question, you can just be
I
more
am.
specific.
Did anybody reach out to you or any of your close firearm instructors for any questions on this prior to a couple weeks ago?
I can speak for myself. and the answer
That's
is
fine, that's better to do, I'm sorry.
No.
No, okay. And you were recently reached out to, and did the defense advise you not to get back to the prosecutor or anything like that?
Nobody advised me not to, no.
Okay. Now, that sheet there, guns and vehicles,
Yes.
and I'm not sure, so maybe the point, you've known Officer Schurr on and off over the years?
I have, yes.
Is there anything about the testimony that you provided about basic firearm training and basic firearm use that was biased for Officer Schurr?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I do see at least one question on the jury. My clerk can grab that for me.
jury is full of questions today. That's the third straight witness they've had a question for. So I have a feeling they're probably going to break for lunch after this, but yeah, full of questions today. Third straight witness. All captains and Officer Jason Gady, he's a firearms training expert. That's his main gig. Let's see what the question is. Seems like it might be long-winded. It's not a simple question.
So another question is if you can clarify, when shooting or using deadly force, the target should be to stop the area of threat and to stop the subject's actions, but it's not okay to aim or target hands or arms if that is the area of threat.
Yes, so to clarify, it's not advisable, first of all, when an officer has to deploy deadly force on a suspect, particularly using a firearm. Accuracy is of great concern, okay? So that's the other thing too. Accuracy diminishes the smaller the target area. And also, it doesn't make it any less potentially lethal. Deadly force, anything that an officer is going to deliver that would reasonably result in death or serious bodily injury to the suspect is, we don't differentiate between where it is. However, if we need to very immediately and quickly stop the subject's actions, again, hitting in an extremity may not accomplish that. If that clarifies it all, yeah.
Mr. Dodge, your follow-up?
Just if I think you explained it well, officer, but let's just say you have a stationary target, okay, like a human body target. If the target were to have a pistol in the hand, raised, and you're teaching the officer where to aim, would you aim to shoot the hand or the weapon?
No, absolutely not. Again, one big reason would be the accuracy component. The likelihood of a miss would be much higher than a larger target area. So.
And where are you justified to generally aim?
Generally aim, center mass, head, any of those vital areas that, again, are going to have a much greater effect on quickly stopping the subject's actions.
And in reality, are those areas that are likely to end
Yes.
in death?
Yes, more likely.
Okay. It's deadly force, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Patrick?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I don't see any other hands raised. May this witness be excused, Mr. Dodge?
Yes, thank you.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused. We're right up on the lunch hour, so what we'll do is break for lunch until 1 o'clock. And so, once again, as I saw it's a broken record, but please leave your notes upside down in your chair. You're not to discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. And also continue avoiding any news reports in the media and in social media. We will see you back at 1 o'clock. All right, to the jury, please. think they may be seated. I did want to place a couple of questions on the record that were asked or that were given by the jury but not asked of the witness. I would like to place them on the record. The first is, do we know if Mr. Lyoya was left-handed or right-handed? And so because that particular witness wouldn't have had knowledge about that question was not asked. And the next was, can a series of least optimal, though possibly reasonable choices ultimately result in choices that are unreasonable given, I can't read that word, given some kind of events or an unreasonable situation in relation to your review of this or any case. First, that's a pretty overly broad question. Second, it's up to the jury to decide what's reasonable, what's not reasonable. And obviously, any review of a different case wouldn't be relevant to this case. I don't know if there's any other objectionable language within the question that you would like me to place on the record, Mr. Dodge, or Mr. Becker, either one.
No, Your Honor, we did not feel, based on Captain Mccersie, that was a relevant question.
Agreed, Your Honor.
And then just to place on the record, because there were two questions passed up this last time, but one just says, it's a question to me about some court procedures and language that's used. And so I intend to respond. One is asking how come some people ask to approach and some don't. And then another is remind what sustained, overrule, and other terms that I say mean. I intend to just write a note back saying, as far as how come some ask to approach and some don't, you should not be concerned or focusing on this exclamation point, because I don't want them focusing on, wait a minute, why didn't they? That's my response to that question. And then sustain, I was just going to write court agrees, overrule means the court disagrees. And then I don't know what other terms they're referring to. Is that an okay way? I don't want to not respond to the question because it was asked, and I also don't want to respond in a way that's not okay with both sides. Mr. Becker?
I have no problem with that, Your Honor.
That's fine.
Okay. So I'll just pass it back. Okay. And is there anything else we need to address before we break for the lunch hour, Mr. Cordoba?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Becker?
Nothing much, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll be in recess for lunch until 1 o'clock.
All right, interesting. She intends to write back, don't focus on this with an exclamation point. That's funny. All right. Let us get to what we witnessed, what we heard from. Let's see, where was the break? All right, so it broke. Oh, I can get rid of this guy. All right, so let's see. We were talking, so Captain Mccersie, let me think here. Where did we end up? All right, so they talked about the graduation video and the drive stun. So the trial has turned into a lot of different policies. So trained for Grand Rapids and not for one in New Mexico or South Carolina. Common practice, not all are written in their policies. Schurr was trained that he could use the taser within arm's length. If you're up close, we know it's going to be a close probe deployment. He wasn't aware that Schurr was involved in any other close probe incidences. Now that was interesting because the defense says, okay, we'll get to that with another witness. So apparently, so we know right now for sure that Officer Schurr was involved in foot pursuit and he got accommodations for that. And now it sounds like he was involved in another close probe incident with the taser. So I'm looking forward to hearing about that. He feels confident that he can answer questions. Let's see. Does law enforcement have to make the best action to be reasonable? He says no, it's dynamic and an evolving event. When that taser was pulled out, it was reasonable. He had tried lower force. We were trying to change behavior and get compliance. So when you pull out that taser, you're trying, ultimately it's all about getting compliance, right? And Patrick just was not complying. We heard it. There were 29 commands, stop fighting, drop the taser, let go of the taser, stop resisting. I mean, we heard it over and over and over again. Well, here, let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. Here are the commands. So those are the commands. Stay or get in the car. No, when he's running away, stop. Get your hands behind your back. Stop resisting. Drop, let go of the taser 5 times. So, I mean, there was plenty of opportunity for Patrick to comply or just stop. So we just don't know why. We just don't know why he did that. So let's see. Taser was reasonable to turn to in that situation. Why is my taser being taken away is a very, very big deal. It's reasonable for law enforcement to think the taser would be used against him, even though whoever's taking that away doesn't know how to use it, and we've heard about certification and training. They don't know that. They don't know that. Hey, Regina. Regina, you'll allow it? Nice. And Care Bear, thank you for joining us. I didn't see you coming in, but appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Let's see. So the opinion is Schurr was in fear for his life. Let's see. Patrick was in complete control of the taser and had switched it from his left to his right hand. And then ultimately we found out that juror, I was wondering about that too. Like what? Same with Schurr. Is he right-handed or left-handed? But I guess because Officer Schurr pulled the gun with his right hand, so he's right-handed. He felt and this is Captain Mccersie, felt that by watching those videos, he felt that Patrick was getting up and he was turning towards Schurr at the moment. They talked a lot about totality of circumstances. It's a reasonable fear of great bodily harm or deletion. Is law enforcement required to wait for a suspect to aim? No, we don't have to wait for someone to hurt us. Deadly force is acceptable at this point. So. Then Cross comes in and they talks about this gold standard of policing, and I didn't quite catch the name, but other departments from around the country come in and they look at GRPD's policies, and they said both he and the other captain said that they're in like the top, 10 or 15, 20 of 18,000 agencies, so they clearly have good policing standards. So if the policies are outside of that, then they wouldn't get accredited. The taser reduces injuries, so versus a baton, plus it's not hands-on. It is designed to increase distance. So Patrick was involved in an act of aggression, and in that context, law enforcement shouldn't be allowed to use deadly force. He got that out, but he's saying context is everything. Kept going back to context is everything. How many times were you punched? How many times were you kicked? And then he compares it to, well, yeah, if you're a 10-year-old and you're getting kicked in the shin, if a 10-year-old comes up to you and he's kicking you in the shin, you're not going to use deadly force on them. If it's a linebacker and you get hit in the head and kicked around, yeah, you probably will use deadly force on that. So where's the policy when a taser is taken away? Why is deadly force allowed? And he's like, you're looking for a black and white answer. It's not there. Totality of circumstance. He kept going back to that. It's very gray. This is a very, very gray case and situation, incident, whatever you want to call it. You can't just say, it's not black and white. It's incredibly, and we've been doing this the whole time. We've been playing if then, woulda, shoulda, coulda. If only. There was we could probably count 50 times on both hands if Patrick had done this, if Officer Schurr had done that, outcome would have been different. Who knows? Maybe Patrick could have gotten something and taken out Officer Schurr, or Ami could have gotten out of the car. Well, he did get out of the car, but he could have done something. I mean, there's just so many variables in this, as I think generally there are, but for sure in this one that we're focused on. Let's see. He counted. There were 2 knee kicks. Then they went to the taser. Then to the gun. So there was no other. There were no other. He never used pepper spray. He could have used the pepper spray. Could have used the baton. Could Could have pulled out the baton. Could have hit, could have done that. Could have done anything with his, while he was grabbing. He could have, done a chokehold maybe. Karate chop. I don't know. There were other things the state is saying he could have done, and he did not. Let's see. Alcohol does affect. Now, in redirect, alcohol does affect, the person who's being tased, pepper sprayed, punched, whatever. Exhaustion comes into that as well. Let's see. Then on recross, if I grab your taser, can you just shoot me? He's like, I don't have to wait for you to tase me. It's in context. I can be in fear that you will tase me. And then what if I turn away? Well, the fact that someone takes the taser, you have to look at it in totality. Now, he says, Mccersie says, Grand Rapids Police Department, there have been cases that someone's been disarmed a couple of times, but there were multiple officers there. So that makes a big difference, right? Again, if only, if there had been 3 or 2, even just one more officer, they would have probably been able to subdue Patrick, so. But nobody's ever been disarmed and then shot with a taser or a firearm, so that's never happened. I'm sure it will happen at some point, but yeah. Let's see, then jury questions. So more energy, less energy, or the same if you touch the wires versus the probes in use? That was a good question. If it's intact, it's like touching a wired fence. Energy jumps through the air. Another question, can you reload the wires or use the cartridge? He says, no, you need a new cartridge. You cannot reload it. Law enforcement required bias classes, mental health, cultural competency. So that was a good question. And he says, yes, we have training on that. And then the judge says, are you trained in implicit bias and mental health training? He said, yes, they are trained. So that's good. That was good to hear. Then there was another jury question, another point of contact, or will the wire alone provide, and I'm definitely paraphrasing here because she asked it so quickly. So you need to close the circuit to create NMI. So they're rolling around on the ground, right? And the wires are flopping all over. They're on the ground. They're getting wrapped up in their legs. They could have been zapped. I mean, think about that. If they could have very easily been zapped the way we're hearing it, if they had touched the probe or one of those wires had been broken, if one of the insulation had been broken. So there could have very well been inadvertent zapping, if you will. Exposed wire, okay, so the defense says exposed wire, but if you're in contact with the 2 points, yes, the electricity is flowing to the end point. So you have to either touch that exposed wire or you have to touch that probe. But again, the two cartridges were expelled. Wires are all over the place. It could have there could have been exposed wiring and/or the probes. They could have touched the probes and gotten zapped. Then finally, we heard from Officer Jason Grady. He is use of force and firearms trainer. Let's see. He talks about their training, 8 weeks, 60 to 70 hours, plus four to 6 times per year. There's quite a lot of decision-based training, and it's not just sitting still, because you're not going to shoot somebody just sitting still. You're going to be. So they try to do this infield scenarios. Officer Schurr did carry a pistol. He was trained with the gun that they carry. He's required to have it on his dominant side. Needs to be loaded. They do articulate why they draw a weapon. So whenever a weapon is drawn, they have to write that in the report, which, of course, this all makes sense. It is common to draw the weapon, drop or I'll shoot, freeze, all this stuff. See, that's the one thing that sticks with me as a negative for Officer Schurr. He never once says, get it back in the car or I will do this. Stop or I will do that. He never gives an if-then, right? Not that they are required to, I guess, I don't know. Well, according to Stoughton, I guess they're required to, but according to Grand Rapids, they are not required to. He says, stop resisting, drop, let go of the taser. He never once says, drop the taser or I will shoot you. Get back in the car or I will hit you with my baton. He never gives He never gives Patrick that if-then, unfortunately. Let's see. So they are trained. They are trained the available target areas with the intent, I should say, to stop the threat. With the intent, not extent. With the intent to stop the threat. Let's see. Why can't I spell this? Intent. Oh my gosh! Come on. Okay. Headshots are acceptable and are trained. So they are trained to shoot for the old melon there. They're not trained to fire warning shots. Not that I would expect him to, but we were kind of thinking if he's on top of him, he could have shot just to the right of him, but who knows what Patrick would have done. I thought maybe he could have shot him in the shoulder because, again, he's right there. He could have, I think, could have very easily shot him in the shoulder, but that's not what they're trained to do. That's just not what they're trained to do. The threat could still be there even after they're wounded. Right, so he could have shot him in the shoulder. Patrick could have maybe he had a knife, maybe he had a gun. You just don't know. So you are trained to stop the threat. Let's see. There are times they are trained to back away due to being tangled. Excuse me, due to be like tangled up. Like if you're tangled up or you're exhausted, which he was exhausted. So that could come back to. I don't know, bite him on the butt maybe, because he was clearly exhausted. Everybody has said he was exhausted. All of his fellow law enforcement have said that Schurr was exhausted. So when he's on top of him, could he have backed away? Again, there's that woulda, could he have? There's that. Let's see. If officer in Schurr's position, is it unreasonable that he drew his pistol? No. And the back of the head shot is not unreasonable. So then under cross, why did you refuse to meet Detective Terbigan? So Mr. Becker's coming in firing on all 5 cylinders. He didn't feel it was necessary, which is weird, right? So I guess he wasn't subpoenaed. But he refused to meet with the detective. He knew, you knew we wanted to ask you about this case, but why was it unnecessary? He's like, I just didn't know the full context of the meeting. Interesting. I don't know why he didn't meet. Defense objected to that for relevance. States like it goes to his bias. The judge overruled that. Is it common practice to not meet? He hadn't been contacted prior. Then they bring out Exhibit 37. He recognizes it to be a training outline from the recruit class that Schurr was a part of. He was a part of the training for that day, meaning Gady was part of that training. Guns and vehicles was the main gist of that. He also did more training than just that. He worked with Schurr throughout the years, but he never actually got on patrol with him. He was never in a car with him. Then redirect comes back in. No one from the state reached out to him. There was an objection to that. The judge said, be more specific. Did anyone reach out to you? He says, no one. But then no one also advised him not to reach out back to the state. So when Detective Terbigan asked him to meet, the defense defense didn't say meet with him. Then we got in some jury questions. Again, the jury was very, very questionable. They had a lot of questions, I should say. When shooting or usually deadly force to stop the subject, but not to target the hands, if that's the area of threat. So accuracy is a great concern. So we always think about that. Like, can you shoot somebody in the leg? Can you shoot them in like the arm? They're like, no, center mass, go for what's going to stop them, quickly. So accuracy is a great concern. If we need to immediately stop the subject, hitting an extremity may not accomplish that. Then the defense chimed in with that. They're not trained to target the hands. The likelihood of a miss is much larger than larger target area. They are trained to target center mass to quickly stop the subject and likely to end in somebody getting deleted. That's why they call it deadly force. So then they talked about some questions that were not asked. Do we know if Patrick was left-handed or right-handed? So the witness would not have knowledge to that. And then I didn't quite get this one because this was a very convoluted question. Can a series of least optimal actions ultimately result in, and I kind of stopped. I couldn't even follow it after that. Judge felt that was very broad, and she was going to leave it up to the jury to decide what's reasonable and what's not. Then there were some questions about court procedures, which I thought was really fun. How come some people ask to approach? And she intends to write back to that juror and say, focus on that. Don't focus on, if somebody asks to approach. And she said she was going to put an exclamation point. Then someone asked, what does sustain versus overrule? So there was that. So, all right. So that concludes our morning session. Hey, Anja, very interesting case. Great choice. Thank you. 13th juror found this. So if 13th juror is in the chat, thank you. Because they were the ones that suggested it, and I looked it up, and I was like, yeah, this does look very, very interesting. So let's see. Oh, and for those that are new to the trial, Aaron made some really great music. So I'm going to play some music, so you guys can enjoy that. So they are at lunch until 1 their time, which is coming up very shortly, 1:30 for us. So I am going to skedaddle out of here and get myself some food, because it takes me about 20 minutes to make my food and eat it. So I'm going to play some music Aaron made for us. I'm going to take myself off here, and I'm going to play you guys some music. So I hope you guys enjoy this. Let's see, where is the music? Of course, I cannot find it. Maybe I have to come here. Let's see. All right, I'm going to come back here. Where is it? All right, I'm going to have to add it. Let me add it again. Let's see. Media source. So I hope you guys enjoy this. Let's see here. Now I have to find it. Hold on, guys. I think it's this one. All right, let's hope. Hopefully this will work. All right, let's hope this works. Does that work? That's not working. All right, hold on. Let me try this. Wait, hold on. All right.
Okay.
Oh, you got it?
I can hear it.
Okay. All right, enjoy the music, guys.
Sou um tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama.
Tem que ter o dom e tem que
ter swing, bater pesado tipo Anderson Silva no ringue. Vem de estilingue que aqui é tijolada, que faia bem te arranca o pino da granada. Que tem? Cê falou, cá não tem rap. Rastafari, ragamuffin, rude boy, reggae. Não invade o eixo comercial. Tô farto dessas porra de fazer tudo igual. Na força interior, que muitos dão valor. É fato, preconceito no Brasil não é só por cor, não. Desliga essa TV que tu vai perceber quem é que tá na luta ou que luta só pra aparecer. Mas que duvida cruel, se larga o microfone e me junto ao Fidel. Com a fúria de Guevara derrubei Papai Noel. Nessa guerrilha a vida já montei o meu quartel. Eu sou
tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama.
Eu sou
tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama.
Da cidade do menino da porteira e da cultura que criou a capoeira, das terras que emanam o som lindo da viola. Smoke na cachola, Timaya na minha vitrola. Nasceu homem pobre do interior, pobre de grana, longe de fama. Alguns defamam, outros me amam. No andar da carruagem eu continuo o mesmo, produzindo, indo e gravando ando. Chimarrão, cachimbo, amigo do vando. Rolou um plano que o mundo também é meu. Também dei um bom dia pro sol lindo que nasceu e aqueceu o dó ré mi de rua. À noite eu vejo fumaça subindo pra lua. Mary Jane, não cocaine, vegetal me alimenta. Não quero 180, quero 360.
Tigre do Congo, não sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama.
Tigre do Congo, tigre do Congo, tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Tigre do Congo, tigre do Congo, tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama.
Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre do Congo, não sou um porco da lama. Sou tigre tigre do Congo não sou porco da lama.
All right, guys, welcome back. How's everybody doing? Court got back at 1, so that is 1:30 for us. How was everybody's break? Hopefully everybody took a mental health break, got themselves situated, got them right. Drunky, I like your one. I was looking at, wow, somebody did wake up the bot. I see that. Missy. Let me see. Let's see. MG, did anyone talk to you? Oh, yes. Oh, the Roomba. Wait a minute. I like the... Hold on, Drunky. You had something funny up here. I love that you can use your Roomba and pretend you're doing housework. That was funny. I saw that one. Pinky Lemonade. I wonder if they are trained on how to handle their escalating emotions when they're involved in a scuffle like this. Yeah, that's a good question. That's a really good question. I would think so, because they were, as we found out, they do take mental health training. So maybe that's part of it, but that's a really good question. MG, how's the case looking? Been in and out, have things to do? I'm as confused and conflicted as I was at the beginning. I ultimately don't know how I would vote. I'd have to ultimately, I guess I have to look at the jury instructions. I may want to vote one way. My heart wants to vote one way. My head votes another. And either way, I'm not going to be happy with it. Let me put it that way. Brat, 8-ball, are you on speed or something? Fine, yes. The bot admitted it. That's funny. Cleverly Twisted, you've been watching local news recap. They are definitely for one side and not non-bias. Glad I can watch for myself to know the full truth. They're definitely for one side. Wow. Interesting. I always say, MG says, I always say, follow what your head says. Head tells you because the heart can be misleading. I try to strike a balance between the two. Not for trials of case. Not for cases, I should say, not for trials, but with my just general living. All right, Captain Civer, if you're out there watching, Pammy's throwing you kisses. Baka sneaking in. Hello, Baka. I wonder if that will change, Cleverly. I wonder if that will change after defense testifies. Or, well, now we've had 2 days, full day of testimony from the defense. I wonder if they'll change their tune or not. Yeah, I thought the community was standing behind. I don't know. I'm not there, so I'm not gonna speculate on that. Hey, Selena K, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. So cleverly twisted. Most people are for one side, the media is not. Interesting. All right, I'm going to turn our scroll off. MG, I admire the fact you try to see it from both sides in this case. Yeah, I will tell you it is sure tough case, but gratefully you chose to air this one. Valeria, good to see you. Are those French fries? Are you having some French fries? Yeah, Pam, it depends on what kind of media, but yeah, I hear you. I went to radio and television school back in the day, and we had our local news anchor come in, and we were like, why are you guys always just showing shootings and killings and, grapes and all this stuff? And he's like, it sells. Blood sells. And sex. That's what sells. It's what sells newspapers. It's what sells eyeballs. It's what sells. Sad answer, but a correct answer. So, here's what it is. Oh, what's this? Hold on a sec. Okay, there it is. All right, we're just waiting for them to come back live. Oh, hold on a sec. Okay. Oh, there they are.
Is the defense ready to proceed with this recording?
If I could just put this on the record?
I did hand those out. I meant to state that before I asked you if there was anything you wanted to say, but I did put the instruction that you requested on the tables for each of you.
Appreciate that, Your Honor. If I could I might just read it into the record if that's okay, and then so I have a record of it later in the transcript, or we can add it as a marked document for the transcript. Do you prefer that?
I'd rather wait maybe with the end of the trial, or because I thought you just wanted to review it in order to proceed with your case and for strategy purposes, not for you to read an instruction in the record.
It's unlikely that the defense is going to ask for it, but I see. Well, we can wait till the end when we do the other instructions if the court prefers that.
I think so, and I'll save it and flag it so that it's mentioned, so that if I don't give it, then we're at least placing on the record that it exists and it was not given for whatever reason.
All right.
Does that sound fair?
Yes, Your Honor. Other than that, we're ready to go.
Okay. Mr. Becker, all set for the jurors?
I am ready.
Okay, so we'll have it going in so you guys can continue. Wasn't there no, the witness was, I just wanted to make sure nobody was supposed to sit.
No, we're gonna recall Bob McFarland.
I saw the stuff up there and but
I promise we'll be quick, John.
okay, so we'll have the jurors come in and we'll get started.
And this
Back here.
Don't want to do that.
All rise for the jury, please.
I would say yes, because yeah, this you're going to do it from the left. Here.
Okay, welcome back. You may be seated. And let's get on to the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense called Bob McFarland back to the stand.
And sir, I'm just going to remind you that you are sworn to oath from your previous testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. McFarland.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. So we're going to sort of pick up where we left off. We're going to go much quicker this time around and talk about some exhibits. And, you know, I know you wanted an opportunity to explain what you were doing before. Just so the jury is clear, you weren't actually creating any evidence on the stand.
I was not. I was simply publishing what we were going to produce, yes.
And we were marking, and because it's electronic and not a piece of paper, you can't really put a sticker on it. But you were going to do that later.
Right, I was taking notes on the segments that you asked me to create exhibits on.
All right, and some of those exhibits were identified as B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, and B7, and you already published all those to the jury, right?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the defense moves the admission of B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, and B7.
No objection.
B2 through 7, yes, Your Honor.
Those exhibits are now admitted.
And because we already went through those, we're not going to do it again.
Okay.
Was there a B1?
No.
B was already admitted, there's no B1.
Yeah, we started at B2. I don't know why we don't have a B1, Your Honor. And to confuse things further, we're going to now go to B11. And you have, and we have marked as Exhibit B11, a part of the video that's already into evidence.
Yes.
Okay. And you tell us what B11 is, Mr. McFarland.
B11 is a series of sequential images that were exported in BMP format, and then subsequently your office printed them.
Okay, and in the exhibit B11, what is happening before you put it on the screen? Or
I'm not
we
sure.
can move admission to B11, Your Honor. I've already provided the paper.
Objection to B11?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, B11 is now admitted.
And to save time, Your Honor, I will move admission to B12, B14, B15, and B16.
Wait, 12.
B11, B12, B14, B15, and B16. And we did skip some numbers there, Your Honor, just to save some time.
And any objection to those exhibits, Mr. Becker?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so 11 and 12 and 14 through 16 are now admitted as well.
Okay. And now that they're in evidence, we're going to publish them to the jury. Can you start with B11 and then describe for the jury what is in this particular exhibit?
This particular exhibit starts at RFN 5392, and it's a series of images that go through showing a segment of video where Officer Schurr and Mr. Lyoya were in the struggle. And I'll just advance it with the arrow keys. Do we want to dim the lights, please? And so we can see Officer Schurr has his back to us. We see he's facing the front of Mr. Lyoya. We see Mr. Lyoya's bent left arm up towards the center section of Officer Schurr. and we can see Mr. Lyoya's left elbow under the armpit of Officer Schurr, and his arm extends out. And as I play forward, you'll see. And as I advance forward, we see here Officer Schurr comes off the ground and then gets back down, and now you can see Mr. Lyoya's right arm and how Officer Schurr is grabbing onto it. And we end at 5410.
And then if you could publish to the jury Exhibit B12.
This is another series of images. This is shortly after that sequence. This starts at RFN 5593, and this shows Officer Schurr holding on to the fabric near the right shoulder of Mr. Lyoya. Mr. Lyoya's left hand, that you can see in the body-worn camera, is extended, and I will advance it, and you will see Mr. Lyoya, his hand covers the body-worn camera. And that goes to RFN 5602.
If you could publish for the jury Defense Exhibit B14.
Yes. So this particular exhibit is two RFNs from two parts of the incident, because we lose some of the action between these two. And right here we see Officer Schurr has the taser by the hand grip of the weapon, and Mr. Lyoya has the, well, just for lack of another term, the other end. And he's got it with his left hand. The next exhibit is RFN 6211, and this is where we see Schurr still has the taser in his right hand, but now Mr. Lyoya has it in his right hand.
Are we in B15?
No, we didn't do B15.
I thought we skipped B13.
Skip 13. Oh, yeah, you're right. So you skipped 13, so it should be 14, 15.
Oh, are we on 14?
No, we just did.
That's what I thought we did.
We
I'm
have
sorry.
15 and 16.
Okay, can you publish B15?
You might be right. We did skip 15.
So there's a 15, the last second from the bottom, that's not it.
Oh, you're right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is a single image, RFN 7447. And what we're showing here is Officer Schurr on the back of Mr. Lyoya. You can see Officer Schurr's left hand down near the taser, and the taser's also in Mr. Lyoya's right hand. And Officer Schurr, both of his feet are up in the air.
And now B16?
This is images, a series of 3 images. They start at 7513, and as I move forward, you can see the taser officer, or excuse me, the left arm of Officer Schurr come up. If I go down, you can't see it because his left leg is in the way. If I inch forward, you can see Officer Schurr's left arm come up to this point in 7515 that Officer Schurr no longer has his hand on the taser, and in the image there you can see the taser, and I'll go in just a little bit. The taser's right here to the inside of Mr. Lyoya's left forearm. You can see it on the ground, and it's in Mr. Lyoya's right hand.
Mr. McFarland, you also marked an exhibit related to the cell phone video, C5.
Yes.
that's previously been provided to opposing counsel, Your Honor. We move for admission of C5.
No objection.
C5 is now admitted.
Can you pull C5 up, please?
Yes. This exhibit here is further down. This is relative frame number 7566 from the cell phone video. And what we see here is Officer Schurr a few frames after the last series of image we watched, a larger blow-up of the taser in the hand of Mr. Lyoya, but also we see that go across his left forearm in the area in the zoomed-in portion, and I'm using my arrow to point at it. These are the taser wires. They go up, and there's another taser wire here, and in the large photo they go here, and then we lose track of them because they're in between Mr. Lyoya and Officer Schurr.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland. You can take that down. And we can bring the lights back if you're available. Now, Mr. McFarland, I had asked you some questions about time that had elapsed. And when you analyze the videos and you made these synchronized videos, you're able to calculate how much time had elapsed from certain points in time.
Yes.
All right. And can you tell the jury how much time passed from the moment that Officer Schurr first put a hand on Mr. Lyoya until the time the shot was fired?
Almost 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay.
2 minutes and 28 seconds to be exact.
What was the exact amount of time?
2 minutes and 28 seconds.
Okay. And, much of the video is taken with a cell phone by Mr. Tuyasheme. There's some time periods where he sort of puts the phone in a downward position so you can see the lawn, but you can't see what's going on.
Yes.
I asked you to determine how much time when you actually can't see the action on any of the cameras.
This is right after Officer Schurr and Mr. Lyoya went to the ground and were struggling over the taser. The cell phone camera went down to the ground for 33 seconds.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McFarland.
No questions.
I don't see any hands raised from the jury. This means please move the jury's in the room. Are you okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So he can step down, right?
Yes. Mr. McFarland, is this yours?
Yes.
You want me to take it?
Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we will be calling Lon Martel.
So his water. Is that your water?
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
And sir, before you take your seat, please raise your right hand. I correct the swear you say.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure. My name's Lon Bartel, L-O-N-B-A-R-T-E-L.
And can you please tell us a little bit about where you are currently employed?
Sure. One of the roles that I have is I work for a company that builds training simulators for the U.S. military and law enforcement, where I'm the director of training and curriculum as well as the principal researcher for developing that very high fidelity training material, which includes the utilization of force options, de-escalation, less lethal utilization, as well as our system has been used widely for research on human performance.
And what aspects of your role there involve applying principles from sport and exercise science?
Well, what happened to the audio? Well, we just lost audio. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Further down, this is relative.
I'm not sure why we lost the audio. Hold on. Hold on. Apparently the audio has gone out. Checking another feed. Ugh, this stinks. Yeah, audio went out. Gotta love live court. All right, we're just gonna have to wait till the audio comes back. Yeah, we've lost the audio. So, does anybody read lips? Oh, this is annoying. Well, let's see. Len Bartel, he works for companies that make training modules for military and police agencies. For military, I wonder how long it's going to take them to figure this out. Does anybody know? Hey, hold on, Lon. Don't stop talking. Does anybody know lip reading? Oh, this is terrible. Well, what are you going to do, right? It's what happens when we watch live trials. Oh, let's see. Let's see. He completed his doctorate. So he's just basically talking about his resume. Has he formed an opinion on the case? His opinion is that the video shows Officer Schurr was engaged with a very long, intense fight. Just have to say audio goes out. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, hey, Pammy, thank you for the $25 support. Buy me a cup of coffee. Thank you so much for that. All right, let's see. My opinion is that the video shows that Officer Schurr was engaged with a very long, intense fight. He used multiple control options to try to prevent the suspect from getting away. None of them worked. Mr. Bartel argues Schurr's breathing in the video shows how exhausted he was throughout the struggle. He says Schurr was fearing for his life. Schurr could no longer effectively fight, he says. He says the weight of the equipment didn't help his fatigue. He compares the struggle to holding up a pull-up bar. At some point, he says the body gives out. Let me try this other. I think it's the feed, but I'm trying another feed. See if it's. Oh, is it back? Nope.
Good afternoon.
You're not back.
Could you please state your name and...
All right. So, yeah, thank you, Pammy, for your support. Appreciate you. All right, I'm checking this other feed. All right, I think I found a feed that works. Hold on, guys. I think I found one that the audio does not cut out. So let's try this. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I found a feed that works. Hold on. Let me just rewind it. We'll watch this from the beginning. Pretty sure this does not cut out. So just hang with us for a moment. Okay, I think this one works.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
And sir, before you take your seat, please raise your right hand. I correctly swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Sure. My name's Lon Bartel, L-O-N-B-A-R-T-E-L.
And can you please tell us a little bit about where you are currently employed?
Sure. One of the roles that I have is I work for a company that builds training simulators for the U.S. military and law enforcement, where I'm the director of training and curriculum as well as the principal researcher for developing that very high fidelity training material, which includes the utilization of force options, de-escalation, less lethal utilization, as well as our system has been used widely for research on human performance.
And what aspects of your role there involve applying principles from sport and exercise science?
Almost all of them. I have to be able to analyze human performance and portray it in a realistic way. If I don't provide a realistic example of human performance, human movement, reaction times, things like that, then what I'm giving officers or U.S. military isn't real, and it actually creates a problem where we can have referred to as training artifacts, and then bad outcomes can happen. So it's incredibly important.
And can you explain what some of your consulting work is?
Sure. I own Verstant Tactical Consulting. I do consulting on human performance dynamics, use of force, training components throughout the United States.
And what type of work do you do any work there regarding human performance during high stress instances?
So a lot of what I do, because of the analysis of a force event, is going to be in a higher stress, probably better phrase, a high arousal state, because of the nature of the consequences of some of the outcomes. So those high levels of arousal cause changes in our body that most of us understand. You know, when our heart rate starts to flutter, or we start breathing heavy, or whatever else happens to be, and those all play into how we perform, whether it's a physical skill or decision making or identifying things, listening or paying attention. So those are all aspects that are brought in.
And I guess backing up a little bit, can you describe your educational background in exercise and sports science?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's degree. I graduated with honors. My college of study was actually sports science, but my concentration is actually physiology and biochemistry. While I was putting myself through college, I was working as a personal trainer and a strength coach, and I was certified through the American Council on Exercise, Health and Tennis Corporation of America, National Strength Conditioning Association. There might be another one in there. And then my master's degree is actually in applied exercise and sports science. I obtained additional certifications with the National Academy of Sports Medicine as a performance enhancement specialist, as well as there's an organization called National Strength Conditioning Association, which I was certified as a certified strength conditioning specialist back in the day. I did one of their newer certs, which is a tactical strength and conditioning facilitator, which focuses specifically on law enforcement, military, EMS performance as it applies to being able to train for the demands that they will face. I'm also currently working on my PhD. I'm in the dissertation writing phase, and my PhD is in performance psychology.
Well, that sounds like a lot, thank you. Have you, prior to your current position, did you have any prior experience as a police officer?
I do.
And
over 20 years.
Okay. And as part of your job as a police officer, what type of work did you do?
Like everybody, started in patrol, worked a bunch of special units to include a community action or neighborhood action team, and then I moved heavily, because of my sports background, I moved heavily into the training environment where I served as a firearms instructor, a Taser instructor, less lethal instructor, chemical weapons instructor. I also was part of our SWAT team as not only a hostage negotiator, but as well I was one of our senior operators. I started our explosive breaching program. During that time, I'm one of the guys that actually started the SWAT Association in Arizona, where I served as the secretary for the first 5 years of its inception. I also then, because of my background, my education, I moved into a role which is a subject matter expert for firearms. I was also a subject matter expert for defensive tactics, a Taser master instructor for 14 years, chemical weapons instructor, a few other things I believe. I don't remember them all.
Well, you have a very impressive resume. Have you ever been involved in developing or instructing training for law enforcement personnel?
I have.
And what areas have you instructed law enforcement on?
So the vast majority of my work has always been in human performance. Don't get me wrong, I also make sure to dovetail it all together. So I was a de-escalation instructor, and I brought de-escalation in as part of our firearms program and part of our defensive tactics, so it all was intertwined. But I taught all of those, I developed all those skills, or all of those trainings. But I've also developed over 100 hours of certified curriculum that was certified through an organization called the International Association of Directors of Law Enforcement Standards and Training. So that particular organization, 36 states in the United States accept any of their certifications, and I've developed well over 100 hours that have met their stringent requirements.
Can you describe your work with force-on-force simulation training and how it informs understanding physical exertion?
Sure.
And what that is?
So force-on-force can kind of go down two different paths. One of them is what we refer to in law enforcement as force-on-force or man-marking rounds. That particular technology, I teach for that company on the side. The largest manufacturer of this particular technology. They take real guns and they modify them. They put in a new barrel and different magazines, and then the ammunition that they use fires a small paint pellet so that it will actually show where the round hits. And if I give 3 different people different colors, I know how to keep you accountable for your rounds or your rounds. But the weapon cycles the way a real firearm does, and one of the other components to it is because those little paint pellets are moving at a pretty good speed, they hurt. And because of that, what that creates is an elevated arousal state, which is highly beneficial in law enforcement training, because we need to get officers to be able to adjust and make those type of, or deal with those type of environments. So it's one of the ways that we can elevate the arousal level or the stress level and force them to have to perform whatever the tasks are. Now, we don't necessarily always use the tool. They just need to know that it's a possibility. Often those drills are nothing more than a de-escalation drill. But I don't want you to know that ahead of time. I need you to not know that. It's an important consideration. So another form of force-on-force or simulation training is the stuff I build with the digital simulators. Those simulators, imagine a large movie screen. One of the systems we have is actually 5 large screens. It's projected in 4K. And It's not a movie as we think of it as a linear event. In other words, you hit play and it just finishes however it finishes. The particular technology has a branching component to it, and many of us grew up reading books called Choose Your Own Adventure books, where you would read the book and you got to a specific point and there were decisions you could make. You would go to a different page and then there's a completely different storyline. Well, our video does that. And the instructor can click or branch the video. So if you're doing a great job on giving verbal commands, I can make it so that the individuals on screen comply to your commands. Or if maybe I need you to say things slightly different and I don't reward it so that they're more, more confrontational. But you also have, in the devices that we use, a laser insert, and that laser insert goes into a firearm, a taser, OC spray, less lethal munitions, so that my actions can immediately branch that video as well. So if I have a subject that pulls a gun, I can utilize a firearm and shoot them, and that individual may drop to the ground, or if I don't hit them in a vital spot, they may only stagger and then re-engage, and then the officer has to deal with the fact that that lethal tool or a less lethal tool wasn't effective, and they have to continue on making decisions and interacting with the video. We also use a device called a threat fire, which is a small electric device that creates a little pain signal, because again, I need that arousal level to be brought up to be representative of the environments that law enforcement or our military really face.
And why is that important?
So that elevation in the arousal level, it changes your body chemistry and your brain chemistry, and I need you to be able to make the adjustments accordingly, whether it's emotional self-regulation or to realize that you're being overcome in this circumstance, you don't have the right skills, you don't have enough people, whatever else happens to be. I need to create those dynamics, but it's an important consideration.
Have you ever been involved in developing or reviewing training curriculum for law enforcement?
I have.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so goes back to the statement I made about IATLIST as far as developing their material, as well as at my agency, I developed all of our material. As my role with the Arizona Tactical Officers Association, I would volunteer to work with smaller agencies and their tactical teams to help them develop their policies and procedures and make adjustments based on the limitations that they had on personnel, equipment, and training time, so that way they were able to get the safest environments possible based on what they had.
And what are some of the factors that you consider when doing this for our agencies, when creating?
So big things that you have to look at is, number one, is state and federal law. I mean, those are our guiding factors. What is it that an officer legally has to be able to obtain, be able to adhere to? Another is department policy, because policy is going to dictate what an officer's standard is held to. And just as important, comes from my education, my training background, is it humanly possible what we're asking these individuals to actually do? The capability of a human being, and we're all flawed human beings, has to be looked at, because there are some things that you just may not be able to do. And that is not a fair standard to hold somebody to. Or if you want to hold them to a high standard, you've got to be able to make sure that you're giving them the training, not only the amount, but the type of training done in the right methodological way to support that level of performance that you're expecting from them.
And based on the, I guess, kind of tying in the human performance to some of the use of force, what are some of the, how does exertion or exhaustion play into use of force policies?
Can you approach
Judge asking if they can approach. Wonder what happened. Let me see if I can find out. Why were they asked to approach? Can't see why. All right, don't know why she asked for them to approach. So we're listening to Lon Bartel, Training Simulator for Military and Police, Director of Training Curriculum and Researcher. I did like the fact that he's working on his PhD, Performance Psychology. I think that's awesome. What's up, Super Ball? You okay, kiddo? I think about that often, meaning in sports, the psychology of sports. That's something that always goes through my mind whenever I'm watching any kind of sporting event.
Do you have any peer-reviewed, published research that ties into law enforcement performance and how that relationship to exercise science plays into each other?
I do.
Can you explain some of those, or any of those peer-reviewed and published research? Is that related to use of force or deadly force encounters?
All of it.
Okay, and part of that, have you researched kind of specifically the transition from taser to firearms and how long that takes?
Yeah, I did a published research specifically on how long it takes an officer to transition in a simulated environment from firearm to taser as well as taser to firearm.
And have you presented at any international law enforcement training conferences or any conferences generally about exercise and sports science?
As the principles apply to law enforcement, yes.
And Your Honor, at this time I would have moved to qualify Mr. Bartel as an expert in exercise and sports science and exertion and exhaustion factors.
Like to what, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, you said an exertion. I'm trying to write down what you're saying.
Exertion and exhaustion factors.
All right, and yes, you made what here?
Since that was got a report from you. It's basically on fatigue. Would that be a fair kind of summary of what your report on this matter is regarding?
Exertion and exhaustion, probably.
Exertion, exhaustion, okay. But the peer-reviewed things you just mentioned is use of force and deadly force for how to transition from a gun to a taser.
That's one of them, yes.
It's one of them. But you have no published things on exercise science, peer-reviewed.
Actually, all of the principles in exercise science are going to be specific to the law enforcement component.
But that's a whole different thing, though. This is your law enforcement component. You're saying that exercise science, you're talking about fatigue, people getting tired. You have no studies, you have no published articles on that aspect of it.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I'm focusing on, because that's what you're testifying to this jury. You've never done your own research in this area. Your report has none of your own research, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You're relying on other people's research for this report.
Correct.
So when you're looking at what an expert does, you've never published anything in regards to this area?
In regards to specific exhaustion, no.
Exercise, that's what you're
But exercise and sports science, absolutely.
Where? I mean, I got a list of your things.
Let's talk about the one that you just mentioned, which is the transition study. So the transition study is going to include a component of action and perception. So as human beings see the environment, we pay attention to different things. We have to process all of that, and then we make a decision. That decision then just has to be carried out. That is legitimately a component of exercise and sports science. That's an example. Another one would be the study that I did on time to stop. So we created an environment where officers had firearms, they were given a signal to start shooting, and they were given a signal to stop shooting. The action of stopping required them to be able to see what was going on, to formulate a plan, and then carry out that plan. Exercise in sports science is not just about how much oxygen I need. It's also about how I see the environment, perceive the environment, make the decisions, and then carry out those decisions, which is what the majority of my research has been.
Okay. But in terms of that's not what your report's about. It's not your report for this incident was about how people are impacted by fatigue and how tired people get, essentially. Is that a fair assessment?
How exhaustion can play into their performance.
How exhaustion played into performance in this specific instance.
Or any instance similar to it.
And in terms of you're still working on you're working on your doctorate. You haven't presented a thesis to defend, have you?
No, first defense is in 2 weeks.
2 weeks, so you still haven't gone through that process.
Correct.
You haven't done any books in this area?
No.
And one of the things you work with, the one certification, you listed a number of certifications. The only two I have that, in the National Academy of Sports Medicine was 2021, correct?
Correct.
And National Strength and Conditioning Association is in 2023, correct?
Correct.
The rest of them, in terms of any sort of exercise, sports medicine, I don't see anything other than those two on your CV.
Correct. Those are the two that I maintain. It gets expensive to maintain all the other ones.
Sure, but you listed a whole bunch of them, but those have all expired.
Correct.
Those were when you were doing exercise. I think you said you were a trainer?
Health fitness instructor, personal trainer, and strength coach.
And that was back in 1997?
Correct.
And that was
That's
before
where it
you...
started.
So all those certifications and stuff were back in 1997, before you became a police officer?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
There's a motion to have him recognized as an expert in the fields of exercise and sports science and exertion and exhaustion factors. Is there an objection to that or not?
I guess it goes to weight, not admissibility, Your Honor, so leave it to your discretion.
All right, so I will have, for purposes of this case, I will accept him as an expert in those areas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bartel, did you form an opinion in this case?
I did.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is that the video captures from the different angles show that Officer Schurr was engaged in a prolonged, very intense fight where he attempted to control a very resistive subject. He utilized multiple control options, such as knee strikes and punches, to try to prevent this individual from getting away and then from taking his deadly, dangerous instrument from him. The individual seems unfazed by the vast majority of his force options, to a point where he even was able to push up off the ground with Chris on his back. The struggle continues, where you can see Chris and you can hear his labored breathing, indicative of exertion and exhaustion. Towards the end of the fight, where he is now fighting over the control of his taser and eventually loses control of this dangerous weapon and deadly weapon, and is then at a point where he's exhausted and has very little options other than the use of deadly force to stop the ongoing assault.
So breaking that down a little bit, have you, I guess we'll kind of maybe work backwards and then come back to it, but have you formed an opinion about, I guess, whether it would be reasonable for an officer in Officer Schurr's position to be in fear of serious bodily injury or death after all of the factors you just listed?
Yes.
Why?
When we start getting tired because of high levels of physical exhaustion, and most of us understand this at some level, your ability to continue that effort goes away quickly. The idea that we're able to fight for an extended period of time is not realistic. And what happens is we quickly lose the ability to maintain muscular strength or muscular power, which is absolutely vital in these type of situations. So as our ability to maintain, or think of it this way, produce force with our muscles starts to decrease, our ability to hold on, our ability to control somebody, our ability to hit somebody effectively is diminished rapidly, meaning we no longer are able to effectively fight. This individual can overcome us, they can take things away from us, and those things can then be used against us, which creates a very, very difficult position.
And kind of breaking all of this down a little bit, let's kind of go through an overview of how physical exhaustion comes up during stressful encounters generally, just to kind of walk through some of that. So based on your experience and training, how does a high-intensity exertion affect the human body during stressful encounters?
So understand that our body loves to be in a position or a condition called homeostasis, which is kind of how we're all sitting right here. If I do anything that gets us out of homeostasis, out of that balance, I have to do stuff. My body has to engage in stuff to get it back. So if I try to hit somebody really, really hard, I exert a lot of energy. That exertion changes things in the body. I start using chemicals up. I use fuel. Right, so everything from, there's different types of fuel. Most of us understand that we use sugar and we use fat as a fuel source, and we do, you need oxygen for long distance stuff, but short distance, high intensity, we don't use a lot of oxygen. We're using more blood sugar or another substance in the body. But when we engage in those behaviors, we start using up those stores. So that fuel starts to go away. And what happens when we burn it, or burn it off, is we have all these byproducts. And these byproducts, and most of us have felt it, like if I had to do a bunch of push-ups, that burning sensation that you start to get, or a bunch of sit-ups, that's some of those byproducts that start to get built up, and you quickly start seeing your fatigue. Your muscles start to shake or tremor, and you're unable to generate the same amount of force on the 20th one that you did on the first one. So there's a level that we really understand what happens when we go through these high levels of physical exertion. And I'm just talking about 20, 25 push-ups. I'm not talking about a fight that lasted for 2 minutes and 30 seconds while wearing extra weight of the bulletproof vest and the belt on top of it. Those are all things that would lead into the exertional component to this, and how, as we start to get tired, our ability to control somebody goes away quickly.
And can you explain a little bit more about why that is?
Well, I mentioned the burning of the fuel sources start to go away, the byproducts start to happen, and without getting too into it, the fatigue can hit two different ways. One can be central, which is the nervous system, because it's being utilized in these high intensity situations, and the other is a peripheral, or within the muscles itself. So because we're using both of those at high intensity, we start seeing those fatigue factors start to set in. Those exertional aspects cause all these changes that occur from a neurological and a physiological component that makes it that it's harder for us to do things, something as simple as holding on. As an example, if I had a pull-up bar in here and I had you hold on to that pull-up bar, how long could you hold your body weight there before your hands are just going to give out? That's those changes. That's localized in that particular situation, but those exertional factors dump chemicals into the blood that will affect everything in the system.
And you mentioned that doing something like push-ups or sit-ups is not the same as the ability to be in an all-out fight. Can you explain that a little more, and that distinction?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things that I did is I did a bunch of exercise testing and prescription. I've tested thousands of people when it comes to exercise testing and prescription aspects. So the exercise tests measure different components of fitness. And I'm going to take a lot of us back to like high school. Y'all remember when we did like the sit and reach test and the 1.5 mile run or the push-ups? Those are all different components. Well, sit and reach is flexibility. My push-up is muscular endurance. Sit-up is muscular endurance. 1.5 mile run is aerobic capacity. But a fight is anaerobic in nature, meaning oxygen is not providing a vital component actually in the fight. We can't get enough oxygen in. We've got too much other stuff going on. We don't switch over to oxygen as a major factor in burning things in an oxidative state until 3 to 4 minutes, 5 minutes into the event. It's all high intensity stuff. So this high intensity push that we do makes these changes occur, and because of the use of all these fuels, we have byproducts. And that burning sensation that you feel, the fact that I feel weakness or fatigue or tremors, that's all a aspect of the byproduct and the exertion.
And what happens if your body can't get enough oxygen?
Well, if you can't get enough oxygen from a total circumstance, the body dies. But oxygen itself in these type of situations can't produce enough energy to keep up with the physical demand. I talked about the different exercise testing. So a 1.5 mile run is aerobic. A 1.5 mile run doesn't give you any indication of your ability to fight. It just means you can run. The body functions on this thing called specificity, meaning If I want to get better at running, I have to go run. I don't swim. If I want to get better at lifting heavy weights, I have to lift heavy weights. If I want to get better at anything, I have to engage in that particular task. A run in an aerobic state, I'm not talking sprinting, a 1.5 mile run is an endurance issue. It's not a fighting issue. Those are two separate components, and there's a significant amount of research out there that these generalized fitness tests are great for fitness components. They are not indicative of measuring somebody's capacity to actually fight or to sustain anaerobic power. Anaerobic power is a completely different test.
And what type of power is your body using if you're in a fighting situation?
Anaerobic.
Okay, and that was kind of what you were describing, where it targets the large muscle groups? Or
Yeah, so big, it's not just the big muscle groups, it's the fact that the big muscle groups are having to generate high levels of force. So think about the difference between, if I'm running, 1.5 miles, I don't have to produce a lot of force, I just have to do a lot of it, right? Multiple steps. But if you need to push your car out of the roadway, that's large muscle groups, right? That's anaerobic in nature, that's generating high amounts of force. You're not pushing your car 1.5 miles, right? Not happening. Because it's not the same. The legs are moving, but it's not the same. One is generating high levels of force, the other is low levels of force just repetitively. So in an anaerobic state, I have to produce large amounts of force. And without getting into the recruitment of muscle fibers, I recruit certain type of powerful muscle fibers that will help with that, but they don't use oxygen very well, and they produce a lot of these byproducts very, very quickly.
And what does that do to someone's fatigue level?
It drives it up immediately. I mean, you can get people fatigued or gassed within 15-30 seconds of a super high intensity exercise.
And what would be, if you're in a fighting situation, how quickly could that happen?
Same, depends on the nature of the fight.
And in this case, you reviewed the video, correct?
I reviewed a amalgamation of 3 different views in the video, yes.
And I know you just got here recently, but if I have Bob pull up Exhibit B, which is a sync transcript video. Can you please pull that up, Bob? And if we could dim the lights, please. Exhibit B. And when you say the compilation of videos, is this the compilation that you're talking about with the...
So far it looks like it, yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And would it, so I think as we're going through kind of what you explained, could you help walk us through the points where you first noticed that Officer Schurr is exerting energy, or exertion, I should say?
Sure.
And I guess, sorry, Bob, before you start, based on what you observed in the video, what physical exertion was Officer Schurr displaying throughout this interaction?
Well, there's a variety of things, everything from the knee strikes to the ability to try to control an individual to I believe there's at least one punch that's captured on the video. As already mentioned, there's large sections of the video that don't capture all of the action, so there's a lot of physical exertion that you can kind of hear and infer that there's stuff going on, but we don't know the extent of it because we can't see it on the video. But as an example, the holding on to something. We don't think of it being a lot of work, but it is a type of contraction. When we hold on to something, so there's 3 different types of muscle contractions. You have isometric, concentric, and eccentric. Without getting over the top, isometric means there's a contraction of the muscle, like me squeezing this rail, but my fingers aren't getting closer together. I'm developing force and my muscles are getting fatigued, but my hand's not closing. right? I can't. Well, if I have a load that's super heavy, I might be trying to squeeze it or trying to hold on to something. It's the same isometric contraction. It requires energy to do that, right? But it doesn't convey well on video because there's no movement associated with it, because the muscle doesn't shorten or lengthen, it contracts to hold on.
Okay, so it might be, would it be helpful for you to point out some points of the video where you notice that Officer Schurr is using physical exertion?
Yeah, well, physical exertion, as well as I mentioned at the very beginning, the concept of homeostasis, right? Where our body wants to be in balance. There are other things that can actually make it harder for us. If I start giving out a bunch of loud verbal commands over and over again, I'm interfering with my ability to breathe. Just imagine trying to shout your own name out 5 times in a row and what happens when you're done. Because I need to go back to homeostasis. So there's a lot of things that will actually play into the exertional component on this.
Okay, and what would be the first thing that you observed about Officer Schurr's conduct throughout this? Like, when was the first time that he would have been exerting some type of...
Well, the changes in breathing pattern happen when he gets onto the radio, when he grabs on, the chase that occurs as he's trying to make contact. All of that would be some level of exertion, or the starting point for it.
Okay. Bob, can you take us to RFN 3193, please? Okay, and what do you observe about this frame of the video?
He's making contact with the subject's shoulder. It's hard to say if there's any real squeeze. It doesn't appear, just the nature of the fold of the clothing. I can't say for certain, but this is the first contact where he's trying to gain control.
And at this point, what would be happening to his physical exertion levels?
Again, if there's not high levels of muscular force being used, not a lot, minuscule.
Okay. Bob, can you play the video from here, please?
Stop. Put your hands down. Stop.
Stop it there. And this is RFN 3555. And leading up to this point, can you tell us a little bit about some of the exertion that you noticed in Officer Schurr?
Yeah, the video in the top left-hand corner, you can actually see where he started to try to fight for limb control. Well, to do that means I have to generate force. To generate force, I'm starting to exert energy, I'm starting to exert effort. Video is problematic because it'll never serve as a proxy for the officer's experience. The same way that as you're sitting there looking as I'm squeezing onto this rail, you have no idea how much force I'm generating on this. But if I was to grab your forearm and squeeze as hard as I am here, you would know it. The officer feels those things. Video can't capture that. So that's one of the challenges in this, is we know there's exertion, we know holding on is exertion. To say how much work is done is a little bit harder to do. When he tries to control the limbs, that's exertion. I've got somebody that doesn't want their limb controlled. They're gonna pull away. To overcome that, I have to try to hold on. So that is all physical exertion. We're seeing a start of that effort early on.
And when would the start of that exertion begin? Would that have been?
As soon as the officer starts using force. I mean, and by force, I don't mean in a traditional use of force policy. I mean from a physics perspective, right? Talking about Newton, the whole concept of lifting up a water bottle, it requires force for me to lift up that water bottle. The muscles have to contract. This isn't a lot of force, not a lot of resistance. Give me 300 pounds, and that's going to be a lot of force. Give me somebody who's resisting against me aggressively, that's a lot of force.
Bob, can you play the video from here, please? And can you pause it there? Can you zoom in on the top dash cam video, please? Okay, and sorry, can you back up to 3555? Okay, so we're at the point where Officer Schurr has tackled Mr. Lyoya to the ground, and then I'll play it forward briefly, and then can you just, well, why don't you explain, once he tackles him to the ground, what type of physical exertion would Officer Schurr be using?
So, and I already mentioned the homeostasis component. When he gets on the radio, though, he's shouting out location and what he's got going. Remember I talked about the whole concept of if I shout my name a bunch of times, I get myself out of that homeostasis. It takes time to get back in, so that's a component that it plays into his performance. One of the other challenges you run into is the officer, as he's getting on the radio, maintaining control of that radio. In doing so, he effectively loses a limb that he can use to effectively actually control or grab on. I can't hold on to the radio and hold on to a person with that hand at the same time, meaning he's having to try to overcome and use additional force in other ways because he's tied up with the radio. And the radio is important. It's how he's going to get assistance, right? And there's no question on that. But that makes it even harder for him to control someone.
Okay, and Bob, can you play it forward here to 3806? Oh, sorry. Okay, if you could zoom in at that point, and this is RFN 3816. Okay, and at this point, what have you observed of Officer Schurr's exertion?
So he's trying to keep a subject who's fighting him on the ground, which requires physical force and physical effort. You see him change position at one point in time as he's trying to move position. That all requires physical force and exertion. All of that is going to require some level of force. And again, the piece that has to be taken into account is he's doing so wearing a vest and body armor, as well as his duty belt. So those all play into how much load he has to carry, as well as the challenges that you run into with the restriction that a vest can actually cause.
Okay, Bob, can you play it, please?
Stop! Stop! Get your hand behind your back! Hand behind your back!
What is the RFN number?
1417.
Okay. And during this segment, what did you notice about Officer Schurr's position?
Well, he attempts to do a couple of knee strikes. He engages in knee strikes. Knee strikes are very powerful, very high energy demand. Another challenge that you run into with the knee strikes, anytime I generate high levels of force, one of the things that we do is we engage in a process called bracing. So think about if you go to lift something up, you will literally tighten up your core to do it, so that way you can lift things up. The challenge is, and if you want to do it along with me, if you tighten up your stomach and you try to breathe normal, it's not easy to do. So he has to generate high levels of force, but to set his core, to set those muscles that actually can interfere with his breathing, which again can play into his ability to sustain a fight.
And up to this point, what have you noticed about Mr. Lyoya's actions after Officer Schurr tackled him to the
So you
ground?
hear verbal commands that, or hear verbal statements that he's going to comply, but the actual physical actions are not compliance. Okay, after, the command, give me your hands, put your hands behind your back, but he doesn't do it. He continues to fight to keep the hands to the front. So there's a contradiction between the verbal statements that are made and the actual physical actions that are made. And you can see that Chris is trying to control those limbs, and he's not able to do a great job at it for whatever reason.
And you mentioned some of the knee strikes that Officer Schurr used. What did you notice about them?
Well, as I mentioned, the high intensity, that's the nature of a knee strike. They're big, powerful muscles, just because the muscles of the legs are, some of the largest muscles in the body. And in doing so, they have a very high energy demand. So we know that we start pushing that anaerobic threshold even more and more with that type of behavior.
Were they effective, the knee strikes?
They didn't appear to be effective because he's not getting compliance. He's not getting an individual who stops. You're not seeing an individual that ideally, if I do a knee strike to, say, a common peroneal, I cause a neurological effect on that muscle to where it doesn't contract very well. I'm not seeing that because he's, our subject's still able to get his legs up underneath him and at some point in time push himself up with Chris on his back.
And what would that indicate to you about their positioning?
So, from a advantage perspective, he's underneath Chris. The fact that he's able to get his weight up, he's got a good solid base to fight from. I say that because, being able to fight from a bottom position is actually not hard to do. One of the simulations that I built that it's tied to national curriculum is specifically to the speed of a prone suspect and how quickly a prone suspect can turn around and actually utilize a weapon. So from the first movement to the actual use of a weapon, it can happen as little as 0.61 seconds. Now it's based on research that was done by Force Science, but I've put it into a simulator and I've had hundreds of people do it in real life, in real time, and it happens quickly.
Okay. Bob, could you please play this from here? And I'll... Okay, and I think this is what you were just talking about, but is this what you were talking about with Mr. Lyoya doing a push-up?
Yeah, he's able to stand up with Chris on his back. Doesn't stop him.
And from what position was he in? And what position was Mr. Lyoya at the beginning?
Face down.
And once he was able to push up, was Officer Schurr in a position of tactical disadvantage?
When you see Chris's feet lift up at any point in time, he's at a position of disadvantage because his center of gravity is actually not his own at that point. He doesn't own it. He doesn't have the ability to push off the ground because his feet aren't in contact. That's all problematic. The concept of, just because I'm on top, I'm in control is not necessarily the case because I've got to have good solid control over a limb, whether it's an arm, a leg, as well as a head. Otherwise, I have individuals that can stand up like we just saw, or spin.
And how long, or I guess how quickly is someone able to experience fatigue when they're in this type of dynamic fighting situation?
Yeah, compromised with the breathing capability as well as high levels of physical exertion, you can get people fatigued within 15 seconds, 30 seconds. And within, your first 30 seconds to a minute of exertion, your physical ability to contract your muscles is already starting to compromise.
And are you aware that in this case, and I think you were here for the beginning or the end of Mr. McFarland's testimony, but that the fight here lasted for roughly 2 minutes and 28 seconds?
I am.
Okay, and within that, how would that affect Officer Schurr's ability to fight?
Well, the longer the fight goes, the more problematic it is. The more exhaustion and fatigue is going to play into it. The more of those chemicals are produced that actually inhibit our ability to hold on to stuff or contract our muscles effectively.
What are some of the factors that impact how quickly a person might feel fatigued?
Well, the demand of the activity is one of the bigger ones, right? How is it a high power activity like we're seeing here, or is it a lower power requirement? The difference between walking 5 miles, which might take us an hour and a half to do, versus something that I've got to do within seconds because I've got to generate high levels of energy or high levels of power, which require high energy demands. So the nature of the event itself, the load that is carried, the amount of work that transpires, how effective I can actually breathe. And breathe is not necessarily just the aspect of getting oxygen in, but being able to blow off carbon dioxide, right? That's one of the byproducts. I have to be able to do both. So my ability to breathe is compromised. That can factor into it. Those are all things that can play in.
And when Officer Schurr was on top of Mr. Lyoya, was there anything that would be impacting Officer Schurr's ability to breathe based on their positioning?
Yeah, so two things of note. One, like I mentioned, the nature of the body armor, because it can be restrictive, as well as the gun belt. But the other problem is in that position, for every action there's an opposite but equal reaction. So the weight of the bottle sitting on the desk also pushes up against the bottle. It's just kind of the nature of things. So you see Chris's stomach actually sitting across the top of the hips, throughout some of the points in the video itself. Well, as that occurs, the body is actually pressed on. That makes it harder for me to breathe. Imagine laying over the edge of this ramp or on the edge of your couch with face down with it on your stomach, and now trying to actually inhale and exhale. It's all compromised.
And sorry, I realize we have RFN 4829 on the screen, but you're talking about a few frames prior to this when he's on the ground.
Well, there's a couple of portions. I mean, when they first go to the ground and then towards the end, so it happens more than once.
Bob, can you back the video up a little bit? And can you tell us what points you're talking about?
Sure. So we're starting to see this here, where he's over the top, and again, the body position and the body underneath. The body underneath is going to press up against Chris. That's just the nature of physics. So you start to see that occur.
Sorry, for the record, this is RFN 4640. Okay. Bob, if you could play it forward, and then can you tell us when to stop when you see the next position?
If you're talking about a position where the respiration is now potentially compromised because of both individuals' body positions, that's going to be towards the end. But you've got molar strikes that occur between then, or between that event and this event. There's other physical exertion that's going on throughout this time frame.
Okay. So I probably am doing this the backwards way. Because I didn't have the RFN number, so I apologize. This is confusing. But would it be easier for you to explain this if we backed the video up, or
you can continue from here? I mean, you do. I'll do whatever it is you need me to do.
Okay. We can just go forward from here, and then Bob, if you could.
You can hear Chris breathing. You can hear those deep inhalations and exhalations, right? Well, that's a sign of exhaustion. We all have been in that circumstance. We've all felt that. We've all experienced that.
And what are some of the things that happen once your body starts breathing that hard? What does that indicate?
Well, it indicates a high, demand on the body itself, and the body's trying to compensate. Again, goes back to that big word, that homeostasis thing, the concept of going back to baseline, and needing to blow off all this carbon dioxide, all that CO2, as well as trying to get oxygen in that it can be used at a later time. But that's all indicative of the level of exertion that you're seeing. The bigger, the deeper the breaths, the more that you see that expression of exhaustion, it gives you an indication of how much exertion was actually occurring.
And Bob, could we actually switch to, oh, and sorry, for the record, this is RFN 4963. And this is the point once Mr. Lyoya has gotten up and Officer Schurr is behind him. And if we could actually switch to Defendant's Exhibit C1, which is the cell phone video. And if you could play this to kind of where we were at, I don't know exactly where on this video, but if you could go. Okay. This is 26 seconds into Defendant's Exhibit C, RFN 4953. And then if you could play the video forward from here.
Well, you can see Chris is trying to hold on to him, and there's physical exertion here. He's being pulled, number one, and he's having to try to resist it, but he's also in a position where he's trying to hold, the arms back.
And at this point, kind of, I know you were talking a little bit before about how the video shows something and how someone might feel. Can you explain that a little bit more in this position?
As far as muscle contraction?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we can demonstrate it if you want.
Your Honor, permission to have Mr. Bartel step down from the witness stand to do a demonstration?
Okay, and what is he going to, is he just going to reenact what's in the video?
No, Your Honor, I mean, the point is, muscle contractions, as we see on here, that isometric concept, anybody that's in the room, if they put their hands together and they push as hard as they can as they're trying to collapse their hands, you're not going to see on video that there's a lot of movement. But there is absolutely a ton of muscular contraction that's happening, and fatigue will start to set in. You'll feel it. So just because the video doesn't show an arm move doesn't mean that the muscles aren't being used significantly.
I still don't know what demonstration you're going to ask him to specifically do.
So just kind of to explain, and I guess we can go forward at this point.
He kind of did a little bit by pushing his hands together. I don't know if that...
Or if anybody wants to experience it, if you want the jury to experience it, they can do it. I mean, it's your call, Your Honor.
They can if they want to. I don't know that it's... they don't have to do it now, but unless they...
I think if they want to, I don't know. I think what he's trying to say is just like how much force can
and how quickly
can
the
be
muscles are going to
used,
fatigue.
and what that does to the body, even if you can't necessarily see it on the video.
I think he testified.
Okay, Your Honor. All right, so we'll move forward from here. Bob, can you play the video, please?
Stop, okay? Do not resist me. No, you good, not resisting nothing, bro.
Okay, stop it here. And this is 42 seconds into the Exhibit C1. And can you tell us what you've observed about Officer Schurr's body positioning compared to Mr. Lyoya's in this segment of the video?
Yeah, well, I mean, you see another knee strike, again, which doesn't have an effect on stopping any type of behavior. You see Chris, it appears that Chris is kind of getting pushed around. He's not directing the movement. It seems he's subject to the movement, which means he doesn't necessarily have the ability to physically overcome all of the resistance, which, again, it appears that he's trying, but as an example, you're seeing Chris spin backwards, which I don't think was necessarily an ideal position for him to do.
Why not?
But you don't know what you're going into when you go backwards. If you step back, you can trip all over things. It's kind of a concept of a tactical movement. Moving backwards without being able to see everything, your heel can catch something, it's problematic. Ideally, spinning into something is going to allow you to see the environment. I don't know if that's his choice. I don't know if that was a choice that he made or if it was him, being pushed into that position.
And that, when you say being pushed, would that be based on Mr. Lyoya's actions? Or
correct.
Okay. So as someone what happens to someone's strength and coordination and reaction time as they fatigue?
It drops. It diminishes rapidly.
And in your experience, is this something that how does this impact, or how is it someone impacted as the duration of a struggle like this?
Well, the longer the struggle, the longer I engage in high physical activity, the weaker I get. I mean, that's one of the reasons, I get to teach across the country. Agencies are aware of this. They build it into their Graham factors or their totality of circumstance. Exhaustion and fatigue is a primary consideration, because as this fight continues, my ability to sustain any type of fight, to hold on to somebody, to retain or regain control of it, it drops. The longer that fight goes on, the weaker I get, and that's a problem.
Okay, Bob, can you play this forward, please?
From RFN.
Oh, yeah, from RFN 5410.
Okay, why you gotta do all that, bro? He good, man. Break on the taser!
And could you stop it here? We are at RFN 5992. And throughout, or sorry, can you move forward a little bit, Bob?
No, like he good, like you can talk to him, bro.
And could you stop it here? We're at RFN 6480. And earlier you had mentioned there are things that you can hear and not necessarily see on the camera. And Mr. McFarland had previously stated that there's about 33 seconds of that. So what does that indicate to you about what might be going on during that time period?
There's unknowns. We can hear exertion, but we don't know how much other exertion occurred or what else Chris tried, because we can't see it on the video.
And does that have any effect on the total duration and the total exhaustion that Officer Schurr might have been feeling at the time?
Yeah, I mean, the more that you try and fail, the more problematic things are. It's clear that your intervention isn't working. Whatever you're doing isn't being effective. That narrows your choices down rapidly, and I don't have other options. So if I hit somebody with everything that I have and there's no effect, that becomes a major concern. What do I have left? That's not it.
Okay. And Bob, are you able to switch to Defendant's Exhibit C3, please? And this is the cell phone video. It's previously been admitted. And can you play this all the way through? Or I guess I'll take it in pause. And this is... Okay, can you pause it right there? And this is Exhibit C3, RFN 7458. Mr. Bartel, can you tell us a little bit about Officer Schurr's body position?
Yeah,
Here.
I mentioned earlier the concept of the hips being pressed up against the abdominal area, but just as concerning is both of Chris's feet are off the ground, meaning his center of gravity is not within his own control. He can get dumped, he can get swept. There's no way for him to generate any significant amount of power because he's not in control or in contact with the ground. I realize that the purpose of this video or this section is specifically talking about the taser, but Chris's body position is indicative that he's in a bad position.
And why is that?
Because he can get swept or get dumped, whether it's left side or right side or even over the top. Again, standing up, grabbing that arm, ripping it down, all of that would end up with Chris on his back and in an even worse position.
And is there anything about the body positioning of Officer Schurr's hips or stomach at this point that
Yeah, I mentioned the concept of the hips being, Lyoya being pressed up and potentially compromising his ability, Chris's ability to exchange oxygen and carbon dioxide.
And how does that impact his fatigue level?
It adds to it because I can't blow off what I need to with CO2. I can't suck in enough oxygen. That all plays into it, makes it even harder. Imagine, I talk about the aspect of pushing a car. Imagine if I asked you to push that same car, but at the same time, I restricted how much you could breathe. It's going to be harder.
And how does physical exhaustion affect a person's ability to continue controlling someone who has been resisting and fighting for roughly
Well, I mentioned that you rapidly see the muscle's ability to generate force, to hold on, to push things. It rapidly diminishes. So as I start getting exhausted, my ability to maintain force, to hold on, to punch something, to keep something in a position, it's affected really, really quickly. Some of the research says within the first minute, the force production decreases by almost 30%. That's a lot. That's a big change. And we're well beyond that 1 minute mark.
Okay. Bob, could you play this forward, please? Can you stop it here? All right, and this is RFN 7476. Can you explain the position that Officer Schurr is in at this point?
It's similar to the last one. He's not in an ideal position in any way, shape, or form. He's very easily could be swept, in other words, put on his back. He doesn't have his feet in contact with the ground, meaning there's no way for him to generate force or any significant amount of force. It's a horrible position for Chris to be in.
And is there anything about his location, or I guess the taser's location at this moment, that would potentially impact his exertion level or response to what's going on in this position?
Well, from mechanically, I don't think he's got the advantage based on the image. Mechanically, it looks like he's at a disadvantage. So, depending on how much purchase, how much control there is on the device itself, it can dictate how much control or your ability to actually maintain control. If you don't have a lot of purchase, a lot of contact with the device, it might be very difficult for you to maintain control of it. And again, the fact that all of these muscles are starting to get fatigued, it makes it even harder because I can't generate the force necessary to hold on to things at the same level as I did 2 minutes and 20 some odd seconds ago.
Okay. Bob, can you play it forward, please? Stop it here. Okay, and this is RFN 7504. And at this point, can you talk about the body positioning of both Officer Schurr and Mr. Lyoya?
Yeah, I mean, it's not an ideal position, obviously, for Chris. The challenge that we run into is his body is actually starting to slip underneath Lyoya, meaning that once the control of the taser occurs, activation against Chris is really pretty easy. We're talking, and then I realize it's a two-dimensional video and trying to represent three-dimensional space, but based on where their positions are, that taser device is very close to where his thigh is underneath the abdomen area of Lyoya right now, meaning they're close. There's not a lot of movement needed.
Okay, can you play it forward, Bob?
Pause it. Chris is having to place his hand where it is on that shoulder to brace himself. Otherwise, he would have gone, highly likely, would have flipped over. You see that hand position, brace. Chris has one leg completely in the air and was able to get that other foot on the ground once he braced.
And is this related to the center of gravity that you had talked about before? And how does that impact someone's ability or I guess their control and their body position?
If somebody owns my center of gravity, they can sweep me, they can dump me, they can do a throw, they can roll on me. Ideally, I want to control somebody else's center of gravity. That's one of the best positions to be in a fight.
Okay.
And Chris doesn't have control of his own. He has to brace up like that, and that, where that hand starts to come down, and he's able to get that foot back on the ground.
And if he were in this position, what would happen if he didn't have his hand there? Or I guess in that position where he's leaning forward, what is his body position?
Without his hand braced, there's a probability, I can't say definitively because it's a two-dimensional image, that he could have fallen forward.
Okay, and here, what do you notice about Mr. Lyoya's body position?
He's got a good stable base. His feet and his knees are in contact. One in contact, the other one started to elevate, which if I was to roll Chris, that's what I would have done. I'd have literally, that inside knee would come up and I would have rolled him backwards. But yeah, being in that downward position is a good position to be in. And I say that, like many people, I do jiu-jitsu, but I also have COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder, meaning I can't breathe as well as other people. I run with about a 65% lung capacity. I fight from the bottom position all the time because it's the laziest position to be in and requires the least amount of energy. So I love being on the bottom like that.
And do you feel that that's a position of tactical advantage?
There's an advantage with Chris not having ownership of his center and Lyoya being in a downward position where he's got stability. There's an advantage to that.
And you had mentioned how quickly someone could turn earlier. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. So there's some research. It was the speed of the prone subject. What they did is they put people on a prone position, they videotaped them, and they showed how quickly somebody who had a firearm could turn and bring that firearm to bear and actually activate the trigger in a multitude of different positions, whether it's a chest up position, chest down left, chest down right, and they actually timed it. And I'm fairly familiar with it because I did a reenactment, which is what I put inside the simulator, that I've had a chance to run a few hundred people through. And what I see routinely, and consistent with the research, is from the first detected movement to the shot break by the subject that's on the ground can happen in about 0.61 seconds, which is quick.
Okay, Bob, could you finish playing this video, please? Okay, and this was the bystander cell phone video in slow motion. So, Bob, could we have you pull up Defense Exhibit C2? Which is the cell phone video in real time. Could play that, please. And part of what you had mentioned was some of the speed that someone could turn. Is that related to like the action beats reaction concept?
No, I'm just talking about the ability for somebody to turn. I'm not talking about the individual that has to be able to perceive that turn, formulate a plan, and then carry out the action on top of it. That makes it even further behind the time curve. I'm just talking from the first movement to the shot break. That doesn't even account a human having to actually respond to it.
Okay. And how does physically, is there a point where fatigue can create a serious risk of losing control of the situation entirely?
Yes.
Can you explain when, how early or late, like when that can happen?
Everything from when physiologically we've got nothing left to give, to the fact that, as I mentioned a bunch of times, that as we start to get tired, our ability to hold on to something, to continue to fight, to produce force is diminished. Where our arms don't even want to, we can't even hold our arms up anymore because we're so tired. So all of that can play into it.
And how might exhaustion affect an officer's perception of the risk that they're in?
Well, the moment you start feeling all those effects of exhaustion and you start questioning internally whether you're going to make it through this fight or not, one of the problems that you run into is you don't become internally focused, so that your attention is on those effects that you're feeling, and you might miss things in the external environment, like somebody sneaking up on you or somebody else trying to help whoever you're fighting with. But that's one of the things that starts to occur. And the other is you realize you're losing the fight, and the options that you have, many of them are no longer viable. You have very few ways left to end this fight immediately before it gets worse.
And is it possible for someone to possibly appear like they're in control but be physically deteriorating internally?
Yeah, I mean, the signs and symptoms of fatigue, you have to be able to see effectively, but a cell phone video at low res from very far away, you don't necessarily see everything you need to. So somebody could be, showing more signs and symptoms of fatigue that a cell phone camera just can't really display.
And how long does how does the recovery period usually indicate the intensity of a fight?
Well, conditioning has part to do with it, but the longer it takes somebody to recover, that's indicative of how much energy expenditure and how much fight there was on the beginning. The harder we have to force ourselves through something and more exertion, more push, the longer it takes us to recover on the backside.
And Bob, I guess throughout, you've watched the whole video all together. After Officer Schurr, after the shot is fired, did you notice anything about Officer Schurr's exhaustion level?
Well, you can see signs and symptoms of exhaustion, there's no question. You see the big exhalation, you hear the breathing, you see the discoloration on his face. Those are all examples of where we start seeing exhaustion express itself.
And can you explain, like, when you see the breath, his breath come out, can you explain?
Yeah, so there's that big, deep breath, and I'm trying to get all that CO2 out, and that big, huge inhale and then exhale, and that deep breathing that we've all experienced and we've all gone through as we're trying to recover. That's indicative of how intense the fight was.
And Bob, can you pull up Exhibit EE, please? No, EE. I don't think GG was good. And then can you go to the 29-second mark, please? Oh, 29 seconds. Sorry, can you back up a little bit? And then zoom in on Chris, who is in the upper right corner. Or sorry, it's middle right of the screen. Sue, if you could dim the lights, please. Thank you. Okay, and then if you could play this forward for about 10 seconds.
How do you mean?
And is there anything about Officer Schurr's demeanor at this point, which would have been over a minute or two after the shot was fired?
That indicate the exhaustion level?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Even in the questionable video. So think about it. Every other officer here has got both hands on a gun that they're pointing on individuals. Chris can't even hold up his left arm. It is literally straight down here, and he's holding the gun like this. That shows signs and symptoms of somebody who's excessively fatigued.
And is there anything about his breathing or his body position that would indicate his fatigue level?
If you can play it again, I wasn't seeing any rise and fall of his shoulders. One of the things that happens when we're breathing really deep is sometimes you actually use muscles of the upper back to help us breathe, to get bigger lungs. I wasn't paying attention to that, so maybe those are all signs that you start to see. I'm more looking at his posture, the discoloration that appears to be on his face, the fact that he's not holding onto his gun the way I absolutely know he's trained to do, because it's standard across the United States. That I've seen multiple times on officers that are absolutely exhausted.
And what would that indicate to you about the amount of energy and exertion that Officer Schurr had been using up to that point?
Yeah, back to my statement that I made earlier, those type of signs and symptoms of exhaustion give me an indication of how intense that fight was for Chris.
And once I get you get to a point of exhaustion, how does that, your exhaustion, impact the risk to an officer once their taser has been taken from them?
Well, again, just the ability to maintain control of any weapon is problematic as I start getting fatigued. I lose my muscular control, my muscular coordination, the ability to hold on to things, to defend myself. Those are all problematic. Taser is just an example of one weapon that could be utilized or taken away from an officer.
And would an officer who is already exhausted be in greater danger once someone has control of a taser or other potentially deadly weapon?
Absolutely.
Why?
The inability to maintain effective fighting because of the exhaustion. The muscles can't do what they need to do to protect yourself.
And could Officer Schurr's fatigue level have affected his ability to use any other tools to try to control an individual?
Oh, absolutely.
Or would it also impact his ability to continue to fight or wrestle to try to get the taser back?
Yes.
At the point where, if Officer Schurr had reached his full exhaustion level, is there any other viable tool that he could have used based on his position and extreme exhaustion once he lost control of his taser? Was there any other viable option for him at that point?
Well, so I guess the problem I run into with the question is you said full exhaustion level. That means he can't do anything else. You can't get there. If you allow yourself to get to the point where you have nothing else that you can do, you can't lift your arms, and many of us have felt that, you can't do anything. There's no way for you to stop it. You have to engage prior to that event. You have to do something before you get to that point of exhaustion. Now the challenge is how fatigued somebody is. Are they able to do other things? I've got knee strikes that are ineffective. I got punches that are ineffective. To utilize a baton requires the ability to generate force with muscles that are already tired, and I need distance because a baton is a distance weapon. I don't have that. But in creating distance, I run the risk of separation and the device that he's taken away from me being used against me that much easier. So it's a very difficult position to be in.
And think about it, you can take this down. And based on all of the exertion that you saw Officer Schurr go throughout this entire thing, would it be reasonable for him to be in fear of being harmed or in or?
You're not going to object. They're asking would it be reasonable for him. That's not the going over it. They keep on trying to do it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll rephrase the question. Would it be reasonable for an officer in a similar position that, after he had been fighting for over 2.5 minutes, when he was, after he'd been disarmed of his taser, after being outnumbered by other people that are there, would it be reasonable for an officer to be in fear of serious bodily injury or death?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Break?
Yeah, I think we should, because it's been about an hour and a half or so. So what we'll do is we'll take a break now for 15 minutes. We'll come back, it's about 2:40, we'll come back at 10 minutes to 3. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, I wish they had stayed there because usually they come back and say, is there anything else? But that feed kicked in. All right, so they are going to take a break. We'll go through. We have cross coming up, so you know Mr. Becker is going to come in hot. He's definitely going to come in hot on Mr. Bartell there. I thought he was a pretty good witness. All things considered. All right, so coming out of the lunch break, we had Robert McFarland, who was a recall. He was actually he was the number one witness for the defense, I'm sorry. And he's a forensic video analyst. He wasn't creating evidence on the stand, so they went back and they showed the taser was in Patrick's hand. Both of Schurr's feet were up in the air. Then the taser in Patrick's right hand as Schurr pulls out his gun. The encounter goes on for 2 minutes and 28 seconds. So we were wondering how long. And then I think it took, from the time that Officer Schurr called for backup, I think it took about three and a half minutes. 3.5 minutes. We did that experiment yesterday. Took him about 3.5 minutes. Once Patrick took off and he called for backup. So it's only like another 30 seconds to a minute. Anything could have happened. Ugh. I'm so conflicted on this. All right, so Lon Bartel, training simulator for military and police. He basically goes through and talks about, he's had peer-reviewed articles. He talks about how long it takes law enforcement to transition from firearm to taser, as well as taser to firearm. He talks about his exertion and exhaustion factors. Then the state comes in and Becker wants to do a voir dire. His report is basically on fatigue. He's relying on other people's research. Yeah, not really much going on there. He did have a certificate in 1997. That was before he was a law enforcement. Study on time to stop. So he goes through and he explains examples on exercise and sports science. So he's, I guess, he is allowed to come in because the state says it goes to the weight and not admissibility of it. So I'll leave it up to you. So the defense continues. So opinion is video captures Schurr, who engages in prolonged, intense fight and uses multiple tactics like knee strikes and punches. Patrick seems unfazed with Chris. He says Chris a lot. He uses his name a lot. You can see and hear labored breathing. He loses control of a deadly weapon and has little options other than to use deadly force to stop. So that's his opinion at the very, very beginning. He also says it's reasonable for other officers to use deadly force. And then he goes into describing why and how Officer Schurr did what he did. So high level of exhaustion will hinder you to continuing. You lose the ability to maintain muscular power of force. Hold on, control, hitting, all that diminishes very quickly. And while he was going through all this, I kept thinking, well, what about Patrick? I mean, he's going through the same thing. Yes, he's got alcohol. Yes, I mean, that does give us extra strength, if you will. But this entire testimony, I'm like, that works for both ways. Patrick's not a Superman. He's getting exhausted too. Yes, he's bigger, but he's going to be exhausted too. So that was the only thing. That was my takeaway. If I was a juror, I'd be like, well, everything you said also applies to Patrick, so he's getting exhausted as well. All right, so when you hit someone hard, you exert fuel, and byproducts show in the case of shaking muscles. As we get tired, our ability to control someone goes away very quickly. You need oxygen to produce energy to keep up with this struggle. Just because you can run a mile doesn't mean you can fight. So I thought that was good because Officer Schurr was a 5-time All-American cross-country, and he got recommendations and commendations, I should say, for foot pursuit. So he has done this in the past, and it's worked to his benefit. So I'm sure that's going through his mind, saying, I can catch this guy, I can tackle him, and I can get him under custody. So if you want to get better at any task, you train for it. So that makes sense. Running, swimming, weightlifting. Fighting is anaerobic. So if you want to become a better boxer, better fighter, martial arts, whatever it is, you train for that. I'm not sure if law enforcement, what kind of training they do. I would assume they do probably very anaerobic training. I had a family member who did swimming, running, and what was the other one? What's the triathlete? Swim, you run, do you row? Maybe it's rowing, I forget. Anyway, So that's what they did, So So anaerobic state needs to produce high levels of force. Fatigue sets in. He says there are knee strikes and at least one punch, but then he says there's a lot that isn't captured, but we hear it. So, and that's true. There is a lot, but we did see that ring camera from across the street, and although it's not the best, yeah, I'd be interested to watch that again. Just because we can't see the action doesn't mean it's not going on. So once Schurr makes contact, please tell me they're not back. Hold on.
Where Officer Schurr...
Okay, they're not back yet. All right, so once Schurr makes contact and tries to gain control, that's very minuscule. But then he talks about, like grabbing Patrick's hand, even though we can't see, or in the video he may be doing this, but he's actually exerting a lot of effort and energy. The video can't capture the exertion of Schurr grabbing hold. Then they show the tackle, and when he says that, exertion and physical force are required. As you're wrestling, of course. The knee strikes are high energy. Patrick is saying okay, but he's not complying. The knee strikes do not seem to work. And then they show Patrick standing up with Schurr on his back. So at one point Patrick is all the way down, and then he does stand up. That's pretty impressive. But that was towards the beginning of it. You could become fatigued within 15 to 30 seconds, and muscles are starting to become compromised. And remember, this lasted for 2 minutes. Well, from the beginning, from the tackle, it's like maybe 10 seconds in, so it lasted a good 2 minutes. This was a good 2 minute struggle. The longer the fight goes on, the more problematic it becomes. Breathing is more than just getting oxygen in. You also have to exhale carbon dioxide. He says you can hear heavy breathing from Schurr, indicating a high demand on the body, and that's indicative of a high level of exertion. Can we have him? Oh yeah, then he wanted to do a demonstration, and the defense is like, "Can we have him step down and demonstrate?" So then he goes, pushes his hands together, and he's like, "Just because you see me doing this doesn't mean there's not a high level of exertion going on." Your strength and coordination drop as you get fatigued. The longer you struggle, the weaker you get, and that's a problem for law enforcement, of course. Having your feet off the ground is the worst position. I agree, even if it's a split second, that's never a good thing. Then he says the bottom position is the laziest position, and he prefers that because he has COPD. I thought that was one of the more light-hearted moments of his testimony. You want to end the fight immediately so it doesn't get worse. For you, not for the other person, because in this case it did get a lot worse for Patrick. The longer the exertion, the longer it takes to recover. Schurr shows signs of exertion. They're very visible and indicative of how intense the fight was. The fatigue could have played into using any of his other tools at his disposal. So that's a good point too, because if Chris had created distance to get another tool, like the taser could have been used against him. So if he had somehow disconnected himself, I'm sure Patrick would have been breathing heavily. He would have been breathing heavily. He pulls out his baton, and then what? Then you need energy to swing the baton. So it's tough. And then finally, is it reasonable for another officer to be in fear of serious bodily injury or death? And he says yes, ultimately. So, all right. So that concludes my notes on that. Am I caught up? Okay. Let's see. What do you guys? Anything notes? Yeah, the witness therapist. He said he has COPD. He has 65% lung capacity. That's why he prefers it on the bottom. His words. Let's see. Ola, did anyone answer your question? Not muted here now. Was ages ago, though. Are you up to date? I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. All right, Chad, I'm going to grumpily log out and go with the other half to the store to look at flooring. All right, Fala. That sounds fun. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that you appreciate. Thank you for recognizing and acknowledging. We love you too, Fala. Be nice. Yes, now we're down to mods, so please chat. Please be respectful. Hold on. Who doesn't prefer the lazy position? Everybody saying goodbye to you, Fala. Enjoy. Have fun. What kind of flooring are you going to get? And you changed your profile again. You're changing your profile picture every day. Can't keep up with you. You're welcome, Missy. Appreciate that. Oh, thought I was leaving. No, I can't leave. You're stuck with me. Fala, I can't do the imagine this in my bathroom. My brain doesn't work that way. And these plans were made for me. Gotcha. So you're not going to have fun. All right. Take us with you, Fala. Take us with you. That'll make it fun, right? Yeah, I thought this was a pretty good witness, to be quite honest. What did you guys think? Before they come back from the break, what do you guys think? Thought they were pretty good. Or I thought he was pretty good. What do you guys think? Tell me what you think about this witness. Let's see. Wait a minute, there has to be cross. Tell me there's cross. Okay. All right. Let's see. Pammy concurs. Caterpillar Man grew on you. I thought it was pretty. I thought it was pretty good. Wow, Cheryl, if you're building a new house, you need everything. Yeah, I would think so. All right, Lily Wayne, have fun. Off to take 2 grandchildren to swimming lessons. That's always fun. I always enjoyed my swimming lessons as a kid. Except when it was in the morning, at 9 o'clock in the morning, and the pool was freezing, or the lake. Then I didn't like it so much. And no, the pool was not mine. It was my swimming instructor. She had a pool. We had a pond. Court is called back into session at 2:55. That's 3:25 our time. Why are they not back in session yet? Or are they in let's see.
Magazines. Sure.
All right. So this is a little bit behind, but I'm going to stay here because I don't want to lose anything. That other channel I had was the sound went out. So I'm going to stay with this. Seems like they are back, but the other stream I had, they were the ones that lost the audio. All right, looks like they're back.
Welcome back. You may be seated. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. First I want to go into your report and a lot of what you rely on. Do you have a copy of your report?
I do.
I'd like to can you go to your reference section? Your references. These are the materials that you relied on in preparing your opinion in this case, correct?
Correct.
The articles and, because you didn't do your own research, you relied on research of others. Okay. And in two of those, looking at the top, you have Armstrong, K.A. and Gay. You see that one?
Correct.
That's respiratory function and exercise performance while wearing body armor. All right? Journal of Occupational and Environmental Medicine, 58-2, pages 188 to 194, correct?
Right.
You see, that's one of them?
Mm-hmm.
The other one was, looks like K.A. and Gay, E.W. Roberts and Croll, a 2019 study of the impact of body armor on exercise tolerance and respiratory function. And that was in the Medicine of Science and Sports and Exercise, volume 51, section 5, pages 987 to 995.
Right.
Those are articles you relied on for your research.
No, actually, those are misprints. The actual articles are Armstrong and Gay, 2016, The Effects of Flexible Body Armor on Pulmonary Function and Ergonomics, and Armstrong et al., Wearing Body Armor and Backpack Loads Increases the Likelihood of Expiratory Flow Limitation and Respiratory Muscle Fatigue During Marching.
So you cited the wrong articles?
Yes.
So the research, because when you go into those two sections, those articles don't exist, do they?
Yeah, they don't exist.
They don't exist. So the articles I took a look at aren't something that are available to us because you cited the wrong articles in your study.
Correct, except that I have an updated version that obviously you don't have.
That has been a trend here. So what I did find, though, is the International Journal of Exercise Science. Would that be a reputable journal that you would use?
Correct.
The Journal of Exercise Science did something, the influence of body armor on balance and movement quality.
Right.
Now, we're talking about body armor. All this, none of it is talking about police body armor. This is talking about military body armor.
Which is the exact same material.
The exact same material, but the body armor, according to this, once again, this article says, modern warriors combat load, the lightest average load for infantrymen is approximately 62 pounds. You're not saying that a Grand Rapids police officer is carrying 62 pounds of body armor around when he's doing this job,
Yeah, but you got to put that in context. When you talk about the loadout, you're not talking about full mags that an officer or a military officer would have, not just the body armor itself. So the magazines themselves fully loaded.
We don't need to go in this. The full mags we were talking about is an infantryman is going to take about 62 pounds total.
Correct.
Mags, helmet, vest, boots, that, right?
Right.
That's not what a Grand Rapids police officer is going to have, right?
I don't know what their loadout is.
How do you're an expert here, right? You're getting paid like almost $250 to $300 an hour to know that, aren't you?
No.
You prepare an opinion to figure out how much weight, you just talked about weight, how much weight an average vest and belt are for a Grand Rapids police officer?
No, I said average. So average across the United States. I wasn't specific to Grand Rapids.
Well, should you take a look at what they are?
They could have plate carriers that are heavier. They could have plate carriers that are lighter.
Mm-hmm. And you don't know.
I don't.
You just relied on something regarding military body armor and trying to transcribe it into what a police officer has.
No. Some of this material is actually on law enforcement as well.
Well, material. You keep on saying material. It's not material. I'm talking about the weight. The weight a Marine in Fallujah has on them is a heck of a lot more than what a Grand Rapids police officer.
But that's not body armor. That's the full loadout with magazines. Full load. That's full loadout with magazines.
Sure. But
that's not body armor.
But the total weight.
Ammunition.
The total weight somebody's carrying around.
In your article? Can I see it?
Sure.
I'd love to add to my... Yeah, so they're talking about combat loads and then talking about body armor. Where does it differentiate in the study?
It's talking about combat loads, exactly. When an infantryman goes
out
out,
both.
Yeah,
They
But
talk
when you
about combat loadout and body armor, but what I'm looking for is where in here do they differentiate in the study? Because what they said is the average infantryman that actually goes in a loadout, but not necessarily what was used in the study itself.
But an average infantryman going out into combat is going to carry about 62 pounds, correct?
Right, but I don't know what
And
was
that's
used in
gonna
the
be-
study.
That's going to be a lot different. A Grand Rapids police officer is not going to carry 62 pounds.
Agreed.
Okay, that's the point. But that's what your study was based on, or that's what your opinions were based on, at least military comparisons, correct?
On body armor, not necessarily the loadout of the ammunition.
So what about firefighters? Firefighters have to carry about 45 to 75 pounds when they go into a fire, don't they?
With an SCBA, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's, so they've got fires aren't usually done in 2 to 3 minutes, are they?
Not necessarily.
It depends. I mean, I'm not saying, but most fires, if you're going into a house fire, if you're going into a building fire, they've got to carry that around for more than 3 minutes, don't they?
Correct.
All right. They're able to function for longer than 3 minutes with that sort of load.
Yeah, but you're conflating somebody going into a structure that's on fire with having to exert high levels of physical exertion. Are you asking me, could a firefighter drag a body out for 3 minutes? No. There's a difference between what you're setting in the firefighter world and what we're talking about with a law enforcement officer.
So, but carrying a body out or fighting a fire, those are high exertion type things, right?
Not necessarily. It depends on your role in as a firefighter.
Okay, but if a firefighter is going into a building, and they may have to carry a body out.
They might.
And so after 3 minutes, they're just going to drop the body and keep going?
Or they get outside, and like many of the firefighters I've worked with have told me that they vomit because of how heavy they exerted themselves. So,
Sure.
maybe.
But they're able to get outside, right?
Sure.
They just don't stop. I mean, that's a pretty big thing to carry a body out.
That's why they do buddy breathing and buddy rescues as well, because we do have issues where firefighters get stuck and their partner has to rescue them out of there.
Mm-hmm. But you still have to function. They function. They're able to function over 3 minutes as a firefighter with between 45 and 75 pounds, aren't they?
Function, yes.
Function. But they're not passing out. We don't have firefighters dying going into fires because they're passing out because they're too tired.
Well, that's actually not true. You can actually go to the firefighters, and no offense, we've got multiple firefighters that have had heart attacks inside of fires because of exertion and have died in the fire. So that's not an accurate statement.
Okay, I stand corrected then, but in terms of, on the average, that's not happening like every day then.
Not that I know of, no.
What about like MMA? MMA, they have five-minute rounds, don't they?
Depends on the event itself. Some of them are shorter than that.
Some of them are shorter, but you go pay-per-view, UFC, a lot of those are 5-minute rounds.
And they train for it. For years.
Sure.
They train for that.
But our police officers shouldn't train for years to be able to do that, to be able to fight and conduct themselves in a situation like that?
So, no, not trying to be flippant, but I've had the ability to train with a bunch of MMA guys.
Sure.
These guys will have 3 training sessions a day that last anywhere from 2 to 3 hours each. That's not what officers are afforded. So that's not exactly an honest comparison on an MMA fighter and what an officer has to do, and the preparation that's given.
Sure. Going into your history here, you work for Vertra? Vertra is, like you said, you produce simulators for law enforcement training.
Correct. And military.
And military and law enforcement. So you work closely with law enforcement in trying to go into law enforcement agencies to get them to buy this equipment, right?
Well, I don't buy anything. I build the content and the training curriculum. I don't have to worry about sales.
You don't have to worry about sales, but that's part of the thing, something that this Vertra's got to do to sell their equipment to keep you employed to do the stuff, right?
Sure.
It's okay. So a lot of what you do is go out and talk to law enforcement groups, right?
Correct.
You went out to the SHOT Show in 2025, right?
Correct.
The SHOT Show is a law enforcement, only for law enforcement and military, only people who are along those lines, not open to the general public, right?
Wrong.
It's wrong?
Yeah. So SHOT stands for Shooting, Hunting, Outdoor Trade Show. It's actually open up to anybody that might be law enforcement, military, mom and pop gun stores, camping stores, fishing supply, camping, all kinds of stuff. So no, that's not an accurate statement.
Okay. So, but like, can I go?
I could probably get you a pass.
Not asking to as a friend. Can I go just if I show up?
As of 3 years ago, you had to have something tied to that industry to be able to be allowed in.
Okay.
Prior to that, yes.
Okay, so now you got to be tied to an industry at least. It's not open to, nobody can just walk up and go as a member of the general public.
Correct.
You talked a lot about force science. Force science is Virtua, I'm sorry, it's hard to pronounce. It looks like Virtua. Virtua and force science are partners, if you will.
We do a lot of collaboration.
A lot of collaboration. You were co-sponsored this, the SHOT Show.
Correct.
Okay. Force science, you talked about force science studies. Force science was started by a law enforcement officer, correct?
No, force science was started by Dr. Bill Lewinsky.
Dr. Bill Lewinsky, who's in the Law Enforcement Hall of Fame, correct?
Correct, but not as an officer, but as a researcher.
As a trainer, as a researcher. Okay. You're one of the 19 instructors by Force Science. You're on their website as an instructor.
Correct, I'm an adjunct instructor.
Adjunct instructor, because you're not full-time.
Correct.
Okay. As a full-time instructor, they have 5 full-time instructors, correct?
Correct.
And those are all retired police officers.
No, some of them are active officers.
Some are active. Okay, some are active, retired, but they're all police officers.
Correct.
12 out of 19...
Well, maybe not. I'd have to have the list. There might be a couple that are PhDs, so I'd have to have the list on those 5. I apologize.
But 12 of the 19 instructors are police officers or attached to police departments, aren't they?
Potentially.
You don't know?
Off the top of my head, no.
But a part of what they do is also go out and sell their force science certification course, correct?
They provide the force science certification course.
They provide it.
They don't have to try to sell it because people come to them.
Sure, they come to them at $1,600 a pop, right?
Yeah, and you have Dr. Christine Hall and Dr. Lewinsky and all these other very high-end researchers providing knowledge that's worth a lot to folks.
Sure, it's worth a lot. Part of your history is you're the former union president of the Peoria Police Officers Association, correct?
Correct.
Some of your publications, I mean, well, some, just about all of them. Oh, so the Police Journal is one of the things you publish in?
Correct.
Phoenix Law Enforcement Association, you had a published thing there?
Probably.
Police Officer Executive Research Forum, you published there?
Correct.
Police One?
Correct.
And that's where I got your bio in terms of your Police One bio, that's where it comes from. You're like listed, nice picture, it looks exactly the same, but that's where you work closely with law enforcement. You got a listing on their website for the articles you published on Police One.
Probably.
Is that a fair statement?
Probably, yes.
The Law Enforcement Executive Forum, you've done that.
Correct.
The Police Journal.
Correct.
So your audience is primarily police officers, aren't they?
Police leaders.
Police leaders.
And police trainers.
Well, some of your articles you've posted on LinkedIn, haven't you?
Correct.
Now you're familiar with this one, Police Use of Force, an Officer's Perspective.
Correct.
That's your article that you wrote that.
Correct.
And it's a little while ago, 2016 it came out.
Correct.
In that you wrote, for full transparency, I want to disclose a few points. I am a police officer and have been for almost 19 years. That does shape my view and influence my perspective on these incidents.
Correct.
So you're influenced by your history as a police officer when you review a use of force incident.
We're all shaped by our history.
Sure, no problem. The other one is you have a LinkedIn post, to stop the madness of random violence. You recall that one?
Correct.
This is your article 2, a little bit earlier, 2014. In that you wrote, I'm going to tell you a dirty little secret. The only way to immediately stop violence is with overwhelming violence. You agree with that?
I do.
And I will tip my hat to the phrase, God made man and Samuel Colt made all men equal. You smile about that one.
That's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, but that's how you feel.
That phrase was out there,
Yeah.
yes, because what it means is people of smaller stature are able to defend themselves against individuals much larger than they are.
Because of a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have nothing further.
I just have one follow-up question for you. You were asked some questions about the load of duty belts and everything that Officer Schurr potentially would be wearing or others. Would an additional 20 to 25 pounds change your opinion in this case at all?
No, it just makes it harder. It's magnified. The bigger the load, the more intense everything is. The faster, you're adding load to the body. The more I ask you to carry, the harder it is for you to do.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, I see at least one hand on the jury, so I'll ask my clerk to grab that question.
All right, we got a jury question, and they are approaching. Mr. Bartel definitely was kind of smug there. Not a fan of that, but he's owning it, I guess. He's owning his knowledge. Let's see. That's me typing, so. And of course, Mr. Becker, he comes in hot. We knew he would. So he didn't do his own research. There was a misprint in his article? Didn't you proofread? Didn't you proofread this report that you did? How can you have a misprint in your article? Then I
in one of the video clips, you stated that the subject was resisting aggressively, quote, resisting aggressively. Does this differ from the actual sole act of aggression? And are there different exertions expelled between those two?
One more time, Your Honor, I apologize.
In one of the video clips, and if you don't understand the question, that's fine, you can just...
Yeah, I'm doing my best.
Okay, in one of the video clips, you stated that the subject was, quote, resisting aggressively, unquote. Does this differ from the actual sole act of aggression? Are there different exertions expelled between the two?
I think I understand the question because I've seen the policy on use of force, and they specifically call out the concept of active aggression, which is, I think, the phrase that's used in there. So active aggression is a fairly common phrase that's used across law enforcement, and what that means is actual acts of assault. In other words, an individual who's trying to punch you, elbow strike you, headbutt you, bite you, kick you, those kind of things. That's active aggression. That's one type of resistance. Other types of resistance can be what's called defensive resistance, and it can still be done aggressively. That means if I grab onto your arm and you rip your arm away from me, that's aggressively ripping your arm away. But they're not necessarily the exact same thing. So active aggression is and it's consistent with the policy I've seen. That's a level of assault versus defensive resistance is resisting arrest, no question, and it can be done very aggressively, but it's not necessarily directly focused to harm the officer. They both require a lot of energy to overcome. They both require a lot of effort. The idea of, as an example, if I grab somebody's arms and I'm trying to keep them pinned and they, break away, that's a lot of energy and effort to do. And to overcome that, I have to generate a lot of force. I think I answered the question.
And any follow-up from that, Ms. Hamilton?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Becker?
There you are.
I don't see any other hands raised. May this witness be excused?
Your Honor, is there one more question on this? Okay. Is there one more question?
I asked it, and he answered it.
Okay, then no.
Yeah, there were two on the paper, but I just asked them all together, and he did answer. So maybe he excused. Ms. Hamilton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you may call your next witness.
We would call Dr. Mark Croll.
Hello.
Hi.
And sir, before you take your seat, if you can please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Bottle of water back there.
Thank you very much.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Mark William Croll, K-R-O-L-L.
And, sir, could you just introduce yourself to the jury and just give us an explanation of what type of work you do?
I'm a biomedical scientist with a primary specialty in bioelectricity. And bioelectricity is the study of the interaction of electricity in the human body. So I do research and publications in using electricity for therapeutic purposes, such as electrical treatments for solid cancer tumors, shocks to restart the heart, and what's more relevant in this case, the use of electronics to control the human body either through pain or through electronic muscle contractions.
Now, sir, some of my next question you may have already touched on, but what specific fields have you worked in over the years?
I started out while I was a student working in electrical stimulation of the bladder when I worked at Medtronic for people that could not urinate with voluntary control, and I worked in pacemakers. Then I ended up spending about 15 years working on improving implantable defibrillators. I also was involved in the startup of making a simple single button external defibrillators for law enforcement and firefighters. And about 20 years ago I got involved with the Taser electrical weapons manufacturer, so I've done a lot of research in that area, and I am still active in electrical treatments for cancer.
Do you have any teaching roles?
I presently am an adjunct full professor of biomedical engineering at the University of Minnesota. Before that, I was adjunct full professor of biomedical engineering at Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo. And overlapping that somewhat, I was a faculty member for the Creativity and Innovation program at UCLA.
You sit on any boards or committees?
Yes.
In relation to your work, maybe there's others, but just in relation to your work.
Well, I sat on the Axon board, a company formerly known as Taser that makes the electrical weapons and the body cameras, for 21 years, and just got off of that about exactly 1 year ago. And I also sat on their scientific medical advisory board. I sit on the board of a company in Boston called Hemonetics that makes plasma extraction machines. If you've ever sold plasma, it's $75, or ever used a plasma-derived drug for a bleeding disorder, for example, that went through our equipment, most likely. I sit on the board of, or the committee for ANSI, the American National Standards Institute, that sets safety standards for things like bicycle helmets and safety glasses. They have a standard naturally for electrical weapons.
So I sit on that committee. Those standard make sure you put out enough juice so you get the muscle contraction and not so much that you would be real dangerous. There's a couple others that those aren't maybe as relevant.
Sure. And have you advised any well-known agencies or companies?
Yep, I do.
I'll stipulate to his qualifications as an expert. I've read everything, so I think I'll stipulate to him electrical weapons, if that's what we're looking for.
It is getting to be that time of day, Dr. Croll, and you have quite a bit of experience here. But if maybe I could just flush out a couple of topics, and I can maybe cut to it a little bit more here. Do you advise any governmental agencies?
I'm a regular advisor to the United States Department of Justice on electrical weapons, and that includes Border Patrol, United States Marshals, and the Department of Justice Public Defender Program, and I've advised the United States Navy how to defend their ships from scuba diving terrorists, things like that.
Now, I don't want to age you, but how long have you been working in biomedical research? What year approximately did you get started in this?
1970.
Okay. Now, just your formal education. Can you just tell us post-high school education?
I have a bachelor's degree in mathematics. And while I was in high school, I spent a summer at Michigan State, which I'm very proud of, studying mathematics.
You just flew in from another state, right?
That's right, yes.
This morning?
Yeah, that was 6 weeks, best 6 weeks of my life. And then I got a master's in PhD electrical engineering from the University of Minnesota, and I have an MBA from St. Thomas University.
I'm just going through here as far as in the last 20 years or so. You mentioned Axon. Have you had several adjunct faculty positions over the years?
Yes, Cal Poly and University of Minnesota and UCLA.
Can you share with us any major awards you have earned?
The one I'm most proud of, in 2010, I was given the International Career Achievement Award in Biomedical Engineering.
And have you been recognized in the field of medicine for your biomedical contributions?
Yes, the American College of Cardiology awarded me the fellow status, and having to do with my work in shocks in the heart, Heart Rhythm Society gave me the fellow status, and the American Institute of Medicine and Biology and Engineering, which is part of the National Science Agency, whatever, it was the National Science Program that was set up by Abraham Lincoln. I got fellow accreditation there, and then on the international side, Engineering and Medicine and Biology Society, I have a fellow status with them.
Just generic, where are most of your lectures? Where do you do most of your lecturing?
I've lectured in 44 states, 38 countries, and locally I've lectured at Spectrum several times when they were setting up a program to use a new advanced implantable defibrillator on how to properly set that up and the science behind it.
I'm not going to ask you all the different countries, but you've also done some lecturing internationally. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
One topic here, publications. I think it's important to touch on. But did you write a book in particular relevant to Taser-related cases?
I'm a co-editor of 2 books on electrical weapons. First was Taser, Conducted Electrical Weapons, something like Science, Medicine, and Law, or something like that. Another one was Atlas of Conducted Electrical Weapon Wounds and Forensic Analysis, something like that.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you just a few more questions to give some context to your testimony here, but just to move on. Your Honor, at this time I would respectfully offer Dr. Mark Croll as an expert in the field of operations and effects of electrical weapons, including benefits, risks, and myths.
No objection.
Now,
operation and effects of electrical weapons, and what was the other part?
Including benefits?
I'll just leave it at, I'll consider him an expert in the field of operation and effects of electrical weapons. It includes whatever it includes.
That's great, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Just one topic here. Since you're a PhD doctor and biomedical scientist, can you just help us understand the difference between a doctor specializing in biomedical sciences and a doctor that specializes in MD or a medical doctor?
There are three primary differences. Number one, we never touch patients. We're not licensed, that's not our training, versus healthcare providers, whether it's a physician, chiropractor, dentist, nurse, EMT, they have training and licensing in touching patients. Number two, we work on research that hopefully helps thousands, if not millions, of patients. And I'm very proud of the fact that over 2 million patients have had my patents in their chest with improved implantable defibrillators, whereas a physician will typically deal with one patient at a time. And the third difference is our main job is to give the science to the physician, and the physician gives advice to the patient. So they're very different roles, but they're tightly intertwined.
How about forensic? Let's see. Have you authored any papers published in forensic medicine journals?
Yes, I've published about 40 articles in forensic medicine journals.
Okay. Just on the topic of, Dr. Croll, are the effects of restraint considered a specialty area of medicine?
No. What's taught in medicine for restraint is someone's on their back with wrists cuffed to the bed and ankles cuffed to the bed, and they're taught that those restraints have to be tight enough so the person can't fall off the bed, but not so tight that you cut off the circulation or do nerve damage.
Dr. Croll, what are the effects of electricity on the human body, electrical shock, or electrical injury considered a are those a specialty area of medicine?
No, those are a scientific specialty. American medical schools only teach 3 sentences about the effects of electricity on the human body. They learn a lot of things, thousands of diseases and hundreds of drugs, 1,000 parts of the body. So they don't really have time to get into that. So that remains a scientific specialty.
Now, I'm going to try to move forward now, unless there's anything particularly relevant background-wise. We can always bring it up at any point, too, along the testimony here, sir. But have you been provided several materials on this case and then created a report with some of your opinions related to this case?
Yes.
And let's just start. Obviously, this is a case that involves a taser, CEW, I think, at least that's what they referred to it as before. But what is your assessment, or how do you get started by evaluating something like this?
Pretty much looked at what everyone else looked at. I looked at the videos, the reports, the downloads from the weapon. Of course, I read Brian Child's report because he does the most detailed analysis of what was found inside the memory of the weapon.
And do you have any relevant publications that are associated with topics involved in this case?
Besides the 2 books, I've written chapters on electrical weapons for forensic pathology textbooks, and I have published about 100 papers total. That includes 50 formal papers on the use of force, electrical weapons, arrest-related death, and many abstracts and book chapters.
Now, in particular, have you written on topics involved in this case here as far as specific experience of firearm transition after a loss of a conductive electronic weapon or a taser?
Yes. Sadly, what happened here happens every month or 2 across the country, because taser electrical weapons are used about 2,000 times a day worldwide, about 1,500 times a day in the United States. It doesn't always end well. It doesn't always do the job. And then so there's a transition to firearm. And over a 20-year period, there have been over 1,000 deaths where the Taser electrical weapon failed to control the situation and the officer moved to lethal force. Of those, we've looked at the very particular issue of the suspect taking control or attempting to take control of the officer's weapon. And as of 2020, there were 113 such cases. And there were 53 of those cases. The officer then transitioned to the firearm and shot the subject. 48 ended in a fatality. 5 led to non-fatal wounds. And that was published in 2021 in a Journal of Forensic and Legal Medicine, I believe.
Is that peer-reviewed?
That's absolutely peer-reviewed journal, yes.
And what's the difference between a peer-reviewed article versus writing books or magazines?
I get asked to write articles for magazines in this area, police magazines, for example, and you send it in. If they like the story, they might edit a little bit, slick it up, add some nice artwork. But for a scientific publication, the rules are different. I submit the article to the journal, then the journal editor takes a first look at it. Does it fit for this journal? And if it does fit for the journal, does it appear to be of high scientific quality? If not, it gets sent back. If it passes those first 2 gates, then the editor-in-chief will send it out to 2 to 4 anonymous experts in this area. So that's the peer review. And these are people, they may be my friends, they may be people that aren't my friends, but they are experts in the area. And then my name is taken off the article, and my co-authors' names are taken off the article. It gets sent out to them as an anonymous paper. And then they score it like homework. They say, this is really dumb, this is really great, or this is really fine except for page 3, sentence 7, doesn't make sense, or the conclusions are stronger than the statistics that were used. And then they grade it A through F like homework, they send it back to the editor, and then the editor comes back and tells me, I'm sorry, your paper's rejected. Or I'll accept it if you make all of these changes that the reviewers want. And then you send it back in with those changes, hopefully it gets accepted. Sometimes it's accepted on that second pass. I've had articles that went through 5 rounds of reviews before it's accepted. And once it's considered, once it is accepted, forgive me, by a peer-reviewed journal, then it's considered part of the scientific literature.
Now, in addition to writing and researching a peer-reviewed article on this topic, have you also been called in to testify in cases, those types of situations, as far as officer losing the Taser device and having to resort to, or some type of shooting resulting?
Yes, I have testified in at least 2 other similar tragic situations like this that resulted in loss of control of the electrical weapon and a fatal shooting. That comes to mind right now, one out of Georgia, one out of South Carolina, and I'm blanking on the other one right now, but there's 2 that come to mind, and there may be some others.
Okay. I'm going to get into just, we've heard from Brian Childs, who obviously is well-versed on the science behind the device and analysis. We've also heard from a master Taser instructor, so I'm not planning to unfold the device all over again, okay? So we'll probably cut to some particular topics. But in your review of the materials on this case, did you also have the opportunity to review an expert report by the prosecution's expert, Mr. Stoughton and Bloomfield?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to listen to the testimony of Mr. Stoughton earlier this week?
I did.
And did you follow, upon your review of the expert report, and then the testimony that you heard, did you go to explore and see whether there was any published research or writings that may be relevant to what they wrote about and talked about, and perhaps their expertise in those areas?
Well, yes, and even goes back when I first read Professor Stoughton's report, which was probably in January. I'd never heard of him before, and I've been working in this area for a long time, so I wasn't sure where he got his understanding of electrical weapons, and I went through his CV, and it didn't mention any training or publications or research in this area, which is fine. There's lots of different things people work on. And then when I saw the testimony, which also included some things that, to be kind, I would say things that I disagreed with, I contacted Axon, who keeps records of everyone that's ever got any kind of a training certificate on their products, see if they'd ever heard of him. They hadn't, and they had no records of him ever having any kind of training certificate of any sort. They have no records.
Jack, he never said he had a training certificate. He was a police officer and use of force expert. That he didn't claim to be a taser expert, so I'm not quite sure what this relevance is.
I think we can, I think it's relevant as far as they heard testimony, and he went and explored what the experts claimed expertise was.
The expert was the use of force and police tactics. He never identified as a taser expert.
I think he tried to put himself out as an expert in as much as he could.
So, I mean, I think it's hearsay. So I'll sustain the objection to the extent that it does contain hearsay, and he was not recognized as a taser expert during that area. So Mr. Stoughton wasn't.
Just in general, based upon your research, within your communities, was there really much that you were able to find that would give Mr. Stoughton expertise to be testifying the way that he
You have to
did?
object. You just rephrase the question. It's the same question, so I don't understand how it's relevant.
No, you didn't quite finish it, but you would finish that question so I can move on that.
Sure, and I'm basically asking, any literature or anything else that he could find in this world that he's in that would lend credence to whether or not Mr. Stoughton's testimony may have been accurate on several topics about the taser.
Okay, so again, I'll sustain the objection because Mr. Stoughton didn't testify in the area of expertise that this witness has, which is in the, I wrote it down, operation and effects of electrical weapons. Mr. Stoughton didn't testify about that.
He testified to a lot of things about the taser, but I can...
Not as an expert, so...
Well, he was up there on a witness stand as an expert.
Right, but not in tasers or not in the area that this witness is an expert in.
All right. We could move along then, perhaps. But did you have take some issue with some of the testimony that you heard from Mr. Stoughton on the taser?
Yes, some things were incorrect.
Okay. Now, just moving to some topics here in this case, did you have the opportunity to listen to Mr. Bloomfield talk about incapacitation and neuromuscular incapacitation?
I did.
And are they the same?
No.
Can you explain that? Let me just rephrase that. Incapacitation, neuromuscular incapacitation, are they the same thing?
No. Neuromuscular incapacitation is one type of incapacitation. There are several others.
And I think we've heard discussion. Can you just explain a little bit as far as, although I hate to do it all over again, but neuromuscular incapacitation, can you give us just a brief survey of what that is?
If you have, say, probes, especially in your back, and the pulses are going into your body, those are stimulating the nerves in your back, so your back muscles. tense up. If the top probe is high enough, it'll stimulate the nerves that control the arms. You lose control of your arms. And then if the bottom probe is low enough, it will stimulate the femoral nerve, which controls mostly the thigh muscles, and the sciatic nerve, which controls the lower leg, and the perineal nerve, which controls most of the feet muscles. And so a person will lose effective control of all of their skeletal muscles. They fall down and they can't really do much. That's neuromuscular. It's the nerves that control the muscles that are being stimulated. But you can imagine that if you had somebody duct tape from shoulder to ankle, they're also incapacitated, but it does not involve the nerves, doesn't really involve the muscles. So it's very dangerous to assume that because you don't have neuromuscular incapacitation, there's no incapacitation possible. You have to keep those separate.
Now, I'd just like to ask you about one type of potential incapacitation, and you can explain it a lot better than myself, but could you explain the carotid variety of incapacitation to us? Carotid. I'm sorry.
If any of you ever did judo or you watch a judo match, there is a hole in which you put your arm like this with the elbow right in front so you're not damaging the sensitive tracheal area. And then the sides of your forearm and your biceps are squeezing right here. And these are pressure sensors that are designed into our body to control the amount of blood going to the brain. So when I stand up, these pressure sensors say, hey, I'm not getting enough blood. It tells the heart, crank it up, so you don't faint when you stand up. If you lay down, then those pressure sensors say, hey, I've got plenty of blood, back off. I don't want to blow up the brain. And somebody could be hung upside down for a long time, and eventually they will die from lots of other problems with breathing. And these carotid baroreceptors, think like barometric pressure, that's what it is, they're just pressure sensors, telling the heart, back it off, back it off, back it off. You can also do that electrically. In fact, there is a device for people with really bad blood pressure that's essentially a pacemaker that just tickles these two nerves around here, and that sends the signals down to the heart, back it off, back it off. We got too much blood pressure. It's for people for which blood pressure pills don't work. And so that would be a way you could incapacitate somebody. Well, in judo, you pinch this off, they faint, and they're out for a while. You could do that electrically. Do you want more detail on that?
No, I may just approach you if I could with a photo here.
Okay, that's perfect.
And maybe, do you recognize this photograph, and could that help explain this concept?
Yes, please.
All right, Your Honor, I would like to publish and admit Defense Exhibit V. V is in Victor.
No objection.
And while we're at it, Your Honor, there's a second page to V, part of this explanation as well. Do you understand that photograph, sir?
I do.
That's also, both photos are part of V, Your Honor.
And you saw that too, Mr. Becker, you don't have any objection?
Correct.
So he has admitted the 2 pages.
Maybe I should have done this before, but does that help assist in your explanation there?
Yes, so we start with the carotid artery, which comes off of your aorta, which takes the blood directly from your heart. And here we see the right carotid. And just before the split into the two carotids that go on the right side of your head, there's a pressure sensor, like pressure gauge on your car that tells you the tire inflation is low. And if you put pressure on that, you're confusing it, and I gotta be careful because you can make yourself faint. It's saying, hey, there's enough pressure to tell the heart to back off. You could faint. You can also stimulate that electrically.
Can you explain that? For instance, the drive stun function, we've all heard quite a bit of evidence about this drive stun function. It's irregardless of the probes and the cartridges, the Taser has a drive stun function, is that correct?
Yes.
And what could electricity through the drive stun function applied to that point do?
Well, that would stimulate those nerves, and that would send a signal to your brain and to your heart saying, back it off. You've got too much blood, and you would faint. And that I think I could use that next picture.
Yeah, could we go to the next picture, please? Go back.
There's only one.
I think that's from a... Yes. That it?
Yeah, so here's a little flashback in history. About 25 years ago, when the Taser company started, they would train this. So you could stimulate here and make somebody faint. You could incapacitate them with the drive stun. And they asked some of their physician researchers if they could study this, and they said no, it's way too dangerous. There's too many sensitive structures in here, and you could shut the heart off for a while and it wouldn't come back. And there have been a couple of rare cases of a judo instructor in one case that died from this. He told his pupil to hold it on until he tapped out. Well, he passed out, never tapped out, and he died. So this was considered too dangerous. So this has been taught as a way of incapacitating a violent subject with the drive stun. Now they simply say, don't go near the neck.
So these warnings that have been, that are in evidence from Axon that are then taught to the police officers as far as avoiding some of these sensitive areas, even with the drive stun, and avoiding the neck, this could be one of the risks of drive stun to the neck.
Yes, and the other one, which I believe Mr. Childs touched on, was the mechanical force in the trachea. Trachea is very sensitive. You can have permanent damage, which is why we, defensively, we drop our chin. And you could make the heart go into idle by stimulating here at the carotid baroreceptor.
Now, can there be temporary incapacitation from the drive stun in any other way?
Yes, you can have incapacitation from disorientation. If a SWAT team goes into a very high-risk entry where there may be armed subjects in a room, they will shoot in flashbang grenades. And these come in and they have really bright lights and really loud sound, and you're completely disoriented. You don't know which way is up. There's such a sensory overload. And you're not muscularly incapacitated. You are cognitively incapacitated. You simply don't know what's up. You're disoriented, not sure where you are. You're incapable of forming the cognitive functions of fighting or resisting. And that can happen with a drive stun. If someone is not expecting it, they're sober, like a police officer on duty, they're not anesthetized or analgesed by drugs or high levels of alcohol, they would have the full sensation. And electrical shocks have a very disorienting sensation. Now, some of you have experienced shocks. You've experienced a static shock, certainly up in Michigan. And maybe you've experienced shocks from doing wiring or something like that. It doesn't last long. You pull back. The problem with electrical shocks is not the pain. It's a disorientation. Because think about what your fingers sense when you touch something. They sense vibration, they sense pressure, they sense hot, they sense cold, they sense all kinds of things. And those nerves then run up to your brain to form a sensation. If you're stimulating electrically, all of those nerves are fired, and the signal going to your brain is very confusing. Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it vibrating? Is it not? Is it pressure? I don't know what's going on. For example, when I took my taser hit in my chest, my first sensation was I didn't know where I was. And then my next sensation was reminding me of this movie Alien, which is an old movie, I'm dating myself, where this alien was trying to kick itself out of the chest because I had all this sensation of vibration and pressure and tension. I didn't know what was going on. I really thought somebody was trying to kick out of my chest. So there's pain there, but the disorientation is a bigger factor. So if you can disorient someone with a sudden shock, they will be temporarily incapacitated as well.
In regards to the taser, whether it's probe deployment or even a drive stun, we've had several people talking about voluntary tasings. Even I drive stun myself all the time. It's no big deal. Is there a difference between voluntary and involuntary tasings as far as for the recipient? Can there be?
Yes, and there's degrees to it. For example, a police officer getting training, that's encouraged but not required. And so it's kind of voluntary, but you've got a lot of peer pressure. And so that still is going to hurt and might have a kind of a bad memory of it. But if you just voluntarily, say, took some kind of a shock box, and you can buy gadgets that do this, if you say buy one of these six-pack muscle stimulators and crank those up, that hurts, and you crank them up, it really hurts, but you're in control. And there's a body of psychological literature that shows that when you're in control, you can handle a lot of pain, because you know you can turn it off. And since I've done a fair bit of work in electronic muscle stimulation, including therapeutic muscle stimulation, now I've done studies on this and I've interviewed people, and one of my favorite examples is a professional hockey player. And I said, do you use one of these six-pack stimulators? He said, yeah, I use it to strengthen my core. And I said, what was the pain like? He said, well, I cranked it all the way up. It's the worst pain I ever felt in my life. And I said, well, how could you stand it? He said, because I knew I could turn it off anytime I wanted. It's a total control. So if you're in control and it's your idea, it's not so bad. Especially if you just for a stunt want to drive stun yourself in front of a class, take the weapon, zap. I've done it in court twice. Okay, it's not that big a deal. And the best example of the difference between voluntary and involuntary is tickling. I'm very ticklish, and unfortunately my wife knows this, takes advantage of it. But if I tickle myself, it's no big deal. It's voluntary, and my brain just says, this is no big deal, you're doing it, why are you doing this, is stupid, but nothing happens. So there's a big difference between just zapping yourself and having somebody else force electric shock on you.
Now, just about to move on here, but just to go back to the two forms of temporary incapacitation you discussed, as far as the carotid baroreceptor, thank you, and also this temporary incapacitation from disorientation. Is that in drive stun mode that those two means of temporary incapacitation can happen?
Yes, those are the best ways to do it, is with the drive stun.
Okay. Now, moving on to another topic here, outside of the taser's ability to incapacitate, what is one of the other more serious injuries that you see from the taser device?
The most serious life-changing injury is what we call a globe rupture. Probe goes into the eye, and it pops the eyeball. the vitreous fluid runs out and it collapses like a beach ball. The eye is surgically removed because it's worthless, and then you get a glass eye, and you may have a lifetime of nerve pain from the nerves in the back, depending upon how well they cut things off at the nerves. That is your greatest fear, and my colleagues and I have published 2 papers on this. There have been over 30 cases documented of this injury with people who ended up with glass eyes.
Now, are officers trained never, is this part of the reason they're trained never to target the face because of the potential eye injuries?
That is the primary reason why you never target the face.
Now, an individual without training, is it fair to say they may not be aware of those sensitive areas to avoid?
That's true, or an antagonistic person may intentionally target the face.
Are you also aware of any cases where the drive stun to the eye has caused serious damage?
Yes. You don't just have to have the probe doing a mechanical injury, and I had wanted to show you some pictures. They're pretty dramatic of that. But there was a case published in 2007 in a Journal of Eye Surgery of a guy who had a drive stun over his right eye, and he had a lot of damage. He had iritis and glaucoma from that, and interestingly, he ended up with cataracts in his left eye, even though that's not where the drive stun was. So that those high electric fields can do a lot of damage. You've got a lot of sensitive nerves, obviously, around your eye.
Now, I'm already moving towards a conclusion here, Dr. Croll, but we've already heard, as I mentioned, from the Axon expert, Master Taser, as far as the warnings that an officer is given on this device and the potential for NMI and avoiding certain areas. But based on your experience reviewing these types of cases and you watching the video in this case, was Officer Schurr in a proximity, a distance from the other individual where within a split second he could have had the probes deployed on him?
Yes.
Was he within arm's length approximately proximity where in a split second the drive stun could have been used upon him?
Yes.
And I'm sorry to take us off. Let's back up one moment. I didn't think of this before. When we're talking about the temporary incapacitation, as far as disorientation, could that be even more so if a person's completely fatigued and exhausted, their ability to fight that off or to avoid having some type of incapacitation?
Yes.
In this case here, where the probes, wires are spread around these two men as they struggle over that device, can those probes and wires be re-energized on the taser?
Yes.
And can that leave potential risk of NMI from those probes and possibly even the wires?
In certain circumstances, and now I'm recalling that other case, similar case was in Florida, where there was a struggle on the ground and the suspect, it was a suspected stolen car, took control of the officer's electrical weapon and kept pulling the trigger, and they had the wires wound all around between them, and the officer was getting incapacitated from sensing that shocking. And finally it took, I think it was 27 seconds where he's able to get enough control of his right arm and pull out his firearm and tragically shoot the suspect.
Now, when we talk about the wires, the probes, the drive stun put into that equation, that can also help close the circuit and deliver potential NMI?
Yes, because I believe Mr. Childs explained this the other day, because you've got electrodes on the end of the weapon, on the muzzle, and so that can complete a circuit if you have just one connection. And in this case, you've got probes in the ground, so you're putting electrical current into the ground. They're both on the ground. You could use a drive stun to complete the circuit.
In this case here, where we now know that both cartridges had been deployed, was this officer still at risk of suffering incapacitation in several different ways?
Yes.
And according to your peer-reviewed research, do officers can and do they resort to deadly force use to protect themselves in some of these situations?
Sadly, they're forced to do that about every month or two somewhere in the country.
Just one moment, please. Sir, are you familiar with the Taser 7 device?
Yes.
Have you ever handled one before or seen it in pictures?
Yes.
If I could just show you Defendant's Exhibit L4. Do you know where the safety mechanism is on that device?
Yes.
And does it appear as though, can you tell whether or not the safety is on or off?
Well, the safety is off, meaning the weapon is on, because we see the red right there.
Okay.
So this weapon was fully enabled. It was turned on.
It was fully enabled and ready to do what to potentially re-energize it, if you recall?
You could pull the trigger to re-energize it, or you could push the side button to energize it.
Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, Defendant's Exhibit L4, this is a photograph, I believe, admitted through Detective Tubergen, of photographs taken at the scene after this incident. Just one moment, please. Nothing else. Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to kind of go through. You've been around the Taser for a long time. The fair statement?
21 years, yes, sir.
21 years. Because I'm going back, I'm looking, starting off, and maybe a starting point would be May 2011. There's a National Institute of Justice report. Kind of the Department of Justice put out a report on the Taser, correct?
They've done several.
But that was like the first one, if you will. The kind of the big one, kind of coming out.
They sponsored the McDonald study, which was published in 2009. It looked at 24,000 uses of force, including the Taser. But if you refresh, you go for the name. They sponsored a lot of research.
I do have it for you, if it would help you take a look at it.
Sure.
Got some of my tabs on it.
Thank you.
Sure. It's a National Justice Institute report from the Department of Justice. That's a public, is that where it's from?
Yes.
You said from 2011?
Correct.
This is, okay, yeah, this looks like one of their publications.
Yeah.
They've actually done a lot.
And I'm not going to try and get into a whole lot, but the general gist of the report was that the CEW conducted
electrical weapon
can significantly reduce injuries to suspects, and the use of CEDs, conducted electrical devices, can decrease injuries to officers and civilians. That was the gist of the report.
Yes, that's why officers carry them.
Sure. And this, then, you kind of did maybe your own follow-up, if you will, because this is I have a field statistics overview from 2000. You can look at it.
2008, that's a book chapter.
It's a book chapter?
Yes.
So it's a chapter, you did a book from that?
Yes, sir.
So we heard about it, so you get asked to do something in a book, you did a chapter on that, this is your own writing?
That's correct. In fact, this is my first book.
Okay,
So, yeah.
your first one. And in that thing, your own research concludes that 1.4 million humans have received a CEW exposure as of July 2008. Do you
That
remember
sounds
writing
right.
that? The adoption of these devices has demonstrated a reduction in both officer and suspect injuries, rarely a link between CEW exposure and death. That's what you wrote, right?
I'll take it, but
I mean, you want to look at it, I mean, that's like, write it down.
I assume you're reading it correctly.
Okay.
Yep. They usually work fine, and that's why officers use them.
Yep. Going back, and you further work, going back to 1983, including cases where Taser was listed as a cause of death, there were 12. 12 cases out of 1.4 million. That was in the early days, if you will.
What's the question?
That's what you wrote in there. There was 12 deaths out of 1.4 million.
Okay.
If you want to...
No, that's, deaths are uncommon.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to go through here. Kind of like this next one, 2015, baseball poison and soup recipes. That article you wrote?
Yeah, it's not peer-reviewed, that's an informal article on ResearchGate.
But it's your article, right?
Yes.
And in that article, I mean, if you need to look at it, I'll give it to you as well. Just to go over.
Oh, and that's different. This one's not the soup recipe. This was a peer-reviewed article in the European Journal of Defense and Safety. Yes?
Is that not the one that he just named?
No. No. But I'm familiar with both.
It's your article. That's, you wrote it.
I'm one of 6 authors there. I'm the first author. I'm happy to take responsibility for it.
Okay. In that, it says the CEW looks somewhat like a pistol and is occasionally mislabeled as a stun gun, so the non-specialists make a subconscious connection and thus form the misplaced intuition that every time a trigger is pulled, something powerful is launched. That's what's in there.
Okay.
You wrote that. You remember that, or do you trust it?
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. The highly effective rate also gives the impression that the device must be extremely powerful. It is not. Just very optimized to do its job with minimal power. You remember writing that?
Sounds right.
Now, I also have, this is not an article. Do you remember doing a PowerPoint for medical examiners?
I've done a few. Thank you.
Standing behind you.
Yep. Oh, I remember this.
Identify what you're handing to the witness.
It's not an exhibit, just this is a PowerPoint. It says a PowerPoint medical examiner collection of comprehensive objective medical evidence for conducted electrical weapons and their temporal relationship to sudden arrest.
Now I see why you didn't.
I'm a third author on this, but so I remember this.
Okay, but this is something I got as a PowerPoint. Is it something you presented, or?
I didn't. I think my colleague presented this at a conference in London.
Okay. Well, one of the things to talk about in this PowerPoint, the pain good grief, I can't talk. The pain contribution speculation. The CEW allegedly causes great pain, and this led to increased catecholamines. How do you say that? Maybe you can help me out.
Okay, thank you. Catecholamines.
Catecholamines.
Those are the hyperhormones, epinephrine, norepinephrine, and dopamine.
Okay, which cause death. The next line is, there have been 1.9 million CEW training applications, all painful, and there have been no deaths. That's what's in here, right?
I take your word for it.
If you
That
want-
sounds true. No, that sounds correct.
I'm just trying to...
I mean, officers get training applications, and if they don't die, they wouldn't be doing training applications anymore. They have somebody hold them up on each
Sure.
side, they get it, and they go down.
And this was, at this point in time, there's about 4.6 million human CEW exposures at about the time this PowerPoint was done,
That
correct?
sounds all right. It's up to about 7 million now in the field and 2 million training exposures.
It looks like I have another...
And I should stress that those applications are all done by certified trainers, of course, so they know where to do the probes and have somebody, 2 spotters, in fact.
This appears to be maybe another book chapter, if you will, from 2018. Guidelines for investigating officer-involved shootings, arrest-related deaths, and deaths in custody.
Yes?
You recognize that? Looks like you may have done a chapter
Yes.
with Michael Brave. Okay, you recognize that? In this, you write, CEW delivers enormous currents, but a mild current causing only moderate motor nerve-mediated muscle contractions. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
The strength of muscle contractions is less than half of what someone would voluntarily do during recreational weightlifting.
That's correct.
One of the myths, you talk about a myth in this, a delayed recovery. There's a delayed recovery after taser exposure. With zero evidence, people are left dazed and weak, at least for 5, perhaps 15 minutes, or that someone would be rendered physically incapacitated for up to 10 minutes. Fortuitously, such creative thoughts are usually confined to the political and psychological literature, as well as theoretical productions.
And theatrical production, because Hollywood loves to show a guy getting the muscle control, and then he just lays around and flops like a fish forever, yeah.
Sure. Another thing you said in there, a 10-second taser exposure compared to pepper spray or a heavy bag, the taser was the second lowest next to OC spray.
In terms of what markers, some metabolic stress or adrenergic
Correct.
stress?
So it was less than punching a heavy bag.
In terms of, I think it was metabolic stress in that case, lactate, pH, if you recall. But
So
yeah,
that's
there
a
have been
fair
studies that have done of that.
Okay.
Punching a heavy bag can take somebody into anaerobic position, and it's very, very exhausting.
Sure. Once again, the CEW application includes muscle contractions of less than half of voluntary weightlifting. Cannot be that stressful on the body. Less muscle effects than running 20 yards.
Okay.
That sounds like something
Well, that
you would
sounds
read.
all right, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
you're okay with that. You have a February, I don't have the full one, but you did a specific study in 2019 on eye injuries from electrical weapon probes.
I published 2 papers around
Two?
that, 2018 and 2019.
I don't have the full ones, but kind of gleaning from that, in 2018, eye injuries from electrical weapons, 28 cases out of 3.44 million. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
It's a rare but real risk. That's a fair statement?
Yes.
A strike in the face is in 1% of taser deployments. Smaller than that actually hit the eye.
Okay. I trust your reading.
Okay.
It's my paper.
And what you brought up, you found one case of stun damage, a drive stun to the eye that's caused any sort of damage. That's the one you testified to.
Is that one mentioned in my paper as well?
I don't have the full paper.
Okay.
I got the summary, but then you just testified to it.
Sure, well, that's 2 different situations. This paper was focused on the ballistic damage from the probe going and rupturing the eyeball. So we were not looking for damage caused directly by electricity. That was reported separately.
All right. But I'm just trying to get the total number. So you've got 28 cases out of 3.44 million of a probe going in the eye, right?
Back then, yes.
And then you have this one incident of the drive stun causing eye damage.
One incident that comes to mind right now of something published in the medical and scientific literature. There's certainly more.
Now you keep on writing. You've got you did civil rights and governmental tort liability, defending non-firearm arrest-related death litigation. Was this an article or was it a presentation?
That was an informal article that was part of the presentation at a legal conference January of last year.
Okay. And this one, you wrote, CEW reduced subject injury by 65% and 78% reduction in injury requiring medical attention. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I didn't do those studies. Those are studies sponsored by the National Institute of Justice.
But this is, I got this from, it's...
No, the numbers are correct.
I'm just saying, that's what I got from your article, though.
No, those
Yeah, no
numbers are
problem.
correct. That's why these weapons are used by law enforcement all over the world.
Part of this article, hands-on physical force tends to triple the injury rates compared to the CEW. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's what the studies show.
Whole bottle muscle simulation, MIHA Body Tech? Is that a brand or something?
That's a muscle stimulator used for toning your body. You wear this whole suit and you stimulate every muscle in your body. It's the MIHA Body Tech used by, it's about $2,000, and that stimulates all those muscles.
Well, that's why I don't have one. But that delivers more than 4 times the current per electrode than a CEW. That's what you wrote.
Yeah, they're stimulating all the muscles hard for an exhausting free workout.
And this is 2024, and it says at this point in time in 2024, there are 30 deaths by fatal falls and head and neck injuries in flammable fumes. That's the primary way people are killed, right? Falls and fumes.
From electrical weapon, yes.
Okay.
Falls and fires, we like to say.
And I guess, going into that, now none of that, because you just testified about this neck thing. Went through a bunch of articles. You didn't say anything about the neck, any neck injuries, anybody dying from getting tased in the neck or a drive stun in the neck.
That's correct, because that's no longer used.
Okay, it's no longer used, but it's still a risk, right? I mean, you would have paid attention if somebody would have died from that.
No, the thing, well, we have to be careful to not confuse studies of, is this weapon safe to use to control a violent subject versus what are the risks of it being used on a police officer who has a firearm that can be used against them? That's really apples and oranges.
Well, but it's still something to consider, that you don't have any statistics, you don't have a single case you can show where somebody has died of getting drive stun in the neck.
That's correct. That hasn't been allowed for almost 20 years.
I know it hasn't been allowed, but the taser's been out there. Now it's been used 7.5 million times, I think you said, right?
It's over 7 million worldwide.
So I would assume, I mean, you're the expert in this, you would be aware if that had happened.
Yeah, I think that would be an interesting, I would want to write that article, but the point is not that there was deaths from that, but it's a very real risk of incapacitation. So an officer would lose control of his firearm. That's the risk there. These studies are focused on what happens to subjects, resistant subjects, not what happens to the police officer.
Well, so your position then is the real danger is an officer getting incapacitated and then somebody taking the weapon from him.
That's the primary danger, besides getting the probe in the eye.
Besides getting the probe in the eye, okay? So then we kind of come to the big study, if you will. Mr. Dodge mentioned it early. You have a study, 2021, police shootings after electrical weapon seizure, homicide or suicide by cop. That was your title.
Yes.
And in that study, not a single officer was killed.
That's correct.
Okay. I think you said there were 53 individuals who disarmed an officer of their taser.
But it's not clear if they were completely disarmed him, but they were trying, either succeeded or were attempting to gain control of the electrical weapon, and the officer then shot them.
So I'll stand corrected again. Authors report 131 incidents of subject attempting to or gaining control of an officer's electrical weapon from 2004 to 2020. 53 results in a shooting.
That's correct.
And all 53 that resulted in a shooting results in the person trying to disarm the officer, not the officer being killed.
And that's why it's taught that way.
Sure.
Because if the officer did not shoot that individual, they could have died. So that's what that study really shows, is that the training of you can transition to your firearm if this violent suspect takes control of the electric weapon, it works. So it's saving officer lives.
So even out of those 53 that were shot, only 14 were actually shocked, right? That actually got a stun, right?
That where the officer received a shock or
Correct.
just threatened, yes.
Okay. 18, nothing happened. They were disarmed with a taser and nothing happened. The wasn't pointed, didn't get tased, right?
I'm going to take your word for it, yes.
You want to take a look at the, you can get the article. That's.
I mean, I wrote it, I'm responsible for it.
Okay.
But I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, so in more cases than not, when an officer's taser was taken from him, nothing happened.
Well, they got shot.
Well, after, but they didn't. The officer didn't get tased, right?
And that's why they go. That's why they have the training. Someone takes your electrical weapon, you've got to avoid the risk. You
What-
transition to firearm.
What training are you talking about?
Well, I'm not going to go into specific, I don't know what the specific training is in Grand Rapids, but in general, that is the understanding across the country, that that is an acceptable transition.
So you're in generally accepted police practices that somebody can take when somebody takes a taser, they can get shot? No matter the circumstances?
I don't hold myself out as an expert on police practices, certainly, but in our research for this paper, we surveyed all of the master instructors across the United States, and that is the impression I got. I don't recall putting statistics to it, and it's clearly demonstrated by what ended up happening here. The police officer used the firearm for defense and ended the situation, so they never did get shot.
But you don't go into the facts and circumstances of each case.
We did, actually. We went into some detail of those 53 shootings.
So in the 53 shootings, what were the circumstances? Like, there's more that goes into just taking an officer's taser, right?
Well, it's been 5 years since I wrote the paper, and it was 53 cases. I can't remember the details of every one as I sit here today.
But all you can remember is the impression that that was the policy, if you will, is just somebody takes your taser, they can be shot.
It's my impression that that is standard practice, that's accepted practice.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
That's your opinion.
From studying this issue.
But you don't hold yourself out as a police expert, though, correct?
I didn't, and we did not survey what their practices were in their agency. We just know how it ended up. So we'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Just one more topic, Doctor. Many of these statistics, I think Mr. Childs, the prosecution's expert on Taser, talked about this too. Less lethal, millions. Marketed by a trained person, used as designed and intended. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That's the majority of those statistics.
That's correct. Essentially all of them. There are civilian weaker weapons sold that are similar, but there's no statistics gathered on those.
And to the police officer, they're warned this device is serious, may cause incapacitation or death.
That's correct. It's a weapon.
And that's why, based on your study, that this, whether training or just generally accepted, there's dangers to an officer if they have their taser taken from them.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Just a follow-up, but I think that the study ended in 2021, correct?
Well, we published in 2021. We stopped collecting data in 2020.
Are you aware of, since then, now we're now in 2025, are you aware that still never been a police officer killed after being disarmed with a taser?
Well, yes, and that speaks to the effectiveness of the policy.
You keep talking about a policy, you don't know anything about a police policy. Your impression of a police policy is not a policy, right?
Okay, I guess what I can say, that's a fair point.
Okay, so that's your impression.
But
you gotta stop. You don't know anything about police policies or practices. So all you know is no officer has ever been killed in the history of the taser after being disarmed with a taser, correct?
And I don't mean to be flippant about this, but a good analogy that...
Then don't need an analogy, just need a yes or a no answer.
Your Honor, could the witness try to answer one of these questions?
I asked a simple question. It was a yes or a no answer. He doesn't get to he wants to be flippant. Real easy answer.
Well, it's not that flippant, but it's an analogy that's commonly used to describe this.
I think he answered the question because I think you asked it again. But, I mean, I think it was a yes or no question. And it doesn't call for an analogy. I'm afraid of how far the analogy will go. So I will overrule the objection
What you think I asked and answered it, so I'll stop.
Yeah, I do think that he answered it, and then he added more, and then you asked it again.
Okay.
So, which is kind of argumentative too, sir.
Can I just ask him one more question? What would you like to say on that?
Well, you could say, how do you know that you really need a parachute jumping out of an airplane? Because no one's jumped out of an airplane without a parachute, and we don't know if they would have died without the parachute. I mean, that's the kind of question you're asking but it's actually a good analogy, because saying, how do you know if the officer had just stood there that they wouldn't have been disarmed? No, because they shot the suspect in self-defense. So no, we don't know what would have happened.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
So my clerk will come and grab that question. If you can approach, please.
Now the jury question. They've had questions for every single witness today. They've had a question for. I don't think they asked any questions of the state. I'm trying to think back, but I don't think they did. And if they did,
were shot and survived.
5.
Any follow-up from that?
No, thank you.
Mr. Becker?
No, Your Honor.
Don't see any other hands raised. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's now 4:30. I don't believe that's enough time to call another witness and get through it in the next 15 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll a little bit early today. So I forgot to say at the last break, but please remember to turn your notes upside down. You did a great job last time. Leave them in your chairs. Also, please remember to not discuss the case with each other or with anyone else, and also continue avoiding any news reports of this case in the media and on social media. I hope you all have a good and safe weekend. Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. I need to address before we conclude for the evening. I'll start with the defense since we're on the defense case. Anything before we recess for the evening?
One more, Your Honor.
If you want to come in the back, you can.
We just want to get scheduled, get an idea. So,
Okay,
yeah.
all right, so we'll be in recess until tomorrow. Our last we'll start at 8:30, which I didn't tell you. I think we're already on that.
oh, judge didn't tell the jury to come back at 8:30. They have no idea what time they're supposed to show up. She's just assuming that they know to show up at 8:30. Judge Mims, what are you doing? They don't know. Nope. All right, let's go through what we heard. Where did we drop off? Okay, so we dropped with the cross-examine of Mr. Lon Bartel. So let's see. Go to your references, please. He didn't do his own research. He talks about respiratory functions wearing body armor. Then he says those are misprints. They don't exist. I have an updated version that you don't have, Mr. Bartel. Yeah, Bartel says, and State says that's a trend here. I can't. Wow. I mean, snark, and that wasn't objected to. Talk about 62 pounds of body armor. So that's the military, I guess, with all their magazines and the body armor. I'm sorry, that's the military. So you have to look at the full context. Let's see. And State's like, we don't need to go into this, because he like turns to the jury and he starts talking about military, and he gets cut off. He admits he doesn't know what GRPD load is, but he's like, you're the expert here. And then he's like, well, average across the country. That's what he's coming up with, this, I guess, 25 pounds. He agrees that military does have more weight than law enforcement. Let's see. His opinion was based on these studies, and then they talk about the fire department having 65 pounds, and then he's like, well, you're conflating with someone going into a burning fire with a fight, and then he says a lot of fire department come out and they throw up after they've been, inside fighting a fire, and that's why they use a buddy system. Then he talks about MMA. This is Becker talking about 5 rounds of MMA, and then Mr. Bartel's like, yeah, well, they train for it, and then Becker's like, well, shouldn't law enforcement train as well? And he's like, I'm not trying to be flippant, but that's twice we heard that. We heard it from Bowtie, Dr. Croll there. He's like, but I've trained where I've been around MMA, and he's like, they have 3 trainings per day, and they train for hours, and so it's not a fair comparison. He got a little smug there, but I think he was right to get. I don't appreciate when people get smug like that, but I don't know. I didn't think Becker was winning many battles here today with these witnesses. What do you guys think? Then the state goes through various articles that he wrote for law enforcement. He's like, yeah, my audience is generally police leaders and trainers. It's law enforcement. I'm not writing for suspects and perpetrators. I'm writing for law enforcement. Then they talk about an article on LinkedIn. I'm a police officer, and this does shape my view. And then he's like, we're all shaped by our history, and I bit my tongue, but I'm like, yeah, you could apply that to this. That everybody is shaped by their history. So think about this case. I'm not going to put it in chat. I'm not going to say it, but you guys use your own inference there. Yes, we are all shaped by our history, and what we're trying so hard to not be in this chat is not be shaped by our history. So when he says we're all shaped by our history, yeah, maybe that's why things happen the way they happen. Just going to leave that right there and not say anything more about that. The additional 25 pounds amplifies the issue that came in on redirect. So then the jury question came in. In one of the video clips, you said Patrick was resisting aggressively. Does this differ from the sole act of aggression? To which he says, no, are there different levels expelled? So he says active aggression is a common phrase across law enforcement. It's one type of resistant. Another is defensive, and it's not the same thing. Active resistance is a level of assault. He says, I hope that answered your question, but there was a lot of confusing remarks today. I mean, they were just kind of talking around and around and around. So then Dr. Mark Croll gets up. He's a biomedical scientist. His focus is on bioelectricity. He deals with the use of electronics to control the body. And then they were just kind of going through his CV and his experience in the States. Like, I'll just stipulate. I'm throwing the towel in. I'm just going to stipulate. Yep, he's an expert. I get it. So then the defense says it's getting to be that time of day, and that was like an hour ago. So he comes out. He works with the DOJ. He works with the Navy with scuba diver. I thought that was kind of interesting. He started in 1970, so he's aging himself. He reviewed the reports, and Dr. Childs, he says, did the most detailed report. He's written 2 books, hundreds of papers. He sat on Axon's board, which is interesting. So he actually sat on the board at Axon. Tasers are used about 2,000 times a day in the U.S. Wow. As of 2020, there are 113 such cases of somebody trying to take a taser from law enforcement. 53 cases. 53 cases where law enforcement transitioned to a firearm. I thought I was going to cough there. And then 40 led to a fatality. Let's see. So then he just goes through the process of submitting an article for peer review, which is whatever. I don't really care. I mean, they got into some really minutia here. He's testified at least to 2 other situations. One was South Carolina. He's blanking on the other one. That ultimately ended up being Florida. So this is where I thought it got a little interesting. He reviewed Stoughton and Bloomfield, and he heard Stoughton's testimony, and he's like, he never heard of Stoughton before. And he wasn't sure where he got his understanding of tasers. His testimony, quote unquote, to be kind, he didn't agree with, and he contacted Axon, and they had never heard of Stoughton before. Wow, ouch. That was objected to. He said he never had any training and the relevance. Judge says, I think it's hearsay and will sustain the objection because based on, I guess it was Stoughton being a taser expert. And then he asked the question again. That was objected to. He just rephrased the question. The defense is like, well, he testified a lot about tasers and was up there. So they're talking about Stoughton. Then they finally get out that some things were incorrect about Stoughton's testimony. So battle of the experts. Who are you going to believe? Do you believe Stoughton and Bloomfield, or do you believe Dr. Croll and Mr. Bartell? Bloomfield testified about neural incapacitation. So an NMI, we get into it again. Neural incapacitation is different than neuromuscular incapacitation. They're not the same. Let's see. And he talks about, okay, so NMI, imagine being shot in the back with these pulses and you basically seize up. But then he talks about getting duct tape from head to toe. It incapacitates you too, just in a different way. Then they talk about a judo match, the bicep on the neck, and how that could incapacitate you. Law enforcement actually asked for a study about a drive stun to the neck, but it was too dangerous. So they determined, Axon was like, nope, don't want to do that. Now don't go anywhere near the neck. Then he talked about SWAT in a high-risk situation. They shoot a flashbang, and it doesn't. It disorients you, right? Not muscularly, but neurologically, you're cognitively, you're incapacitated. He says that could happen with a drive stun too. Interesting. He describes the experience of a taser, and he references Alien. Yeah, I guess he's been tased, and he references Alien. He talks about the difference between a voluntary and involuntary drive stun. So he talks about the six-pack stimulator, and he talked to a hockey player who cranks it up all the way. And yeah, I agree. Like when you're, it's like when you're slapping yourself or I don't know, doing anything to like, quote unquote, hurt yourself. That's one thing. Or he talks about being tickled. He says he's very ticklish and his wife knows about it. So yeah, when you tickle yourself, you're like, whatever. But when somebody else tickles you, you're like, you freak out. So there's a big difference between zapping yourself and having it forced upon you. Then he talks about the globe rupture, which is your eyeball. Yikes. So your probe goes into your eyeball, fluid pops out, and it collapses like a beach ball. So probe and or drive stun could have been used on Schurr, he says. Probes and wires could have been re-energized. Then he remembers the Florida case. There was a struggle on the ground. The suspect took control, pulled the trigger, wires all around the two. It took 27 seconds for the officer to gain control of his arm, and then he shot the suspect. So I guess they were both kind of flopping around on the ground. Wow. Then they showed him a picture of the taser at the scene, and he says the safety is off, so the weapon was fully on. All you need to do was pull that trigger or push the side buttons to re-energize it. That's sobering, that definitely helps the defense for sure. Then Cross came up. He's been around the taser for about 21 years. They talk about a couple of reports that he wrote. 1.4 million people have received a zap, but there's only 12 cases out of 1.4 that have caused a deletion. Deaths, he admits deaths are uncommon. And then he talks about this 2015 article he wrote, baseball, comma, The way he said it was baseball, poison, and soup recipes. So it's baseball. I looked it up. Baseball, comma, poison, comma, baseball, comma, poison, and soup recipes. The myths. There is a myth that there's a delayed recovery after being tased. So I guess that's a myth. You could recover pretty quickly. He writes, let's see, tasers emit half the strain on muscles as weightlifting. Cannot be that stressful on the body it's less than running 20 yards. So I thought, well, then the other half, all these guys that came up saying it feels like getting blowtorched, right? It's incredibly painful. But I guess you get over it quickly? I don't know. I got to after we're finished here. I'm going to go watch some video on getting tased and see how quickly people recover. It's painful, yes, but I guess you recover within a short period of time. I don't know. He says the majority of people do pass away from a taser through falls, which we heard about before, falling off a ladder or just falling, and fumes, or basically fire. That's interesting. He says it's a real risk for law enforcement to lose control of a taser. The real danger is the officer being incapacitated and having the weapon taken out. And then also another thing is having the probe in the eye. So there's not a single situation where an officer was deleted after the laser was taken. So that has never, ever happened. So it is acceptable. His opinion is it's acceptable to transition to a gun after a taser is taken based on the survey of master taser instructors. So again, was Schurr, what was in his mind? What was his mental thought there of, his state of mind? Did he honestly think that he was in fear for his life? Let's see. Redirect taser is a weapon, and there are dangers to law enforcement if it's taken. Then recross was from 2020 to 2025. Still, no law enforcement have been deleted by a taser. They get into some objections. I don't need to be flippant. I just asked a yes or no. The judge says, I think he answered the question. It doesn't call for an analogy, so I'll overrule it. Oh yeah, he wanted to tell this analogy. So redirect was, how do you know if you need a parachute if you jump out of the plane? That's the question you're asking, meaning we don't know if the officer just stood there, he wouldn't be harmed. So if somebody takes the taser, we don't know what would have happened, right? You're asking, it's almost like a hypothetical. So then the jury, I think the jury question, because they mute it and then they come back in halfway through her reading a jury question. So I think she said, how many law enforcement were shot and survived? I'm guessing by a taser, because 53 times they've gotten their taser taken away. So I think, how many were shot and survived? 5. Yeah, I didn't quite understand that. Didn't quite catch that full question by the jury, and unfortunately, it's not in my this website that I'm following. Let me just see. Jury asks a clarifying question about his research. Yeah, no, that didn't tell me anything. So. All right, guys. Question: could this officer avoid complete exhaustion by not pursuing? Yeah. I mean, absolutely. Ken says, even with the probes and device active, you've got five-ish seconds of useful incapacitation. Yes, that's why they said earlier, it's 5 seconds of electrical pulse. You got 5 seconds, and you have to make handcuff. You have to then incapacitate you have to secure whoever you just, shot the pulse into. So you have 5 seconds, right? It's 5-second pulse. So you have 5 seconds to initiate effect the arrest. You have 5 seconds to act. So you probably gain some kind of mobility within another second or two. So I would say 5 seconds of like zzz, and then maybe 2 or 3 seconds, and then you're able to get back on your feet. So yeah, I'll watch some YouTube tonight. I'm sure there's many YouTube videos of people getting zapped. So Elizabeth G., of the 53 that were shot after taking the taser, 5 survived. It was really confusing. It was very confusing. Let me see if I can find what he was saying. I was confused by that question. Hold on a sec. Out of the 53, only 14 got stunned and 18, nothing happened. So that's only 34. I'm sorry, 32. So what happened to the other 22? Yeah, I don't know. Their math wasn't adding up for me. I don't know. Math was not adding up. Their math wasn't adding up. I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but their math was not adding up. So I'm not quite sure. So in 2020, the 113 such cases, right, of tasers being taken. So 53 cases, okay, so in 53 of those, law enforcement transitioned to firearms, 40 led to fatality. All right, so 53 cases, law enforcement transitioned from taser to a firearm, and 40 out of those 53 was a fatality. So that leaves 13 were not. So then out of those 53 where they transitioned from a taser to a firearm, how many officers were shot and survived? So 5. Yeah, it's just not. It's not making sense because they didn't say anything about somebody taking the gun. Then I don't know. Hey Mona, this trial for Trial TV Live could be named Bots Gone Wild, right? Oh, Baka, you haven't had this much anxiety since the Mew. Yeah, Nicholas Mew. I know that was a tough one too. Hey, Tyler Fear, I should say, who's winning so far? It's a toss-up for me. It's a toss-up. I think it's a toss-up. You guys tell me what you think. I'm still on the fence. I think both. I'm on the fence. I think I could not come to a decision. I just could not come to a decision. I think he was right and he was wrong. I think they were both right and wrong. That's the bad thing about this. They were both right and they were both wrong, in my opinion. I could not come to a decision on this. Yep. Widespread, firmly planted on the fence top. I think nobody was right, everybody was wrong. Let me put it that way. How about that? That's my answer. Nobody was right, everybody was wrong. I'm going to go with that. Yep. Nan, don't know. Virginia Little, toss-up is not guilty. No, so be it then. Because nobody was right, everybody was wrong. How was the runner right? Let's see, how was he right? He wasn't right. That's what I'm saying. Nobody was right, everybody was wrong. I'm not saying Patrick was right at all. I don't think he should have been shot in the head. That's where I come up with, I don't think it should have ended the way it ended. I think Officer Schurr had multiple opportunities to disengage. So that's where I say Patrick was not right. Christopher Schurr was not right. Patrick was not wrong. Officer Schurr was not wrong either. He did what he did. He did what he was trained to do. That's why I'm on the fence, because he was trained to do he did what he was trained to do. You know? Elizabeth G., I've made up my mind. It's a tragic event, but definitely should not have been charged. Fair enough. Julie, this is the first time I've ever struggled with a verdict. I agree. It's pretty cut and dry for me. I'm yeah. It's a tough one. It is a tough one. And the sad thing is, as with all cases, there's going to be one side that is in agreement with it and another side that is not in agreement with it. Hey, Kerviel, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Alice is also on the fence. Yeah, I'm thinking a hung jury then. It seems like this might be a hung jury. Baka, I do agree with Squeegee, though. Yeah. Kerviel, you missed some wickedly bad camera work done today. Wicked, like epically done. Hipster Doofus, I've struggled about this since the day it happened. I agree. Pinky Lemonade, so tough. It's a tough one. Your son's been police officer for 31 years. It's a very hard job. Was shot at multiple times. Still loves his job. God love him, Virginia. God love him. God bless him. keep doing the good work. I could never do it. I could never ever do that. Yeah, Kerrville, definitely. Camera work alone. Oh, it's unbelievable. Pammy, I'd have to weigh the stuff and pick one or the other. I guess ultimately I need to see the jury instructions. I guess that's truly what's going to help us understand. Like, well, that'll help us understand. I was on this. I've been on 2 juries. One was civil, one was criminal. And the civil one, we felt so bad for this guy. I've told the story before, but for those that are new, I'll tell it again. So those that have heard it before, just bear with me. So this guy, he got. Okay, here's the story. He got shot. He's probably in his 40s. He got shot in the eye with a paper clip through an eye hole, whatever, when he was like a teenager. So he wore glasses. He had sight, but it wasn't that good. So he had multiple surgeries, yada yada. He finds this one doctor, eye surgeon, gives him this contact lens, full-time contact lens, right? So it improves his eyesight. But then the doctor calls him back in, doesn't tell him why. He just thinks it's a general checkup. What happens was there was a part of this contact lens was loose in his eyeball or something, so that doctor had to pull that out. Doctor doesn't tell the patient that. So he sues, right? This guy sues the doctor because he's like, wait a minute, what, you didn't tell me my eyesight, blah, blah, blah. So we felt so bad for that guy because we felt bad because the doctor didn't tell him that he had to go back in and do another round of surgery to pull this thing out that was left inside. So ultimately we had to fine for the doctor because the guy who had the surgery, the patient, he was like he worked at a print shop, and he was ultimately his work did not suffer. He didn't lose any time. He didn't lose any compensation. He was still able to perform his job, and he had a good paying job. And so we felt so sorry for him. We were like, can't we just give him something? Because this doctor was so negligent. But the way the law was written, the way the jury instructions were written, we had to fine for the doctor. So it sucked. It really sucked. That was my first trial, and I was just like, oh man, this sucks. So I gotta wait. So all that being said, I'll wait till I hear the jury instructions to make a final decision. But right now I'm on the fence. Totally on the fence. Yeah, Shamrock, there you go. That's the what if only, shoulda, woulda, coulda, Patrick should have obeyed, he shouldn't have resisted, Officer Schurr shouldn't have chased after him, should have just let him go. There's just so many shoulda, woulda, couldas. Sure Life, yep, can't put emotions into your decision. Julie, you've been on 2 juries, both were easy decisions. Cool. My criminal one was pretty easy. Criminal one I don't remember as much. It's really funny. I remember the civil one a lot more. That made more of an impact. I think the criminal one, ultimately, we just dismissed it because it just came across as a farce. So I think that's why I don't remember it as much. It was basically this guy in Central Park, and somebody sat next to him, and something happened. 2 guys. I think ultimately it was just the one guy was just trying to get back at the other guy. I think that's kind of from what I remember. But there were undertones, I think it ultimately was kind of like that. We just we didn't give it to the plaintiff because he was, it just seemed like it was almost frivolous. Wendy Williams, I wonder what their protocol is about runners. Well, we found out. At what point do they expect the officer to chase or not? We found out about that. They do not have a protocol. They are trained to chase after. They are trained to chase after runners. So ultimately, I guess if anything positive can come out of this, it would be look at that policy, maybe rethink it. If you have a runner, I don't know. I just hope something positive comes out of this. That's ultimately what I hope happens. I hope that it doesn't devolve into just more finger pointing and hatred. I hope something positive can come out of this. Oh, Julie, you had a criminal and civil as well. Civil was so terrible. That's interesting. You had the same thing. Hey, Steph, just found this trial. Thank you for joining us. But from reading what's on the screen, I don't understand why he shot him in the head when he was on the ground, but at the same time, understand, obey the command. Yeah, it's a really, really difficult case, I have to say. We've been around a year now. We started May 1st. Woohoo! Happy anniversary to Trial TV Live. We didn't start streaming until the end of the month, or the 20th or something like that, but we did actually start our channel May 1st. We've watched, gosh, I don't know, maybe 40 trials now? 30 or 40 trials, I would say. And then that doesn't count all the ones I've watched before. And this, I got to tell you, this one is a tough trial, Steph. This one is a tough one. I do not envy the jury on this one. Not at all. Yay, Shore Life. Yes, happy anniversary. Whoop, whoop. And we're at 69.98. We're almost at 60. So actually, we were at 6,700 yesterday, and then two people dropped off. Or that's what happens with YouTube. They you gain 4 or 5, then they drop off 2 or 3, then you gain 4 or 5, they drop off 1. Thank you, Baka. Happy anniversary to us. Nanar, thank you. Happy anniversary. Yay. Widespread, agree. It's awful that a man has lost his life. The only good to come out of it would be for the police to put together a policy that will help save others. That's the only thing. If that's the only thing that can happen, then let's hopefully that will happen. Bammy saying happy birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Listen to me. Happy anniversary. Yes, happy birthday to us. Curvio, wasn't he wanted on DV? Yeah, that's coming out. What if his passenger was giving him a weapon? Yep, that's also, we don't know. So many possibilities, but when someone fights that hard, why? Yep, that's all coming out. That's all coming out. Oh, Run with Scissors, happy streamiversary. That's a good one. I like that one. Let's see, hold on. Oh my goodness, happy anniversary. Thank you, Wendy. Ken, that means we're at 6.69. 6,698. We're almost there. We're almost there. Elizabeth G, I thought the same at first, that Patrick was prone on the ground, but he wasn't. He was actually lifting the cop's body up twice. He did that twice. Again, I mean, there's so many times where Patrick could have just said okay, but he didn't. I mean, it sucks, man. It just sucks. Pinky Lemonade, thank you for saying happy. I want to keep saying happy birthday, happy anniversary. Yeah, Sherry, we're not going to go there with what happens outside the court. We're just going to stay with what happens inside. Can't get into what happens outside. Hopefully, I'm not going to cover that. If it does, we're not going to cover that. Hola, happy anniversary. Nice. 669. Yes, we're at 6,698. Brett says, when asked about factors in this case, argued for the Brett says, when asked about factors that in this case argued for the chase, one defense expert responded by talking about having very little time to decide. That's a reason for a mistake, not a reason to chase. Thank you, Brett. Yes. Hey, Mon, I think everyone made terrible decisions in this case. 100% agree. 100% agree. Ken says, think of it like Rule 401 for chat. Right. Sherry, yes. Why can't I pull that up? Hold on. I can't. Oh, there we go. Wow, it's lagging behind. Okay, Sherry. Yes, agreed. Thank you, Missy, for that. Yes, we will be a toddler soon. Well, it's like dog years and cat years and animal years. Like, do YouTube years equate to the same thing as, like, so 1 year in YouTube is like 10 years on a human? Because I feel like I've aged like 10 years in 1 year. So is it the same? 1 year in YouTube is like 5 years in human years? Nana, our YouTube sometimes unsubscribes folks, and I have no idea why. It happens to me on other channels. Oh, yeah. Well, I think it's usually bots that they're, hey, seeking justice, thank you, happy anniversary, yay. Thank you for that. I think that YouTube, like a lot of bots, a lot of bots will subscribe, so YouTube will go through and they'll make sure that that your subscription, that you people exist and you're not just a bot. So let's see. Brat, yeah, no winners, a lot of mistakes, tragic all around. It really is. Baca, but Wood could have, Pew warning, have de-escalated the situation. Don't know. It could have. Again, it could have. We just don't know. That's the sad thing. We just don't know. Not sure what you're laughing at, but I will laugh with you, Pammy. Alice, I wish I would have come across your streams sooner. I thoroughly enjoy this group. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Alice. We appreciate that. Thank you so much for being with us now. Oh, Ola's got a serious question. All right, Ola. Is it either chase or just watch them escape? Well, do we want police forces to watch people escape? No, but Ola, I'll come back to that and say, in this case, and we're just talking about this case, he had the car, he had another person in the car, and what they're saying is a more acceptable response would have been to let Patrick go back to the car, process the car, and police were coming. I mean, backup was there within like a minute, right? So the chances of apprehending Patrick were probably pretty high, especially since you've got the car, you've got another passenger, and guess what? If Patrick gets away, they would have put a bolo out on him, they would have put an APB out on him, they would have gotten him. So that's all I'm saying. Is it better to let somebody run away? I think they, wait, there's an actual saying. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. So, not better for all felons to be deleted than to escape. So that's a saying in law enforcement. So I hate when they talk in these double negatives. So it's not better for all felons to be deleted than it is to escape. So to me, it's better to let a felon escape than it is to die. It's like that. What's the saying with it's better to let 10 guilty people go free than to convict one not guilty person. It's kind of that same conundrum. So Ola, I don't know if that helped or not, but it's kind of that same conundrum. Do you let that person go and hope to catch them in the future, or do you try to chase after them and potentially lose your life, lose their life? Bystanders. Stoughton was saying that generally in foot pursuits, it's going to end bad. Something's going to end bad. It's going to end bad for somebody because that person doesn't want to get caught. So when you do catch them, they're going to fight even more. So generally, a foot pursuit does not end up in a good situation. So, oh no, are you kidding? Rafa just caught a bird and ate it? Oh man, I did not need to see that. No. Ugh. Aaron just sent me a picture of Rafa caught a little bird and he ate it. Hey Mona, we watch felons walk away in LA, but the news helicopters keep track of their movements until they get arrested. Yep. I know. Just wrong. We don't have many birds around either. It's really sad. And of course, it's spring, so I know, right? Rafa. Yeah. They get lizards, they get crickets, they get salamanders, they get moles. But a bird? Oh, that makes me so sad. That's so sad. All right. I'm not going to leave you with that. With that image. I'll leave you with this image. Oh, there you go. I'll leave you with that image. There's my little girl. And I get a bite. Oh, okay. Yes, I'll leave you with Super Ball. Ouch, don't bite me. Okay, that's a good girl. All right, yeah, it's a good girl. I get the kick of death, good girl. All right, we'll leave you with that image. All right, Missy says hello. Widespread, pretty kitty. All right, yep, everybody's going to be at Karen Reed tomorrow. I get it. Thank you for those that came in today. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And we will see those that do not care about Karen Reed. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be picking up on day 5. Yep, we're up to day 5. I have a feeling defense is going to rest tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, we should probably have a verdict, I'm thinking, by probably next week. So, all right, guys, thank you so much. I'm going to come back here for my outro. Oh, you know what? Let me leave you with some music. Before I say goodbye, let's leave you with some music. Here we go. Hold on. Let's leave you with some music. I'll leave you with some music for a little bit, then I'll close it out. Thanks, guys. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to chat for those that have been with us the entire time. Thank you for those that are coming in. Thank you for your support today, and we'll see you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Bye. Mm-hmm.